Northants made steady progress yesterday. Wasn't entirely serene progress. There were a couple of wobbles, but they come back this morning, able to dictate terms in the match as Bohannon goes into Proctor. And Proctor late cuts here, down to third man, and gets the first runs off the bat on day 4. And Proctor, who came back on 25 not out, having played his customary calm, composed innings last night. He flicks over to 26, and Northants 216 for 6. So a full 96 overs on the final day, and Northants will like to leave themselves enough time to try and bowl Lancashire out for a second time. Needed 94 overs to get 10 wickets in the first innings. If they leave it too late here, they will deny them time with the second new ball if they get that far later on today. It's Brett Hutton on 23, now facing Bohannon, and he gets a good Yorker first up, but Bohannon is overstepped. So a poor start of the day here for Bohannon and Lancashire, with a wide and then a no ball in the first 3 balls of the day. So an additional couple will be flicked to the score, away to our right hand side, the board back up and running here this morning. And Northants got a 218 for 6. As Bohannon comes in again, and Hutton from a length is just pushing one out through the covers, and they jog through for a single. Rob Keogh mentioned last night Northants might have 4 overs this morning just to push up the lead a little bit, leave themselves 90 overs in the field if that were the case. But a fabulous opportunity here for Northants to press for what would be a most impressive victory if they can convert their position later on. They have dominated the game really so far, apart from maybe just after lunch yesterday when they slumped to 14 for 3, trying to build on their first innings lead of 127. But it's been a great 3 days for Northamptonshire. Will it be a good day for them as well? Bohannon is into Proctor, and Proctor is turning this ball leg side but straight to mid-wicket, and there is no run. 4 bounded riders out, third man long leg, deep square, deep cover, and then 5 men saving the single, a backward point extra cover, mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket. Gleeson in there doing the fielding, away to our left hand side. As Bohannon has the ball back in his hand, back of his run. Goes in wide on the crease, and Proctor is just chopping one down into the covers. And they go through for an easy single. So the lead goes to 348. Scoreboard to our right hand side made an error, so it's currently counting backwards. An FM update now for BBC Radio Northampton listeners, so bear with. Northants batting on this final day. They resume here today on 214 for 6 in their second innings. A big lead of 341. They were frustrated last night with 3 overs lost to bad light. They will need a little bit more time here today just to try and increase the lead, as Brett Hutton is caught on the mid-wicket fence away to our right-hand side, trying to increase that lead quickly. But the lead currently standing at 348, and just a question of how much time Northants want to leave themselves to try and bowl Lancashire out for a second time. But they're now 7 down, and Matt Coles, the big hitting Matt Coles to come, and the lead 348. Back with you online, and a wicket there for Bohannon. Banging one in, Hutton having a big leg side swing, and it was a good catch by Keaton Jennings out on the mid-wicket fence away to our right-hand side. Solid catch, just moving around to his left-hand side a few yards. It was a high hanging chance. Decent strike actually by Hutton.
Caught Jennings bowled Bohannon for 24.
But long boundaries this week, both sides really. It was out towards the scoreboard to our right-hand side, and Hutton perishes in the deep, and he's gone for 24. So Northants 220 for 7. I was actually a run ahead of my calculations in that update for FM listeners. So 220 for 7, and the lead 347. And out comes Matt Coles at number 9 for Northamptonshire. who can strike a long ball, certainly, but won't have too much time to try and have a swing here this morning. 20 for 7, Northants, the lead 347. And a very good morning to listeners on 855 medium wave on BBC Radio Lancashire up in the northwest. And a very good morning, Scott Reed.
Good morning, everybody. Everybody, a very good morning. Hope we're all well. Breezy up here, isn't it?
It is actually, yeah.
A little breezy on the gantry.
Just picked up from the previous couple of days in this match. But it's quite warm again.
Yeah, it's a lovely day.
Sunshine just poking through some hazy high cloud for the moment, as Bohannon prepares to complete the first over of the day. An extended first over of the day goes into Procter, and Procter dabs leg side. They go through for a single, and that's a healthy enough start for Northamptonshire, helped by those extras that Bohannon sent down, the wide and then the no ball. So it's 2-2-1 for 7, and the Northamptonshire lead is 348. And if they were to declare in the next over, they would be able to have 93 overs at Lancashire. Suggested last night they may have 4 this morning.
Oh, a little dart for 4.
A little dart for 4, and then that would leave them 90 overs to have a bowl. So 90 overs to chase 360, 4 and over target. And that's a target you'd be reasonably confident of being able to defend. And then you would get the chance of 10 overs with a second new ball later on today as well. But the work here this morning, you do just feel the Northants would have really loved to have done it last night.
Yeah.
In those 3 overs that were lost for bad light. So Stephen Parry is going to open up from the Wilson end.
Stephen Parry,
who produced a really nice delivery to bowl Adam Rossington yesterday afternoon. One that gripped and turned past the outside edge. That'll be of interest to Northamptonshire today. Interest to Rob Keogh in particular.
Yeah, definitely. And it was a lovely delivery, wasn't it? But yeah, Keogh could be a big part to play today. If, I mean, the ball turned pretty sharply actually when Parry dismissed Rossington. So yeah, Keogh could be a big factor in the day.
So Parry has got deep point out, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, deep square, and deep backward square as he bowls left arm over from the Wilson end, and Procter looks to tuck it around the corner but only finds mid-wicket. Jones in there coming to his left-hand side, and there is no run. So just 3 saving 1 here at backward point, extra cover and mid-wicket as Lancashire try to ensure that Northants use as much time as possible this morning. Parry is in outside the off stump. Procter is advancing down the pitch, just adjusts himself and pushes down towards long on for a single. 2-2-2 for 7. The lead is 349.
Wicket at Old Trafford, India 4 for 1. Rohit Sharma's gone. Caught behind off the bowling of Matt Henry, so 4 for 1 in the second. Target of 240 for India to win.
The 2-day one-day international.
I feel a bit sorry for New Zealand, but I mean,
Yeah.
they did win the toss.
They did, yeah.
And they knew it was
going to rain.
rain.
Definitely. They knew the situation that could prevail and has prevailed. So Matt Coles, who only made 5 in the first innings, takes his first ball here. Slipper's gone in as Parry bowls over the wicket. Full toss though, down the leg side and swept away. This will be at least a couple of runs to fine leg. Fieldsman tearing around Bohannon from deep backward square. Comes around to cut it off, and they get back for the second run. So the lead is now over 350, 351. 2-2-4 for 7. The field has stayed right back on the leg side fence here for Coles, who has a little look around to see where he can provide a big hit perhaps. But he paddle sweeps again here and again gets it quite fine. This would just be a single though, because Bohannon is onto it a bit quicker to his left hand side. And they get just the 1 run, so 3-5-2 the lead.
Still no Saqib Mahmood out there for Lancashire, so again Northamptonshire may only need to take 9 wickets. I've no idea if he's fit enough to come out and have a bat, but that's something that we can keep an eye on. But, yeah, still no Mahmood.
Parry once more from the far end, past the umpire, and Procter's turned the turn around the corner, and he's missed and he's been bowled. Leg stump knocked back. Just looking to flick it around the corner there, Procter, and a little bit of turn I think out of the footholds. and Procter has gone for 29. So Northampton are 8 down now at 2-2-5-8, and the lead standing at 3-5-2.
He's played that shot, or at least tried to play that shot a lot during this, not just this little knock of 29, but also in the first inning as well, going across his stumps and working it leg side. He quite likes that shot, doesn't he, Procter? But maybe just done for a little bit of grip, a bit of turn for Parry.
Procter bowled Stephen Parry for 29.
Personally, I don't think this is a bad thing. I mean, if Northampton should get skittled out pretty quickly, get Lancashire out there batting, make Lancashire bat, try and save the day. I mean, I think like Northampton's batting on would have been the ideal thing for Lancashire. I don't think Lancashire would have fancied coming out to try and bat this morning. So I think from a Northamptonshire point of view, the quicker this is wrapped up and done with, the better.
Indeed. Well, they mentioned that it may only be 4 overs. May not quite get that far if they bowl out here, but like you say, it may be for the best. And those 3 overs last night, we did lose to bad light. Just stalled Northampton a little bit, because that was a period where they could have scored at least 20 runs. Maybe if they had a swing, they might have got 30 runs. The lead could have been 370 last night, and then full 96 overs, they'd have been a bit more comfortable declaring with that type of score. But I think to set 340 and 96, the way that the wicket tends to do, conditions here are 1-2, they do get a bit flat, sort of 30 overs onwards, 40 overs onwards. They just had that in the back of their minds, and how Lancashire built 2 big partnerships throughout their first innings as well. Because having played pretty well for 3 days, the last thing Northampton want to do, I think, this morning would be to just put themselves in a position where they could undo all that good work. And I think at the start of the week, if you'd have given them 13 points, 12 points they'd get from a draw here, they'd have probably taken it.
On the back of the win at Sussex.
Definitely,
as well.
yeah. The way that Lancashire are placed in the table, and the way that Northampton were dismantled by Lancashire up at Old Trafford, I think a high scoring points draw would have been on the agenda, I think.
I agree, but I just wonder whether those things change as the game develops, and when you're in such a big, strong position to try and actually force a win. But either way, I mean, if Northampton come away with a draw and a high-scoring draw, it's been a fantastic 2 weeks. That's a really good points return from a trip down to Sussex and a home game against Lancashire.
So Nathan Buck, the right-hander, is on strike here at number 10. And Parry bowls round the wicket from the far end, and Buck is back to his first ball, just poking it to extra cover for no run. Deep cover is out, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket and deep square. But that's the end of the over. So 2 overs gone this morning, and Northampton lost a couple of wickets, with Hutton gone for 24, Procter gone for 29, and that little partnership last night just moved Northampton back into the ascendancy once more, because they were 168 for 6 when Rossington was gone, 33 yesterday afternoon, and ambitions to rush towards the close in a bit of a flourish. They were very much checked with those 2 wickets. Keogh played very nicely for his 74, and then Rossington was very keen to hurry things along yesterday afternoon, but when he fell, it needed a period of a little bit of rebuilding there. So having taken wickets in that period and at the start of the innings when Northampton were 14-3, Lancashire have just ensured that Northampton haven't been able to totally run away with things as they would have liked. They would have liked to go along at 4 and over for a lot of yesterday afternoon, get themselves up to 240 by the close, and they would have been holding all the aces. But just a few more questions asked this morning. And Lancashire, I think, will be fairly pleased with a couple of overs here so far, eating up a bit of time, a couple of wickets. So Bohannon to Coles here, and Coles striking one down the ground. Oh, it's a beauty down beneath us, all the way for 6. Well, long on was out to our left-hand side, and at first glance I thought Graham Onions there was going to come around to his right-hand side and take an easy catch, but goodness, that was well struck over the boundary's edge directly beneath us, all the way for 6. So Coles goes to 9, 2, 3, 1 for 8. What a strike!
The boy can hit it, can't he? I mean, I've seen him play a couple of times in the flesh, and watched him quite a bit on the TV as well. Mike Coles can hit a ball, and that was an example of it right there. That's absolutely clubbed away, wasn't it? Goodness me! And there's a bit of developments too at Old Trafford, where Colby's been given out
Coles defends this time, but it's a no ball from Bohannon, the second of the morning. So a couple of bonus runs for Northants.
So Cole has been given out. They're 5 for 2, but he's reviewed it for an LBW. So it's just gone back up to the TV umpire. He's not hit it, so it's down to ball tracker. But this could be a significant moment. Virat Kohli would be given out. LBW. Oh, is it gonna?
Height. Umpire's call.
Kohli's gone. India 5 for 2 in that game in Manchester.
Wow. That's a brave decision by the umpire, isn't it? The ball just flicking the bails. Richard Illingworth with the decision. Well, he's just made himself the most unpopular man in India. Bohannon into Coles, outside the off stump and driven away. Got it past extra cover here. And this will be a couple of runs. Jennings running around to deep extra cover to collect. And they come back for 2 more. So with the no ball and a couple of runs there, the Northants lead is now 3-6-2. 235 for 8.
Kohli shaking his head. Can't believe it. Umpire's call. Just clipping the top of the bails.
Extraordinary stuff.
5 for 2. What a good start for New Zealand.
240 the target. Only a modest number to get to, but well, 2 premier batsmen. Oh goodness me, there was some dissent from our right-hand side.
I'm happy with that, aren't
Goodness me.
What's going on?
I've never heard anything like that before.
What's going on?
Bohannon in, and this is swung leg side by Coles. Another mighty strike, 1 bounce 4 this time. It's another no ball as well. This is really poor stuff from Josh Bohannon, coming in at brisk, medium pace really, maybe a bit quicker, but no excuse for 3 no balls now this morning, and that's 6 more onto the total, 241 for 8.
Well, yeah, that's not helping out matters, is it, for Lancashire? He started with a no ball, started with a wide, then a no ball, and he's been clubbed away for a couple of sixes.
Bohannon comes in again, and Coles flicks it leg side. It's just a single now, down to long on. Onions to our left-hand side. So twice here, Onions has seen balls sailing past him. The first time all the way for 6 down beneath us, and the second time to our left-hand side, to Onions' left, 1 bounce into the players' dressing rooms, or the lower tier of the players' room away to our left-hand side. So 242 for 8, and the lead extends to 369. They mentioned 4 overs, and I think 4 overs is going to be about right, I think, here.
Yeah, there's not much point in dragging it on, is there?
No, definitely not.
They've clubbed a couple of sixes. They've pushed the lead further up.
Bohannon to Buck. Buck, well, he tries the late cut here and he misses. Just trying to steer a length ball outside the off stump down to third man. Missed out and taken by Villas behind the stumps. Yeah, ideally Northants would have declared overnight, I think, but it's never a bad thing to get a side back in the field the following morning.
Yeah.
Definitely, because sometimes you've got to do what the opposition don't want to do, and no one in that Lancashire dressing wanted to put the bowling boots on again, did they? As Bohannon goes in, and Buck this time does late cut and steers it down to third man for a single. 370 the advantage now. And if Northants were to declare, they'd have 91 overs. So the run rate required would be above 4.
I just don't think Lancashire would have entertained any prospect of trying to go for that. Not initially. I mean, the idea will be to try and bat and take it deep and try and get it into the final session, and then by doing that, therefore you're edging towards your target. But in terms of coming out with the intent of trying to win and chase those runs down, I just don't think that will be. Lancashire will just try and make the game safe, try and take it deep if they can. If there's a chance of winning it, happy days. If not, just bat.
Bohannon was about to set off to complete the over, but we just posted a man back. Gleeson here at cow corner to our left. Comes in now, and Coles gets a length ball outside the off stump. He's just content to open the blade on and steer it away down towards the Wilson stand at third man for a boundary. So 3 overs gone this morning. A couple of wickets have gone down. Procter for 29, Hutton for 24. But Coles, with some merry hitting, has got himself quickly to 17, and Buck on 1, 2, 4, 4 for 8, and the lead 371.
New Zealand are 5 for 3 in the 4th.
Wow. KL Rahul is now out.
Dearie me. Little edge behind. Oh, good take by the keeper. Tom Latham going to his right. What a start for New Zealand. 5 for 3.
Absolutely fantastic. Goodness me. Well, he thought that the situation was going to favour India with the restart of the match today as a full 50 over encounter. New Zealand posting 239, but 3 top order wickets down already. But here, Northampton 2-4-4 for 8. They lead by 3-7-1, and you would think that this would be the last over before they declare. It's Parry from the Wilson end into Coles, outside the off stump. He waits and then hammers it away, all the way for 6 over mid-wicket. That's a mighty strike. Too short from Parry, and Coles was onto it in a flash, and that is a big, big hit out towards the bank of white seats at deep mid-wicket. There is a fieldsman out there. He looked up and then quickly realised all he had to do was go to the advertising hoardings to collect the ball. 250 for 8. Parry in again. Coles goes again leg side and loses his leg stump. Big swing and a miss. Will that be it? Looking away to the Northants dressing room to our left-hand side. Nathan Buck standing still at the far end. Not sure there's too much point in Ben Sanderson coming out at number 11, is there? Looking around, but Coles has gone for 23.
Parry for 23.
The lead sits at 377. And we thought that this was going to be the last over that Northants would have out there. But it does appear as if Ben Sanderson is going to come out to bat, which I'm really, really surprised about.
I mean, yeah, I suppose you lose the over you're in anyway, don't you? So, I don't know, carry on for 4 more balls, then declare, and then you lose. I mean, you're not going to lose an additional over, are you? But getting to the end of this one, you're still only going to lose 2.
So you may as well have the 4 balls.
Have the 4 balls back.
Incoming batsman Ben Sanderson.
It's the only thing I can.
Sponsored by Wentworth Alexander.
I can think of, but goodness me, Coles is grateful, isn't it? He's absolutely tonked that one. I mean, it was a filthy ball from Stephen Parry, but boy, did he put it away.
And he got the treatment, didn't he?
Yeah.
Went way back towards the covers over there, parked in front of that bank of white seats. Now, initially, I thought the covers might be needed today, because earlier in the week there was a chance of a shower today, but that appears to not be the case, and the forecast is clear for a full day's play, which is good news.
Yeah, well, that is good news, because you don't want the weather affecting it today, on the last day, because the previous 3 days have been terrific, been a really hard-fought, competitive game of cricket across the 3 days, so don't want it to be kind of affected by weather, so it's nice that the forecast is cleared up.
So 377 is the Northants lead. At 250 for 9 now, and Parry is going to continue from the Wilson end here with a slip in place, and surely now just a case of 4 singles, I suppose, you would think.
Yeah, well, if you're going to, there's
no point Sanderson coming out here having a swing and getting caught, is there?
Might as well just get the 4 runs.
That would be a complete waste. So Parry is in from the far end, and Sanderson drives away, steers it away to the covers, gets himself a run, gets himself off the mark. He goes to 378, 251 for 9. And you would think the Buck would do exactly the same thing here. Just take the single, just nudge it up by another 4 runs. Doesn't sound a lot, but like you say, use the time while you've got it here. Parry to Buck. Left armour to right-hander, worked around the corner. That'll be a single to Hamid at deep backward square. Away to our left-hand side. He goes to 379. So looking like 90 overs, and the target being around 380, which is very stiff indeed. As Parry floats one up, and Sanderson can only keep it out here towards extra cover. And there's no run. And you would think now that this will be the last ball of the Northants innings. If it isn't, then Northants really, really are playing ultra safe. Parry to complete the over, and Sanderson is back and flicking only as far as the bowler. He turns and doesn't walk off the ground. Interesting. So Northants are going to bat on. So They wanted more than 4 overs this morning at Lancashire, and maybe they are playing ultra safe and deciding that later in the day it would only be 10 overs with the second new ball. How much of an effect is that going to have? But in the first innings, 5 of 25 went down with the second new ball.
New ball works.
And it didn't take long either, did it? It took just over 10 overs for Northampton to take those 5 wickets with the second new ball. So enough time you would think. Why wouldn't you give yourself the option? But obviously here Northampton, I think, maybe have concluded, as I mentioned, that they've had a good week at Sussex.
Yep.
They've had a great 3 days here. They just don't want to lose, because 12 points would be a good return off the best team in the division. I think it's pretty much fair to say that. So BOHANNON to continue.
Yep, comes over the wicket and bowls, and Buck gives himself a bit of room trying to swat it through the onside, no run. Yeah, I absolutely get that. It's very easy when you're a spectator, whether you're up in the commentary box, you're going to second guess. But it's the captain's call. It's his reputation. It's his career. It's his, these are big decisions in professional sport to make and to get wrong. So if that's the way he judges it, and that's absolutely fine. That's his call to make. He's BOHANNON into Buck. So he's swatting this one, but only down towards deep backward square leg, and shuffle back for a couple. And Buck moves up to 254 for 9 here at Wanties Road on the 4th day. If you have a buzz on the line, hopefully it's gone. Maybe it's just in our headphones.
I think it is just in our headphones, actually, yeah.
Good. Technician extraordinaire Alex Winter has jabbed something into the equipment and he's worked a treat. Here is BOHANNON to Buck, and he's dragging that one through the onside. Big heave, almost down on one knee out towards deep mid wicket, and gets himself safely home for 1 run. Moves to 5, 255 for 9. So Lancashire have spread out their field on the leg side, understandably so, at long leg, at deep square leg, at deep mid wicket, and Davies at long on down below us. So 4 out on the boundary rope on the leg side. BOHANNON to Sanderson, who swipes it through the onside, but gathered by Rob Jones, and there is no run. 255 for 9.
Thank you, Scott Reed. So myself, Alex Winter, here at Wantage Road. 256 for 9, Northamptonshire. Obviously wanting a few more runs here before declaring. The lead currently sits at 383. Maybe they want 400 as BOHANNON is into Buck. It's flicked around the corner. This will just be a single to deep square. Jennings running away from the big screen. And they get just one more. So 384 the advantage. Yeah, this work here Northampton would have loved to have done in those 3 overs last night. Obviously having a few more than 3 overs this morning, but they would have come back 370 ahead today. Maybe changed the equation. BOHANNON to Sanderson, swings leg side, 2 men out on the fences, but Sanderson has caught that really well. It's gone all the way for 6, and that will do it. They've finished with a flourish. Sanderson swiping a 6 towards the groundsman's building to our right-hand side, and Northamptonshire have declared with that mighty hit from Sanderson. He ends up 8 not out. Buck with him on 6, and Northampton declared on 263 for 9, so a lead of 390. So I believe that leaves Lancashire with a target of 391 in 89 overs here. So Northampton this morning have had 5 overs to take their 214 for 6 to 263 for 9. So on come the ground staff. Lancashire have already used their heavy roller in the game already, so they can only have the light roller out here now. And the challenge for them to try and get through this morning's session, really. If they can get through unscathed, they will have a really good chance to bat out the day, because they got going very nicely in the first innings with 2 century partnerships. Can they get through the day to get out of here with the draw? That's what Stephen Croft was saying last night, mentioning how Lancashire's season has gone really well so far. They'd just like to keep the losses column at 0, keep that unbeaten record intact.
Bacon and sausage bats.
Lancashire and Glamorgan, the only sides in Division 2 with unbeaten records so far this season. So 263 for 9 declared, Northamptonshire here, and it has set Lancashire 391 to win in 89 overs. Is that enough time for Northants to try and bowl Lancashire out for a second time? It took 94 overs of the first innings.
For those of you interested in the Cricket World Cup semi-final,
how long might it take
10 for 3
to take 10 more wickets the second time around? Northants hadn't taken 20 wickets in the match this season until they corrected that last week at Sussex with a fine performance and a huge victory by 393 runs. It was the highest victory in Northamptonshire's history, which was extraordinary. And Sussex's highest defeat, largest defeat by county opposition in their history as well. It really was an extraordinary week last week at Hove. But here, 391 the target in 89 overs, I think. Although my computer says differently. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you were. I think you're right. Yeah. Because they declared at the end of that over, didn't they? So you just take off the 2. So yeah, I think you're right. 89.
Yeah, 263 plus 127, 390. Yeah, 390 the lead, so 391 in 89 overs. Most definitely the target. Elsewhere, as you may have heard over the PA and heard us getting a little giddy as well at the World Cup match out in up at Old Trafford continuing. India are chasing 240 to win. They're 3 down already. They're 10 for 3 there in the 7th over with Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma, the 2 big run getters for India, out already. Elsewhere, games going on in the County Championship today, and mostly in Division 2. There is one game still going on in Division 1, that is at the Oval, where Surrey are 206 for 7 against Kent. So Kent look likely to claim a fine victory there. Darren Stevens took some important wickets after tea yesterday to put Kent in a fantastic position. It looks like Kent are going to win there at the Oval, unless Surrey can provide some lower order resistance and maybe boost the lead maybe to 200, but looking like Kent are going to claim a fine win at the Oval to not quite confirm their Division 1 safety, but give it a big boost with defeat for Nottinghamshire again yesterday down at Taunton. The Division 2 games still going on are at Leicester, where Leicestershire are trying to bat out the day for a draw with Durham. They're 93 for 1. Their nominal target is 393. Not totally impossible, it must be said, because the wicket seems to have really flattened out there. Extraordinary game. Durham bowled out for 117 first time around. Leicestershire replied with 212. Only for Durham to then rack up 487 for 7 declared. And pressure on Leicestershire in the 4th innings. Money for the moment on a draw there. At Kidderminster, things have also flattened out remarkably, because the first innings saw Derbyshire bowled out for 108. Worcestershire replied with just 113, and then Derbyshire made 377. So Worcestershire's target is 373. They were 5 down very quickly yesterday, but they are now 198 for 5. So they return here on the final day, now with 175 more to win, with 5 wickets in hand. And that all of a sudden becomes a possibility, but the second new ball is 5 overs away, which may change the equation. Yesterday there were wins for Middlesex against Gloucestershire by 78 runs at Northwood. Gloucestershire collapsed miserably to 137 all out, chasing 216. Middlesex had been 7 down, just 100 ahead there, but rallied for a victory to suddenly propel them up the Division 2 table. I mentioned Somerset's win over Notts at Taunton to keep Somerset top of the table and to keep Notts rooted to the foot of Division 1. Essex also completed an 8-wicket victory over Yorkshire at Chelmsford to keep up their pursuit of Somerset at the top of Division 1, looking like a straight shootout now between Somerset and Essex for the county championship title, with 5 rounds remaining, and the pair meet at Taunton in the final game of the season. Also a result yesterday at the Aegeus Bowl, where Warwickshire clung on for a remarkable draw. They were 6 down with a lot of overs to go there, but clung on with 2 wickets remaining to draw. 3, 4, 7 for 8 they made in their second innings, batting at 106.5 overs to secure a draw with Hampshire, and that is a serious knock to any ambitions that Hampshire had of trying to get back in the title race. There was also a result at Arundel yesterday, where Sussex, the beleaguered Sussex side really, coming off the back of defeats by Durham and Northants, were hammered by Australia A. They lost by 10 wickets, skittled for just 120 in the second innings, left Australia A a target of just 11. So Sussex finding little form ahead of their trip to Old Trafford next week. So coming into the final day of the matches today in Division 2, the table has moved around a little bit. I mentioned the win for Middlesex. That's propelled them to 4th in the table all of a sudden, from bottom to 4th with one fell swoop. They have 91 points. Gloucestershire have 84 points, so a little off the pace all of a sudden. Played 8 games. Middlesex have played 1 more. And they're the only 2 teams to have finished their matches this round so far. Glamorgan, top of the table, played 9. Lancashire, after this game here, will also have played 9. But if they can't get up to this target of 391 in 89 overs, they will take 10 points for a draw. 3 batting, 2 bowling, 5 for a draw. So they will go to 134 points, which will give Lancashire only a slender lead of 7 points at the top of the table. But it would give them a 35-point advantage over Sussex in 3rd, who they play next week. But everybody bar Worcestershire would have played 9 matches at the end of this round of matches.
Northamptonshire, the team led out by Captain Adam Rossington.
In terms of the Division 1 table, Somerset top on 164 points, a good advantage here over Essex on 149. And then a gap now to Yorkshire in 3rd, 109 points, level with Hampshire on 109. They must be ahead on 1 fewer defeat. Must be the only tiebreaker there. They've both won 3 matches. Hampshire have got more batting points. Yorkshire have 1 more bowling point. But Yorkshire lost 2. Hampshire have lost 3. So that must be the tiebreaker, one would think. Warwickshire go to 83 points. Very tight at the bottom of the table. Kent 81 points. Surrey 80 points. If Kent can complete victory there, they would be propelled at the table into the safety of mid-table, well away from that bottom place. Just 1 going down this year in Division 1 because...
Opening the batting for Lancashire in pursuit of 391, Keaton Jennings and Alex Davies.
Because the divisions are being recalibrated for next season. But Notts played 9, only 45 points on the board, no victories, 6 defeats, 3 draws, just 11 batting points. It's been a miserable campaign for Notts so far. 5 games to go. They've probably got to win 3 of them, you'd think, to have any chance at all of staying up. Looking like a return to Division 2 for Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, I mean, they only just survived last year, didn't they?
They did.
Lancashire got relegated, and had they... Well, there's different options that they could have looked at, but basically relegated by a point. So Northamptonshire just survived by the... Nottinghamshire just survived by the skin of their teeth last year, didn't they, really? So it's not like a one-off. There's obviously even though there've been a lot of additions and a lot of signings made to strengthen their team, and it looks good on paper. It's just, for whatever reason, it ain't working at the minute for Nottinghamshire. But it's a real puzzle, that, because I'm with you, I kind of fancied them to be pushing right towards the top. Anyway, here we go. Game. This is really the game. That kind of first half an hour, just slowly waiting for this to occur, which was the declaration and then the start of this Lancashire second innings. So here comes Sanderson to bowl the first over. Bowling to Keaton Jennings. Huge appeal for LBW. The slips are up, the keeper's up, the bowler's up. The umpire shakes his head, and that roar from behind is turned down by umpire David Mills. But it's a nice warm up of the vocal cords for Northamptonshire because they'll be wanting a few more of them throughout the course of the afternoon. They've got themselves 4 slips in place. They've got themselves a fine leg, point, a mid-off and a mid-on and a mid-wicket. Sanderson from the 1-2 road end with Keaton Jennings, 0 in the first innings, 9-ball duck in the first innings for Jennings. He's waiting for Sanderson. He's playing forward and pushing to Procter, who's at mid-on, and there is no run. It would be a timely period of the season for Keaton Jennings to get himself some runs. He's had a pretty quiet campaign so far, Keaton Jennings. A relatively relaxed and pretty calm individual. He'll just be doing it ball by ball. Northampton, I'm sure, be desperate to get in and amongst this Lancashire top order as quickly as possible. Sanderson bowls a wide ball angled across Keaton Jennings. He ignores that through to Rossington, and there is no run. 2 for 2, Lancashire were in their first innings. Sanderson dismissing Keaton Jennings, edge to Levy at slip, and then he bowled Hasib Hamid, one that Hamid just chopped onto his stumps from a bottom edge. Lancashire at 2 for 2 at that point. What Northampton would do for a repeat second time round. Sanderson to Jennings. He's off the mark, pushing through the offside. First run for Keaton Jennings in the game. Just worked out through extra cover for a single. It gets Lancashire up and running, 1 without loss in their second innings. 89 overs to bat through to try and save the match or to score the runs. Say 10 wickets for Northamptonshire, and I said that a little bit uncertain because I'm not sure of the condition of Saqib Mahmood and whether or not he will be fit enough to bat. We didn't see him at all bowl, didn't take to the field at all yesterday after his dismissal. Came out to bat, but didn't re-emerge during the course of the Northamptonshire second innings. So they might well be a batsman light, but that's a little bit further down the line. If we get to the situation where Mahmood is required, then we are really in for an interesting game. Sanderson is over the wicket and bowling to Davies, who is content to leave the first ball he's faced and gathered by Rossington. Just shapes back in a fraction. Rossington takes it to his left hand side, tosses the ball up to Vasconcelos at first slip. He's got 3 more in there. First, second, third and fourth slips, all on the prowl, all waiting for an edge. We've seen the ball move quite a lot throughout the course of this game. Plenty of swing for the bowlers, movement through the air, which has been quite noticeable throughout the course of the 3 days prior to this one. Sanderson to Davies, apologies. Just into his pads and could squirt that one through the onside. Robin Newton jogs out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary to field. Davies jogs back for a second, so he's off the mark with that. Like a sort of 3 without loss here on the final day of this county championship fixture in Northamptonshire. A bright and breezy day, but it's quite a refreshing breeze actually. Quite a humid day, and this little gentle breeze going across the ground as we look from left to right. The flags fluttering either side of the Lynn Wilson Indoor Centre, and the clouds are high and there's plenty of blue sky and the sun just peers through as well. First over of the innings concluded, 3 runs off it, and Northampton going straight to Brett Hutton from the Wilson end. It's a new ball combination which worked a treat for Northamptonshire in the first innings. Sanderson 4 for 62, Hutton 3 for 77, his figures, and they're charged with the task of trying to make some early inroads and put Lancashire under pressure. Still with 4 slips in place and a point in the mid-off, shortish mid-wicket and a square leg. Hutton balls to Jennings, who's playing forward, just a little push down the track. It rolls slowly to Nathan Buck, who comes up from mid-off, and there is no run. Let's see Vasconcelos, who is at first slip. Richard Levy's out there again, so that's good. Whatever was the problem with his fingers, he's okay, because he is currently at second slip. Matt Coles at third slip and Rob Keogh at fourth slip, with Bavuma at point and Buck at mid-off. As Hutton comes over the wicket to Jennings. Oh, and that's guided down and bouncing awkwardly just in front of Coles at third slip. That clipped the fingers of Matt Coles. It bounced probably a yard or so in front and then popped up into his hands and just flashed onto the fingers, and he's just wringing his left hand there, is Matt Coles. But there is no run. So that leaves Newton down at fine leg, with Sanderson at mid-on and Procter at square leg. Hutton comes in and balls to Jennings, just comes back in a fraction, and Jennings forcing it into the offside, but off the inner edge of the bat really, just nipping back in off the seam there. Jennings pushing out into the offside, gathered by Nathan Buck, and there's no run. The backup bowlers absolutely crucial as well for Northamptonshire. I mentioned just how well Sanderson and Hutton bowled in the first innings, but it did just ease up, tapered off when Buck and Coles came into the attack. Those two have got to be right on it as well for Northants. Hutton bowling to Jennings, who's playing a forward defensive, guiding the ball back down the ground. Picked up by Hutton off his own bowling, and there is no run. Yeah,
that backup bowling has got to come to the party today, isn't it? In the words of Tony Gregg, can't leave it all to Sanderson and Hutton again. Pair shared 7 wickets in the first innings, and the backup bowling. Buck and Coles expensive. Buck 11 overs for 53, Coles 8 overs for 40. Procter did a good holding job.
As Hutton comes back into Jennings, who's playing forward again, just pushing up to Buck, who's very tight in at mid-off, very close, and as indeed is Sanderson. Sanderson at mid-on. No run.
And we'll see how Keogh goes today as well, because we've seen a little bit of turn for Parry last sort of half a day or so. Genuine 4th day pitch here. It's been a warm one all week as well, so we'll see how Keogh might be able to get involved in the game this afternoon.
3 for 43 in the first innings for Keogh. Hutton to Jennings, forward in defence, playing the ball safely into the offside. No run, end of the second over. Lancashire are 3 without loss. India are 24 for 3, halfway into the 10th. So they lost 3 early wickets, 5 for 3 at one point, India. But they've got plenty of time to rebuild. It's not a particularly daunting total. 240 from their 50 overs, so they can afford just to absorb a few overs here and try and settle things down and get through this terrific opening spell from Matt Henry and Trent Boult. Here comes Ben Sanderson bowling to Alex Davies up onto his toes, but lifts the bat out the way. The ball just moves gradually away from Davies and nestles into the gloves of Rossington. And there is no run. 3 without loss. County Championship game going down to the final day. And with the way the game has progressed so far, you wouldn't rule out it going down to the final few overs of the match as well. Hutton to Davies.
Charged.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot off the front foot, punched up towards the long off boundary. Will it get there? Procter chases after that. You can hear the feet of Procter stomping on the ground, but it beats the chase from Procter and from Keogh. And that's a handsome looking drive by Alex Davies to bring up 4 more runs. He moves to 6. Lancashire move to 7 without loss. We're in the 3rd over of the game.
I mentioned in the first innings how Davies straight away looked in really good order, and that's a great start for him here.
Sanderson at the top of his mark, waits again. He bowls a really good ball to Alex Davies, who's squared up and beaten him through to the keeper, and there's no run, and India are 4 down, 24 for 4. Matt Henry has his 2nd wicket, 3 for 13 for Henry, 24 for 4. Kartik's gone, caught at backward point, looked like a magnificent catch. With Kartik driving thick edge. Oh, that's a sensational one-handed catch, low to his left-hand side. What a grab. Oh, dearie me. Brilliant catch by Jimmy Neesham. And India are 24 for 4 after 10. Brilliant drama in that World Cup semi-final. We'll keep you right up to date with it throughout the course of the afternoon here at the county ground at Wanties Road in Northamptonshire. 7 without loss, Lancashire. Sanderson with 4 slips waiting, comes over the wicket and balls to Davies into his front foot, but happy to allow the ball to go past his off stump and gathered by Rossington, and there is no run. Jimmy Neesham catch was absolutely sensational.
Just sorry, treading on social media that Jimmy Neesham almost gave up cricket 18 months ago.
Oh, right.
Not quite sure of the background to his story, but
He clearly didn't when he watches that replay back. Sanderson to Davies.
Charge.
That's beautifully played as well. Whipped away through the onside. Procter at mid-on will chase after it. Might get to it. Here comes a little run between the race between the ball and the fielder, and it's won by the fielder on this occasion. Procter beaten for that. Again, that quick outfield that we've seen here throughout the course of the week in Northamptonshire. But a nice way to end the over. Davies, who was in 5 fettle in the first innings, made a career best score of 147. Has just driven one beautifully to long off the front foot, punching to the right of mid-off, and whips one off his pad through mid-wicket for 4 more. So Davies into double figures. He moves to 10. And Lancashire are 11 without loss. We've had 3 overs of their second innings. If you're just joining our coverage, then it is a target of 391 to win the game. 89 overs is what Lancashire got to bat through. Now 86 to go. They're 11 without loss. Hutton into Jennings, who's playing forward defensive, and pushing that into the offside. Bavuma comes up from point to field, and there's no run.
seems like a day for Jennings and Hamid, isn't it?
Yeah.
This type of situation. No pressure to score runs at all. Just go and back yourself a couple of sessions here, get yourself a little score and try to regather some form.
Hutton over the wicket, balls. Jennings forward, defending. No run.
Because people have been saying that Jennings has almost become unselectable, really, the last couple of months or so. Out of England's plans, perhaps, for an Ireland Test match. Will he be given the Ireland Test match, given a go, maybe? Final chance for the Australians.
Would be a big call, that, wouldn't it? He just kind of bends his knees and waits for Hutton. He's clipping this one down towards the fielder at fine leg for a single. Moves to 2, 12 without loss.
Burns appears to be
Yep.
set in place. Hasn't got a bucket load of runs so far, but steady enough. Rory Burns at the top of the order. The forgotten man almost the last couple of months, Joe Denley, is the man in possession at number 3, which is extraordinary. Whether they would think about opening the batting with Joe Denley, and if they are going to seriously look at Jason Roy at 3, which Trevor Bayliss hinted at on Sunday.
Yeah, it's what made the start to the season quite interesting if you're a batsman, because those positions are up for grabs, aren't they? Yeah, it'd be fascinating to see what they go to for that Ireland Test. Hutton to Davies, dabbing the ball down into the offside, and thinks about one, and Jennings yells at him, "Get back!" Davies turns on his heels and gets back into his crease. He has a little white towel, Davies, hooked into the back of his trousers, and it's flapping away. With his short shirt sleeves on, and a plaster just below his left elbow. His finger on his left hand strapped up when fielding. Patching a few of these guys up, aren't they? That's the case up and down the country. Tough old slog, the county championship. Davies punching back down the ground, gathered by Hutton. No run, and these players, not just Lancashire obviously, but right across the board, up and down the country. Players are in the middle of 6, 7, 8, 9 games in succession, with maybe just a 1 week off in the middle of all that. So that's a pretty big slog of county championship cricket, and you're going to get bumps and bruises. You're going to get a few niggles along the way, aren't you? Hutton to Davies once more, right in behind, defending, playing the ball up to mid-off, and there is no run. So that is the conclusion of Hutton's second over. He started nice and tightly, gone for just the 1 run so far. Sanderson's gone for 11. A couple of beautiful shots by Davies, and we've had 4 overs, and Lancashire are 12 without loss. at Wanties Road. BBC Radio Northampton, BBC Radio Manchester and BBC Radio Lancashire on the medium wave frequency back up in Lancashire, and online via the BBC Sport website and app as well. Plus you can log on to Northamptonshire's website, look at the pictures and listen to the commentary, and there's live event numbers as well. There's all sorts of different ways of keeping across the cricket. Sanderson balls to Jennings, and he's shouldering arms through to Rossington, and there is no run. 12 without loss. Lancashire's players on the balcony to my left hand side. All, in a little bit of shade at the minute, peering over the edge, watching their two colleagues set off to try and get this innings up and running successfully. Sanderson into Jennings again, but through to the keeper, and there is no run. You can get in contact with us throughout the course of the day via Twitter at Scott Reed 16 or at BBC Likes Cricket or at _ Alex Winter. Not quite sure why it's an underscore, but he's very special. Sanderson balls to Jennings, who's playing forward and defending back down the ground, and there is no run.
It's because some joker who hasn't tweeted since 2015 has taken possession of ordinary at Alex Winter.
Ah, right.
And yeah, has tweeted for 4 years. So I'm working on. I might have to pay some Russian to hack him to close the account down. So I can take possession of it.
I just thought you were being very special. You're a very special person. Clipped off the pads by Keaton Jennings as Sanderson just gets one to nip back in a fraction. Work down to backward square leg. Jennings moves to 3. Score moves on to 13 without loss. Halfway into the third over from Sanderson and the 5th of the innings. So yeah, different ways to get involved throughout the course of the day. You might well be doing what we're doing, which is basically watching 2 games. No point in trying to deceive you. We've got the New Zealand-India match on our screen in front of us, and bringing you the ball-by-ball action of this county championship fixture. So I suspect there might be a few listening who are watching and listening and trying to keep across all the different games. Davies gets nicely forward, playing into the offside, no run. Out to Temba Bafuma at point. And the score remains on 13 without loss. And Davies on 10. 147 Davies made in the first innings. Eventually being dismissed by Rob Keogh, just basically turning one straight to mid-wicket, where Bavuma took the catch. Sanderson now looking to strike in and bowling full, and decent carry and a little bit of movement away from the ball, and that's the end of the over. He'll collect his cap, and we've had 5 and Lancashire are 13 without loss.
Thank you very much, Scott Reed, alongside myself, Alex Winter, here at Wantage Road. Pleasure to have your company on this final day, and it's nicely set up for us here. 391 the target in 89 overs. So a stiff run rate for Lancashire to get up to win this match. And I think, having been behind the game for so long in this match, they'll be pretty content to get out of here with a draw. And Stephen Croft alluded to that last night. As Hutton from the far end bowls to Jennings, bit of in-swing, but he works it away, back at a square, and we'll pick up 2 runs here actually. Just skipped away across the square away to our right-hand side and forced Procter to go skating back to collect. And they got a couple of runs, so Jennings is on to 5, 15 without loss here, Lancashire. North Ants adding 49 runs this morning in 5 overs, batting on into a comfortable enough position. Weren't confident enough to declare overnight, and I think it would have been a little generous. 340 in 96 overs. To get Lancashire back at this morning at the boots on again, just to try and wear them down a little bit as Hutton comes in again outside the off stump, and Jennings lets it go through. He's proved unflappable on plenty of occasions throughout his career, Keaton Jennings, and needs to produce all of those qualities here today. Try and get through the day for Lancashire. A left-hander, which is a rarity in this lineup, just looking down. Not too many left-handers at all in this lineup, which is good news for facing the off-spinner as Jennings pushes forward out towards Bavuma at cover. And there is no run because Rob Keogh will hope to get in the game later on. Probably get a little go this morning, one would think. Plenty of rough there outside the left-handers off stump. Hutton comes in again, just outside the off stump, a cut and an edge, and it's over the slips for 4 runs. A flashing edge, but over 4th slip, way over the head of Keogh there, and down to the players' pavilion, away to our left-hand side for a boundary. Jennings goes to 9, 19 without loss. A little bit of carry there, creating that top edge. Flew away down to 3rd man for 4. And a drop catch in the World Cup semi-final. Lockie Ferguson has had Hardik Pandya put down, it looks like, at mid-wicket. A very stiff chance, but probably should have been claimed. But New Zealand right on top there, but can they finish it off as Hutton comes in again, full of length outside the off stump, bit of in-swing and let go by Jennings through to Rossington. 4 orthodox slips in place here. Vasconcelos, Levy, Coles and Keogh, and Bavuma at point. Mid-off, mid-on in quite tight. Then square leg and long leg. Into the 6th over here, the the Lancashire 2nd innings, 4th innings of the match. Northants pressing for victory as Hutton comes in, and Jennings plays and misses. One just goes away from the left-hander. Very nicely bowled from Hutton. Trying to probe away here. It's been a good start again from Sanderson and Hutton, but Lancashire will feel if they can get through, they can put some pressure on the Northants change bowling. It wasn't up to scratch in the first innings. Coles and Buck were poor. I mentioned before, they will be required, you think, today, if Northants are going to get up. So the 4th over for Ben Sanderson from the Wantage Road end. 4 slips and a short mid-wicket now in place. Goes away to bowl to Alex Davies, and Davies is forward, pushing down towards mid-wicket. Keogh is there, and there is no run, because Hutton not bowling has dropped back here into the slips corner. It's gone into 3rd slip. Vasconcelos and Levy, seemingly his finger okay now. Richard Levy is back out at 2nd slip. Hutton at 3rd and Coles at 4th. Point, extra cover, orthodox mid-on and a tight catching mid-wicket. Procter away to our right. And then a deep backward square really in the distance as Sanderson goes in again. Nips away a little bit and Davies playing it late. Just drops his hands on one, steers it out towards 3rd slip. And there's no run. 19 without loss. A good start here for Lancashire, but a lot of work to do. 89 overs, couple of sessions to get through to make this game safe. And to preserve that unbeaten record in the championship so far this season. FM updates, I think, now for BBC Radio Northampton listeners. Okie doke, yes, you finally got me. So Northants trying to bowl Lancashire out for a 2nd time in the match here. They declared this morning on 263 for 9 in their 2nd innings. They batted on for 5 more overs. They added 49 runs, and they've set Lancashire 391 to win in 89 overs. So a lot of time for Northants to try and bowl Lancashire out for a 2nd time. They needed 94 overs in the 1st innings to get through. And what can they do here this afternoon as Alex Davies pulls a boundary to the mid-wicket fence away to our right-hand side. He scored a fine century in the 1st innings. Al Davies, a career best 147, and will try to lead Lancashire to safety here in this final day. 23 without loss Lancashire in the 7th over of their 2nd innings. They need to survive a maximum of 89 overs to get through to save this match and preserve their unbeaten record. Northants searching for a 2nd win in succession, but 23 without loss in the 7th over here. Lancashire chasing 391. Back with you online. And the 855 medium wave
Don't forget,
in the northwest of England.
on the Fylde coast.
Pleasure to have your company.
The hills, the Pennines, up towards the north, Lancaster, Morgan, it could be anywhere. Remarkable.
Sanderson goes in past the umpire, wide on the bowling crease, nicely driven here by Davies, but a good save from Sanderson with a left palm. Got down quickly there in his follow through to make the save. But a confident start here from Davies, a nice drive down the ground for 4, and now a confident pull stroke past that short mid-wicket fieldsman. He's got 14 to his name here. The back of his mark, Sanderson, short sleeve shirt, will be an extended new ball spell, you would think here. And then down to what Northants can provide with their change attack. Sanderson goes in, a little bit of nibble away from the right-hander, playing from the crease, steers it out to Bavuma at point, and there is no run to end the over. So 7 overs gone, and a good start here for Lancashire, trying to save the game, 23 without loss. 391 the target in 89 overs.
Yeah, it's got to be much better, hasn't it, from Buck and from Coles. Procter bowled nice and tidy, 15 overs for 36. Keogh did a good job, 11 overs, 3 for 43. You suspect he'll have a large part to play today, but I guess Buck and Coles know that they've got a big role, because Hutton and Sanderson can't do it all themselves. They need to share the responsibility amongst the bowlers.
Hutton, his 4th over from the Wilson end, comes into Jennings, the left-hander, and Jennings is beaten by a nice delivery, full of length, just slides past the outside edge. A very lackadaisical style of his, Jennings, just coming forward, bringing the bat down late, can get him into trouble on occasions. Propping forward, plays and misses there, the one that just holds its line enough to go through to Rossington. 4 slips away. All fans will give it all they've got in this morning's session. Jennings waits again. Hutton is in past the umpire, and ball slightly shorter this time, and Jennings in his crease, just nudging gently out towards mid-on. Sanderson is there, and there is no run. Elsewhere, there's a wicket for Derbyshire at Kidderminster. A long 6-wicket stand has come to an end against the second new ball, so Worcestershire now 2-2, 1 for 6, chasing 3-7-3. Game just about on there. And a couple of wickets for Durham also at Grace Road, so Leicestershire 106 for 3, chasing 3-9-3, but realistically trying to bat out the day for a draw there. As Hutton moves in from the far end again, and Jennings trying to let this one go. It's a toe into the bat, down towards first slip. Vasconcelos reaches out to make the save, and there's no run. And in the Oval, Surrey are all done in their second innings for 218. So it's left Kent just 121 to win.
Right.
So that's going to be a very handsome victory there for Kent, unless something crazy happens. Plenty of results inside 3 days yesterday in the County Championship. A drawn game on day 4 with Warwickshire holding out down at the Aegeus Bowl, the Hampshire Bowl as it was in the World Cup. It's still just plain old Trafford, isn't it, for
Yep.
another 50 overs, as in comes Hutton again. This comes back at Jennings, and he plays it quite nicely actually, with very soft hands, and nudges safely enough off a thickish outside edge down to 4th slip, where Keogh goes across to collect. There's no run. 23 without loss here in the 8th over.
It would be a cracking win that for Kent too, wouldn't it? As they look to try and move a little bit further away from Nottinghamshire at the bottom end of Division 1.
It's been a very smart return to Division 1 for Kent so far, yeah. Hutton is in, bowling full of length and bringing Jennings forward, playing back up towards the bowler for no run. A couple of wins so far in the season for Kent. Hammered Nottinghamshire at Canterbury. I'm trying to think where their other victory came. I think it was at Warwickshire early on in the season. Milne's going well, having made the trip down from Trent Bridge over the winter, and Zach Crawley among the runs. But Darren Stevens also enjoying a great campaign. The old stager
keeps going, doesn't he?
Continues to wobble it around as in comes Hutton again. Jennings again in his crease, just pushing gently down towards mid-on where Sanderson collects, and there is no run to end the over. 8 gone here at Wantage Road in the Lancashire second innings on the final day. 23 without loss. Jennings 9, Davies 14.
Yeah, good to see them. Having waited so long to win a promotion back up to Division 1, to get themselves back into the top division. Had a great year last year, and nice to see that Kent competing and winning games. You don't want his teams who have been in Division 2 for an extended period of time to win a promotion and just kind of get hammered every week and come straight back down. It's a little bit soul destroying for sides. So really good to see Kent up there competing, trying to win games. They can go to Surrey, defending champions. No matter what the start that Surrey have had, it's still going to Surrey. It's a strong look at that team that Surrey put out this week. It's a pretty sharp looking team, so that will be an excellent win for Kent.
Yeah, but a long old wait for Kent since their last season in Division 1 back in 2010. They had a long old stint. I think they were the last team to get relegated from Division 1 when the county championship was split back in 2000, and they had a big run in Division 1. Threatened to win the championship, actually. They had some good years in the early 2000s. Third, fourth, second, and slipped down the table a little bit and relegated in 2008. And I think they were, yeah, glancing at my list in wisdom here, the last team to be relegated came straight back up in 2009, straight back down in 2010, and have had a long old stint in Division 2 since. But got themselves back up last year in second place. Very impressive season they had.
Yeah, absolutely. I've done a 4-day match at Kent for a long time, but I think maybe 2013, maybe something like that last time. Had a 4-day match at Canterbury. It's always a lovely place to
it's a fabulous place to go, yeah.
A week, isn't it?
Yeah, beautiful part of the world, Canterbury. Long way away, must be said. But lovely old ground there. There's St Lawrence as Sanderson resumes here. Ball into Davies, nips one back, strikes the pad. Did a little bit too much, I fancy. The ball runs away towards point. Bavuma is there, no run.
It's another ground which has been developed with things that have been added to it, but I don't think it's lost any of its charm. I mean, I was there last year for the T20 quarter-final, and the retirement flats or whatever the accommodation has been built. I think it kind of sits in pretty neatly for me around the ground.
Yeah, there'll always be a few ardent Kent watchers who will lament such developments. As Sanderson goes up past umpire Milnes, and this is down the leg side, and Davies looks to flick it away and misses. And Rossington goes to his left-hand shoulder to take it, and there is no run. 23 without loss. There was a supermarket built just behind the ground as well,
right, yeah,
that involved chopping down some old, I think they were lime trees that used to be there back in the days of those great Kent players over the years, so many of them. The Cowdreys and Frank Woolley, etc., etc. So those lime trees have gone as Sanderson goes in again, right arm over, just outside the off stump, but it comes back a little, but Davies left it well, showing good judgment to allow that to pass through. Area behind the ground as well, which used to house the nets, that was all sold off for housing as well, so that part of the old ground has gone, and now area to the old Dover Road also developed, and there's been quite a lot going on there at Canterbury in the last few years, and it's changed a lot in the last 15 years or so. Sanderson is in again, and Davies just pushes at one outside the off stump, nudges away towards point, and there is no run. But yeah, still very pleasant place to go. The old Frank Woolley stand is still there.
Indeed.
The old manually operated scoreboard is still there at one side of the ground as well.
Yeah, it's a really kind of feature of the ground, isn't it, that scoreboard?
And yeah, there's still plenty of space, still plenty of grass for the spectators to spread themselves out in. Wind just picks up here as Sanderson goes in again, and pulled away by Davies in fine fashion. 1-2 bounces towards the groundsman's building to our right hand side for 4 runs. That was a handsome strike, slightly back of a length from Sanderson, and Davies onto it in a flash to lift it up over that short mid wicket and way back towards the mid wicket fence for a boundary. In good shape once again here, Al Davis. Up to 18, 27 without loss in the ninth.
Done with a bit of disdain, that, wasn't it, by Davis? Ball there. I'm just going to bash that over mid-wicket for 4 runs. New ball bowler. Sanderson with 4 wickets in the first innings, but Davis dispatched him with a great deal of authority.
Still 4 slips in place as Sanderson goes in again, and Davis flicking leg side here. Gets a thick inside edge. This will be 4 more to long leg. It is. Fieldsman down there is quite wide at a deep backward square position, and that went quite fine out towards the junction of the bank of white seats and the Wilson stand. And Davis picks up another boundary, so he's in good shape here on 22. Jennings with him on 9, and Lancashire so far intact. 31 without loss after 9 overs. Their victory target is 391 in 89 overs, so 80 more overs scheduled in the day for Lancashire to try and get through. A couple of sessions of batting, an hour or so after tea, and they'll be hoping to be shaking hands on an early draw, but we shall see what Northampton can conjure up in the next few hours.
Yes, I guess do it kind of little bit by little bit from Lancashire's point of view. It's a great opportunity for their batsmen. I mentioned this the other day about the Lancashire season so far. As Hutton balls to Jennings, it's wide and ignored, taken by Rossington, no run. That's been largely dominated by the bowlers. I think you brought up the stats in the leading run charts this season. I think you're going to go a decent way down before you come across Dane Villas, but yet leading wicket takers, Lancashire have got 2 in the top 3 or 4, haven't they? So that kind of reflects their season so far. But today lies a very good opportunity for the batsmen to try and shine. Hutton to Jennings. He just pushed full but wide, taken by Rossington, but just moving slightly to his right hand side as the ball just drifts back in. And again, there is no run, so he's had a couple wide outside the off stump, which Jennings has left so far. And the ball will be conjuring up in his mind now as a way of trying to dismiss Keaton Jennings. Those 4 slips. Just shuffling in a little bit closer, all crouching down now. Hutton balls to Jennings, who's cutting the ball. That will be 4 runs. Front of Bavuma at point, towards the boundary. Just off the back foot, cutting square of the wicket. Probably the most comfortable and confident shot that we've seen from Jennings so far. Takes him to 13. Score moves on to 35 without loss.
Nicely played, wasn't it? Just a touch short from Hutton. Hasn't quite kept it right up there so far. Has beaten the bat on a number of occasions, but has allowed Jennings just to sit in his crease a few times. As he did so there, it was a nice punch. Collects the second boundary, but this one with much more purpose.
35 for no wicket. Hutton, with this breeze blowing into his right hand side, is in again to Jennings, who's playing forward. Push up to Nathan Buck. Cry of no from Keaton Jennings. There's his trousers and shirt billow a little bit in the breeze. Rossington, the Northamptonshire captain, with these very fancy caps on, kind of gold stripe across the top. I do like them. Very fancy looking. Almost looks like it could be some beading of some sort. Hutton to Jennings. Let's work through the covers. One for Buck to chase after from mid-off. And Jennings adds 2 to his total. He moves to 15, 37 without loss.
Yeah, the capped players wear those gold braided caps.
Oh, lovely.
So here, Rossington and Sanderson. I think are the only capped players out there. I think Levy has been capped, but he's chosen to go with the sun hat here today.
Yes, got his white floppy on, waving his arms around. That's indeed his keel at 4 slip, also with his sun cap on. Buck, correction, Hutton comes in and bowls, and left by Jennings. Taken by Rossington. That completes the 5th over. So both bowlers have bowled 5. And we've had 10 overs of the Lancashire second innings, 37 without loss. And The captain decides that 5 for Sanderson is enough first up. He's going to make his first change. You see Nathan Buck coming into the attack to replace Ben Sanderson. And Buck just struggled a little bit with the ball first time round, but that's a day or so ago now.
Pavilion end, Nathan Buck.
So he'll be hoping that
sponsored by Country Lion.
Able to come back afresh. He bowled 11 overs, 1 maiden for 53 in the first innings. Made a very enterprising 39 with the bat. There were good runs at the end of that Northamptonshire innings, along with Luke Proctor, to get the score above 400 and up to 442 in the end. But his primary job is with the ball here, and he'll want to contribute after missing out in the first innings. Davies waits, 3 slips for Nathan Buck. He's in the sunshine and bowling full of length and off stump, and that's drilled down the ground towards the long on boundary. And that's 4 runs. It won't necessarily help the mood and confidence of Buck, as Davies drives it to the boundary at long on for 4. Takes Davies to 22. Correction, 26.
That was a beautiful shot, wasn't it? Just eased into it. It wasn't a complete half volley, but in the slot for Davies to rock forward to, and again showing beautiful timing. Looking in really, really good order here, Al Davies. Interrupted season for him so far, but making the most of it this week, certainly.
41 without loss. Buck for Northamptonshire balls, and that's guided down to third man. That's a really good shot by Davies, and just using the bounce and the pace, which was just outside the off stump, and just guiding it down towards third man. Little flick of the wrist, and successive boundaries. Davies to 30 now. Lancashire moved to 45 without loss, so a very bright and positive start with the bat for Lancashire. It's 45 for no wicket, 2 balls into the 11th over. No alarms just yet for the 2 opening Lancashire batsmen. Well, as we have seen throughout the course of the game, the wickets, one goes, you can tend to pick up 2 or 3 pretty quickly. A lot of runs for Northamptonshire to play with, so still keeping those 3 slip fielders in position, and rightly so. Buck to Davies, so a ball which he allows to travel through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Yeah, Davies holds the key here, you feel. Jennings a bit out of nick, Hamid likewise, but Davies off that big century in the first innings, and again looking very, very good here. And also has the ability to just keep Lancashire interested in this chase as well, if he can get them to a bright start, build a big stand, as Stephen Croft said last night. Responsibility to go big if you can get in.
Buck to Davies. Oh,
goodness.
Ball. And that has moved back in quite considerably. I mean, Rossington's taken that 2 paces to his left-hand side, down the leg side. The ball just a whisker away from clipping the top of Davies's off stump.
Yeah, maybe it looks a little bit closer than it actually is on sort of visually as you look there at the ball comes back. Because he pretty much bats on off stump, doesn't he, Al Davies? Just look at him here when he takes his guard. He's pretty much covering all 3 when he sets up. So anything out of his eye line, I think he can safely let go.
Buck to Davies, and again that's let go and taken by Rossington.
Is there anything just out there, he can let it go past, because his pads are in front of all 3. And allows him to work anything a bit straighter out to the leg side as well. It's the way that Alex Wakely adjusted it maybe 18 months or so ago now, because he went through a period of getting out shouldering arms quite a lot. So to make that technical adjustment going across his stumps a bit more, and that's what Davies has got set up here.
Buck to Davies, and content to allow a ball to go past. And that's the end of the over. 45 for 3. Davies 30, Jennings on 15.
And there, that looked like a pretty tight full stump line or so, but it was probably actually maybe a foot wide of the off stump, just from where Davies is set up, able to lean into it and just let it go.
It's how Hamid tried to address a problem that he was having last season as well. He must have been bowled not offering a shot 3 or 4 times in a period of 5 or 6 games, and he readjusted, took a different guard, off-stump guard, and that's one of the technical adjustments that these guys make with their respective batting coaches and people that they listen to, of which Jennings is retaking his guard. Another off-stump guard from Jennings. He's scratching around in the crease there. You just see the orange flash of his bottom of his boots as he drags his spikes down the crease. So he's happy, content with that. Hutton comes around the wicket, and that's cut over the top of Bavuma and down towards the backward point boundary for 4 runs. And Lancashire edging towards a partnership of 50, 49 without loss. Jennings moves to 19. Just take you back to Old Trafford, where that World Cup game is fascinatingly poised. Halfway into the 18th over, and India 56 for 4. So they've just got a partnership developing as they try and reach 240 to secure a place in the final. There were 5 for 3 and 24 for 4.
And Hardik Pandya was dropped at mid-wicket as well, off Lockie Ferguson.
Hutton comes around the wicket to Jennings, who's shuffling forward, playing a little defensive dab into the offside, gathered by Buck, no run.
Very firmly to mid-wicket, but just straight through the hands of the fieldsman. Had that been taken, may have been good night, but still, with Dhoni to come, they have a sniff.
Hutton loops around and he's into Jennings, who's leaning into it and playing it safely into the ground with an angled bat gathered by Bavuma. At point, no run, 49 without loss. Jennings has 19. Davies unbeaten on 30, halfway into the 12th. Just a fraction of a half an hour left of the morning session. Clock, the digital clock on the far side says 12:27. Hutton to Jennings, straighter ball. Moves forward, pushes back to the bowler. Again, there's no run. Jennings removes his gloves and his shoelace just has come undone. Davies has a wander down the pitch at the non-striker's end. Hutton goes back to his mark. Levy with his hands behind his back at second slip. Now just into position, because Hutton's back up to the crease again and bowls to Jennings, who's chopped the ball through the offside, and that comes off a thick bottom edge. Runs up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Thank you very much, Scott Reed, alongside myself, Alex Winter. On a pleasant day here at Wantage Road. Final day of what's been a really good quality county championship match so far. Some good cricket on both sides. But Northants heading the game most of the way and pressing for victory on this final day, but yet to strike in this Lancashire second innings as Hutton goes in and goes past the outside edge of Jennings, and that one climbed from a decent length and went past the outside edge and really hit the gloves of Rossington hard behind the stump, so much so that he had to take a step or two backwards having taken it, and the over comes to an end. So a 6-over burst from Hutton from the top end, 0 for 17 for he. 5 overs from Sanderson at this bottom end. No wickets so far for Northants. 49 without loss in 12 overs. A decent little platform for Lancashire so far to go on and bat out the rest of the day. And who knows, if they can get into a position at tea time with wickets in hand, may yet be able to have a dip at this target of 391. Elsewhere, Worcestershire are 2-2-9 for 6, chasing 3-7-3. At Kidderminster to beat Derbyshire, so 1-4-4 more to get there as Buck runs into Al Davis with 4 slips and he's defending down to mid-on for no run. Leicestershire are 130 for 3, chasing 393 to beat Durham at Grace Road. More realistically trying to bat out the day for a draw, but the target 263 away. You never know. Kent have only got 121 to knock off to beat Surrey at the Oval, but they are 18 for 2 there. So a couple of wickets have gone down early in the chase, but shouldn't be too much bother, you wouldn't think, for Kent to complete a third victory of the season. What a handsome one it would be too if they can get up there. As Buck runs away from us, right arm over and on the off stump, brings Davies forward to push back up towards the bowler for no run. Just got to settle in here a bit, Nathan Buck. Didn't do it at all in the first innings. It was really poor. So a steady season so far. But not in the game at all in the first innings. Very poor. Can he provide the breakthrough here as he goes away past umpire Milnes into Davies, goes for the Yorker, dug out down towards Newton in his sun hat at mid-on, just down to our right hand side, and there's no run. 3 slips in and 3 saving 1. Point extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. A wide mid-wicket, come forward square leg, and then long leg back in the distance. Sanderson on the far side of the ground, down towards the groundsman's tractor, next to the covers down there in the distance. Away goes Buck. Right arm over. Back of length. Pulled away by Davies. That'll be 4. Just dropping short. And we've seen so far how quick Davies has been on anything. Just slightly back of length and rocks back again there to pull handsomely away through square leg past Procter and away to the big screen. Away to our right-hand side for a boundary. Goes to 34 and brings up the half-century for Lancashire. So a good start here as they try to get out of a sticky situation. 53 without loss in the 14th over. Excellent opening stand by this pair. Just what Lancashire would have wanted. A steady start to a tricky period here with a big target in front of them. The new ball being worn off here so far. This opening stand of 53. Buck runs in again, past the stumps he goes, and it's short again and pulled away. It's 4 more. Buck dropping short, Davies back in a flash to wheel it away through square leg, and again finds the same part of the ground out by the super sopper, away to our right hand side for back-to-back boundaries, and Davies up to 38, 57 without loss, and Buck continues to leak runs here. Scott Reed.
Yeah, I'm just flicking through the scorecards from this season. That might well be just the second 50 opening partnership for Lancashire. Jennings and Hamid put on a big partnership in the first innings at Middlesex, but I don't think Lancashire's opening pair have put on 50 since. Looking through the card. So a good start.
2 for 2 in the first innings here. But a great start second time around as Buck goes in once more, and Davies brought forward here in defence, but Buck has overstepped. So having gone for 2 boundaries, now sends down the no ball. That provides a couple more on the total, 59 without loss. This hasn't been Buck's game at all with the ball, for whatever reason. This hasn't settled at all. Just his second over here, but already gone for 18 runs. Deep square is out as Buck runs in again. And Davies in defence, just angling one here from the crease out towards point, and there is no run to end the over. So Buck again proving expensive. I don't think it'll be too long here until Adam Rossington turns to the off spin of Rob Keogh. 59 without loss after 13 overs, and we've got 26 minutes to go until luncheon here on the final day.
No, I agree. I think that would be a pretty smart move, wouldn't it? It also might just change the bring a different element to the game, because Lancashire, when Keogh came onto bowl in the first innings, were quite keen to get after it and to not allow him to settle. Now obviously that is a slightly higher risk strategy, because that could come with a bit of damage. So it'll be intriguing to see if they do bring Keogh on, just how Lancashire would go about facing Keogh. These two would operate against the spinner. So yeah, it would be a little interesting dimension to the game if and when, and he will bowl obviously at some point, he comes into the attack.
So Sanderson going to change ends here. 5 overs from the wanted road end. He's now, I think for the first time in the match, going to get a go at the Wilson end, replacing Hutton. And he comes to bowl to Jennings with 3 slips and immediately goes past the outside edge. Nicely bowled. Full of length, bringing Jennings forward. One goes past the outside edge. A few times Jennings has played and missed. I think Alex Davies, maybe once, playing a miss so far, has left the ball very well indeed.
Which was a real fixture in his first innings, wasn't it? At times he was happy to leave.
3 slips and a short mid-wicket here. Sanderson makes his way in again, and Jennings is nudging just wide of that short mid-wicket for a single. Nice nudge there in front of square leg. Cross goes Proctor to collect on the edge of the square, and they get a run which takes Jennings on to 20 here. Confident start for he. 60 without loss in the 14th over, so the run rate healthy. All 10 still standing.
Just a game of patience really for Northamptonshire, isn't it? Just stick in there. I believe that wickets will continue to kind of fall in little clusters, and if they can get in amongst Lancashire, they know that Hamid's in next and he's not had the greatest of seasons. Just be patient, stay in there.
Also 3 slips and a short mid-wicket for Davies as Sanderson goes in a little short, and Davies back. Push away to the left hand of extra cover. Cross goes Keogh in there to collect, and there is no run. Because he is a small man, Davies, he can rock back really quickly to anything just slightly short of a length. He's shown that in good order already to pull merrily.
Yeah, pulls well, cuts well.
Sanderson coming in towards us again, and Davies in his crease, just blocking one out to extra cover. Keogh comes across with a right hand here in his long-sleeved shirt and sun hat to collect. There's no run.
Good stuff that by Sanderson, because there's not a great deal of margin for error. If he just pushes it a little bit wide, Davies will leave it. He wants to make Davies play, but if he just strays a little bit too straight, Davies will work it through mid-wicket. It's a really, really tight kind of line and length that Sanderson has to bowl to Davies.
Sanderson in again, a little wider on the bowling crease here, a little wide of the off stump, and Davies just trying to work it away for a single, finds Bavuma at point, and there is no run.
And they put the short mid-wicket in there, which I think is a good move. It's a square leg and a long leg, but that guy at short mid-wicket, I think it's Matt Coles, I think it's a good position that, just in case he does just stray onto the pads and Davies looks to try and work it leg side. He's either there to save runs or there to perhaps take a catch that maybe just loops up off the top edge of the bat.
Sanderson in once more, and this is just outside the off stump, a fuller length this time, and Davies content to let it go through to Rossington, and the over comes to an end. So they've got through 14 so far here, and Lancashire 60 without loss, and there's going to be an immediate change at the wanted road end, because 2 overs of Nathan Buck for 18 have been most unimpressive, and he's been whipped out of the attack straight away. And Matt Coles is going to get a go at the wanted road end, but he too was very expensive first time around. But he's the type of character who can create something, so we'll see what he can do here.
Yeah, it's a harsh life, isn't it? For a fast bowler, you got 2 overs, out you go, sunshine. Tough calls by the captain have to be made. Obviously, just doesn't feel at the minute that Buck is going to give him too much, and there's too many balls there to be hit.
Coming on at the pavilion end, Matt Coles.
And Northamptonshire want to create a sense of pressure and make life difficult for Lancashire, and Buck's 2 overs just a little costly. Yeah, turning to Coles, who, as you mentioned, Alex can kind of go one way or the other. He can be a guy that can go for a few, but he can also be a bit of an explosive type figure, try and blast a couple of wickets out. We'll see.
So Coles is going to start round the wickets here from the wanted road end with 3 slips, 3 saving 1 on the offside, 2 on the on. Long leg is out, he goes into Jennings, and Jennings, it's a 4-ball first up, struck on the pad, gone! He's been given out LBW. First delivery from Matt Coles, a full ball angled in at the pads. Jennings fell over it slightly, struck on the boot, and has been given out by David Milnes, and so there's the first wicket. The breakthrough that Northamptonshire desperately needed. They've struck at the start of the 15th over. Jennings gone for 20. Coles with the breakthrough. It's 60 for 1.
Yeah, there's no doubt in terms of height. Obviously, it's just whether that would be sliding down the leg side, but the umpire thinks that's going on to hit, which is fair enough. And Coles picks up his first wicket. Great ball first up, isn't it? That's first ball of your spell. He spear one right in at the block, or right at the pads of Keaton Jennings. Terrific first ball up from Matt Coles, and we mentioned that change and whether or not Coles can have that type of impact. He can go for some runs, but he also is a type of bowler that can make something happen, and that's exactly what he did. So a great goal by the skipper. Nathan Buck, I'm afraid not at the minute for you. Out you go. Matt Coles, try and make something work for me, and he's done just that.
So a settler there for Northants. A frustrating period with the new ball first up. Probed away, but couldn't find the wicket. Got rid of Keaton Jennings. So as Scott's been mentioning, Hamid not in form this season, coming out here at number 3. Made a second ball duck in the first innings. And what can he do here today? Sorry, an 8-ball duck in the first innings. It was a 9-ball duck for Jennings. 8-ball duck for Hamid. Davies still there, going well. 38 to him at the other end. But the breakthrough just before lunch here for Northants. So 19 minutes for Hamid to try and get through here to the break. 3 slips in place. Field has stayed the same here for the new batsman. Point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Square leg and long leg. Coles just poised at the back of his mark, down beneath us, gently throwing a catch to himself in his right hand. Hamid settles over his bat as Coles is in, just outside the off stump. It shapes back a little bit towards the right hander, who lets it go through to Rossington behind the stumps. But just what Northants were after, a breakthrough, a bit of pressure. And just 1 or 2 things for Lancashire to think about in the dressing room here. They got through to lunch unscathed. They've been really confident to try and bat out the day, but Northants would have been thinking a couple with the new ball, come back after lunch, chip away to tea. See where they can get to as Coles goes in again. Wide of the off stump, poor delivery really. Easy leave here for Hamid, pays no attention as it goes through to Rossington, who was tumbling down to his right hand side there in front of first slip. To collect with a right paw in front of Vasconcelos with his slip over on there. Vasconcelos just feeling the breeze perhaps, as you would if you're used to the climate out in the Western Cape in South Africa.
I think a bit breezy there too.
Can, yeah.
Absolutely can.
Yeah. Coles goes in again, and Hamid is beaten
ball
here, pushing at 1. Just shapes away enough to beat the bat. Jennings gone for 20. Davies still there, and he comes down with a calming word in the ear of Hasib Hamid here, who playing for a new contract. Hasib Hamid, last year of his deal, is that correct?
It is the last year of his deal. Yep.
He waits, bat raised, quite rigid for Coles, and he comes forward to defend out to extra cover. Keogh is there, coming to his left, and there is no run.
Weren't particularly helpful comments made by Paul Allott before the season started.
No, definitely not.
Lads struggling for 2 years with a bat, and start of a new season, the cricket director says that you're hanging on by your skin of your teeth or your fingertips, whatever it was that he said. That was
not exactly the pep talk that
not really
he did, was it?
Not really.
Coles right arm over and goes past the outside edge again. A little squared up there, Hamid. Just see the way he moves. It's in contrast to Davies. It's just a little more frantic really around the crease. But he gets through that opening few deliveries. But the breakthrough there, made by Coles. Bit of Jennings, LBW for 20. 15 overs gone. Lancashire 60 for 1. Their target today, 391 and a minimum of 89 overs. Trying to get through more realistically to save the game.
Another one just before lunch would be a real Brucey bonus, wouldn't it, for Northants? Again, that field is set. I quite like this, how they've set this up for Davies. As he's, well, that's what the shot, almost the shot they want him to play, that, which is ball just coming back into Davies. He's reaching for it and turning it into the onside. There's a fielder there at a short mid-wicket, under the eye of Davies, just over his left shoulder there, aware of that imposing figure of Matt Coles. 3 slips still. There is Sanderson over the wicket to Davies, just dabbing the ball down. Runs to third slip, where it's fielded by Brett Hutton. No run.
And hasn't the ball quite straight in this short mid-wicket fieldsman. Because Davies has been excellent just outside the off stump so far. And any bit of width, just been keen to dab it away. So it can just bowl that straighter line with the man up there on the onside now.
Balls to Davies, and just watching the ball through. Gathered by Rossington. Test of Davies's temptations there, that one. And he resisted. Allowed it to carry past the off stump through to Rossington. 60 for 1. Davies on 38. 14 minutes left of the morning session. And then 2 remaining. 2 sessions to go in the game. Sanderson bowls. Nice little bounce and movement away. And gathered by a hopping Rossington. No run. 73 overs remaining in the day, a minimum thereof, 73 overs remaining in the day. And the wickets for Lancashire have in hand when they come back after that lunch interval. Remember, we're not sure about Saqib Mahmood. We've not seen him for a while, as Davies drives a little streakily down to third man. And Sanderson stands there, hands on him, staring down at Alex Davies, who pays no attention to that big, mean fast bowler. Instead, he's happy to punch gloves with Haseeb Hameed and see his score tick on to 42. That ball edged down to third man for 4, 64 for 1.
Probably the first false stroke we've seen from Davies there. Just pushing a little keenly outside the off stump. Genuine nick. Seen him run balls in good order down to third man, but that was a genuine nick.
42 to him now. Sanderson sets off again. Over the wicket to Davies. Forward, turning it into the onside. No run. End of the over. 64 for 1. Just to go back to that Mahmood point, it didn't come out to field at all. And I'm not sure whether or not he'll be fit enough to bat. So that remains to be seen as the day progresses. Meanwhile, at Old Trafford, India have lost their 5th wicket. 71 for 5 in the 23 overs gone. 71 for 5. Target of 240. Santner with his first wicket. It's Pants who's pulled it through the onside and caught it deep mid-wicket. And me driving, full ball from Coles, just a fraction wide of off stump, picked up by mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, some really good pressure applied there the last 3 overs by New Zealand. I think it was 1 run in just 12 deliveries. Created the big shot and the big wicket. It was actually Pant who was dropped earlier on at mid-wicket, not Pandya. But he's fallen now, so 5 down. Still a lot of work to do to get up there. New Zealand big favourites all of a sudden.
Coles bowls, squirted off the inner edge of the bat from Hameed down to the fielder bucket at long leg. Hameed off the mark with that, so he'll feel a little better. He's got his first run. 65 for 1. It gets Davies back on strike. We approach 10 to 1 on this Wednesday afternoon. 4th day of the county championship fixture between Northamptonshire and Lancashire across the BBC Sport website and app. I believe there's been a few technical issues with the Sport website.
There have, yeah. Yeah, no blame attributed to anybody at Radio Northampton this time. It's been a central issue. I think all the commentaries went down for a while, but should be back now. So if you are listening on the website or via the app, hopefully you're back with us.
Yes, apologies for that. Little technical gremlins. Coles, not wanted his third slip to go to gully. He just started to set off and then stopped, changed his mind and pushed his third slip to gully. In balls to Davies, full of length, again, targeting those pads. It's whipped into the onside. It beats the dive of short, straight mid-wicket. Stopped at mid-on. And there is no run. MS Dhoni strides out to the middle at Old Trafford, I'm sure, to a chorus of cheers and adulation from his adoring supporters. Old Trafford predominantly Indian today. And Dhoni out to try and get his team out of a hole. As Davies defends as Coles bowls. And Keogh again just maybe 2 or 3 yards away from the actual cut strip on the leg side. So he's so tight in to the pitch there. Hamid is standing on a pitch 2 to the one that we're playing on, and he's not running down that path where Keogh, it was Keogh, it's now Hutton stands. They've swapped. Keogh goes to gully, Hutton goes to straight mid wicket. A wide ball cuts ferociously out towards the point boundary for Davies, edging towards a second half century in the game. Moves to 46. Lancashire progressed to 69 for 1. Banged in short and wide. Slashed away by Davies for 4. Coles conceding his first boundary.
Yeah, too wide, wasn't it? Onto it in a flash. Nicely put away. Davies has cashed in throughout the game so far on absolutely anything loose.
Coles in. Forward goes Davies, pushing the ball out to Bavuma at point. That is the end of the over. 17 gone. 72 remain today. Davies 46, Hamid on 1. If you were with us, and then it just dropped out on the BBC Sport website and app, I'm not quite sure when you may have dropped out, but the wicket that you may have missed was Jennings, who was LBW to Matt Coles for 20. That's the breakthrough that Northamptonshire have made so far. Sanderson and Hutton started with the new ball. Buck came into the attack. When he bowled 2 overs, went for 18, quickly taken out the attack. His replacement was Coles, who got the breakthrough. One fired full of length into the pads of Jennings, who was out LBW. As Sanderson runs in and balls to Hamid. A wide ball, which Hamid is content just to ignore completely. Gathered by Rossington, and there's no run. This after a declaration this morning. We had about half an hour of play. Northamptonshire got to 263 for 9, got the lead to 390, and that has given the equation of 391 to win from 89 overs. Sanderson to Hasib Hamid, who's right forward defending. Good stride down the pitch, pushing very deliberately and carefully back to the bowler, and there's no run. Just that 1 wicket so far. Jennings dismissed for 20. Sanderson from the Wilson end of the ground. Those white seats, quite bright with the sun beating down on them. As Hamid just tucks his bat inside the line. Ball that is of good length. And again, just pitches moves away from the batsman, taken by Rossington to his right. Hands it to Levy, and he'll dispatch it up to mid-off, where Keogh will polish the ball. Levy's at the middle of 3 slips. He's at second slip. He's got Hutton to his right, a taller man, and Vasconcelos to his left, a shorter man. So they're gradually increasing in height, those slip fielders. Hamid again forward, playing the ball with a straight bat. It bobbles and bounces its way towards mid-on, and there is no run. It'll wander out towards square leg. Procter in conversation with David Milne, the square leg umpire. Procter with his arms folded. With Sanderson over the wicket, and he leaves again, taken by Rossington, and there is no run. Sun burning through. Bright now is the outfield. It's been a quick outfield this week. Fast, quick outfield. Looks luscious and green. The ground looks a picture with the sun beating down. I spoke to a Lancashire member actually yesterday. Sanderson balls to Hamid, left, taken by Rossington, end of the over. 18 gone, 69 for 1. And I had a little chat to him, and it was his first time he'd been to Wantage Road, and he was singing the praises of the ground. He said, what a terrific ground to come and watch. He said the viewing all around the ground, and he was actually up here in the upper tier of the stand when I spoke to him, but he sat pretty much in every stand so far. He's had a good explore around the ground, and he was complimenting the ground for its excellent viewing, and he said he really enjoyed his day yesterday.
Oh, that's great to hear. Yeah, you'll go to places where there's a bit more polish about the place. It's a traditional old county ground here. Very charming, I always think, Wantage Road.
Coles over the wicket. Davies shovels it off his hip for 4 runs. Such a nonchalant little clip that. Gets him 50 again. Went on to get 3 figures in the first innings. He's got 50 second time round. Just that little glance off his hip through mid-wicket. Lovely timing from Davies. He looks in such good form in this game. Really good touch. And he has been desperate to get this season up and running after injury. Tough way to start the campaign with that injury in the first session of the first game. He's batted very well in this match. Coles balls to him. It's cut out towards Bavuma. Deep point, and he gets a single.
10 boundaries in his 50 in the first innings. I think it's 12 boundaries here. 53 balls, I think, this time for his half century. 59 balls for his 50 in the first innings. So both half centuries have come at a really good lick. And the scoring rate again healthy here. Boundaries flowing merrily.
Up to 51, 74 for 1. Hamid back on strike. Oh, Cole's running in, and just at the very, very last moment, he pulls away. And I'm wondering whether or not he was thinking of man-cadding Alex Davies.
He was, yeah, I think he was. Because Davies was a good foot out of his ground there. Definitely. He just pulled out in his delivery stride and motioned to offer the ball towards the stumps. Didn't remove the bails, but that was definitely a watch where you are.
Little polite reminder.
Yeah.
I've spotted you. I've spotted you backing up. There is Coles in again. Short ball. Oh, that's a bit of meat behind that, wasn't there, from Coles? Banged in short, and Need swerves out the way of it. Gathered by Rossington.
He bowls a good lick, Matt Coles. His game here against Leicestershire, where he could probably get into it. Didn't have too much time to get into the match at Durham because it was ruined by rain. 2 days were lost entirely out there. He had a good match against Leicestershire here.
Coles to Hamid. He's trying to drive through the offside. The ball comes off the inner edge of the bat. Up to mid-on, no run.
Scott will be back with us after lunch as we tick towards 1 o'clock here. Maybe the last over of the session. I'll make it 35 seconds to go until we tick to 1 o'clock, so this may be the final over. The 19th here of the Lancashire second innings. Coles going in with 3 slips, and Hamid forward here, thick inside edge, runs away towards square leg for no run. And with 20 seconds to go, I'm certain now this will be last over. A decent session here for Lancashire. Just lost the 1 wicket. Jennings gone for 20, but otherwise in pretty good shape, with Davies going very well again. Just a bit of time wasting as well by the batsman. It came down for a chat. Hamid just retaking his guard. ensuring this will definitely be now the final ball of the session. It's Coles going away from us. And bowls a good length ball just outside the off stump that nibbles away a little bit. And he plays inside the line. And that will be lunch here on day 4 at Wantage Road. So Northamptonshire, with just the 1 wicket in the morning. They would have liked certainly at least another one with the new ball. But Lancashire have got through pretty well. 19 overs, 74 for 1. Davies again past 50 for the second time in the game. He's 51 not out. Hamid is with him on 1. Jennings the man out for 20. Earlier on, Northants declared their second innings on 2, 6, 3 for 9, setting Lancashire 3-9-1 to win in 89 overs. And as it stands, all results still possible here at Wantage Road. So lunch here on day 4. And for myself, Alex Winter and Scott Reed, we'll be back in 40 minutes' time.
Continuing at the Lynn Wilson end, Ben Sanderson, sponsored by Wentworth Alexander.
Welcome back to Wantage Road with myself, Alex Winter, where the players have emerged from the pavilion for the afternoon play here on day 4. And Lancashire trying to see out 3 more hours really to get through for a draw, and a really good start in the morning session. 74 for 1 they return here. Their nominal target is 391, so victory in theory still just about alive for them. They need another 317 to win in 70 overs. But more realistically, 3 hours batting out for a draw, you would think. As Sanderson resumes from the Wilson end, balls to Alex Davies outside the off stump. Alex let go through to Adam Rossington behind the stumps. Davies played tremendously well once again in that morning session, striking 12 boundaries and going through to his second half century of the match. A career best 147 for him in the first innings, having got through the new ball. A great chance here to see his side through to safety. Sanderson moves in again from the far end, and Davies drops the bat on this out towards point, and there is no run as we welcome back listeners on 855 medium wave on BBC Radio Lancashire up in the northwest of England. A very good day to you all wherever you may be tuning in from. Lancashire listeners, Lancashire supporters, I'm sure, on 855. There'll be a rogue Northants follower up in the northwest that's tuned into 855 medium wave. But
you never know.
Hello all. Great position here for Lancashire. So Sanderson resuming here with 3 slips and a short mid wicket, and Adam Rossington, after just 2 deliveries, has decided to stand up to the stumps here. He's grabbed a helmet from the boundary's edge away to our left. He's going to just try to cramp Davies up a little bit here. Played tremendously well again. Has left the ball really well so far, Davies. And he waits here, standing very tall for Sanderson. He goes wide on the bowling crease, angles one in, and it's pushed away out to Coles at short mid wicket. And there is no run. Matt Coles with the only wicket to fall so far. The first ball that he sent down there on day 4, angled in from round the wicket, struck the boot of Jennings. Consideration whether or not it may have been just sliding down the leg side perhaps. But when you're struck dead on the boot, it's going to be pretty close. Sanderson again, and Davies forward in defence, just dropping it out on the offside. And there is no run. So Jennings gone for 20. Hasib Hamid returning here with Davies. He's got just 1. As Lancashire look to just ease their way into the afternoon and nullify any hopes Northants have of trying to force victory here. Still got 70 overs remaining. Sanderson comes in again and bowls just outside the off stump, and Davies is back to drop it away backward of point, and they will go through for a single here. Good running. Just slid away from Hutton at third slip, and by the time Bavuma had gone to his left hand side from backward point, they were through for the run. First runs of the afternoon session. Davies to 52, 75 for 1. Welcome back, Scott Reed.
Thank you, Alex. Yes, good afternoon. Beautiful afternoon. Good day for batting is what Lancashire will be hoping for. Patience required for Northamptonshire.
Sanderson, short sleeve shirt from the far end, moves in, and Hamid with an angled bat plays this awkwardly out towards Bavuma at point. And there is no run to end the over. So a tardy start for Sanderson, who was probed away with good purpose as ever. 9 overs so far for him. 0 for 30. 0 for 20. 75 for 1.
Yeah, Davies this morning was
Continuing from the
highly entertaining to watch.
Coles.
If you want a batsman to come out and open the batting when you've got 300 and plenty to try and chase after, Davies is he's ideal. He got to his 50 in no time at all. 12 boundaries in that innings. It was quite almost entirely risk-free. Basically just put the bad ball away, and did it kind of carefree, relaxed manner that he's currently batting in. It was good to watch.
So it's Matt Coles from the Wantage Road end. 2 slips of the gully and a short mid-wicket have gone in. Coles into Davies, just outside the off stump. Nicely steered away, nicely saved. In the gully by Keogh, tumbling down to his right-hand side. That was steered away with good purpose, just using the pace. Keogh down quickly to his right-hand side to prevent what may have been 4 runs there. There is a deep point back. Newton away to our left. There's a deep square back as well to our right, and a long leg. And then extra cover and mid-on. As Coles steps away from us and goes into Davies. Little dab and go here into a cover point region. It was a sharp one, but they get through and they could get an overthrow. No, they don't. Ball to run away out into the deep on the leg side. But Hamid going through for the initial single. They just overrun the stumps at the far end, so not able to come back for the buzzer. But 76 for 1, and Davies goes to 53.
It was a good start by Keogh, and that's important for Northamptonshire. The ground fielding's good to back up the bowlers. Don't want the bowlers to start seeing their shoulders drop and see boundaries coming away and poor fielding. You need to back up the bowlers and obviously take all the chances that may well be created. But a good start that. That was a sharp piece of work by Keogh at gully to stop that ball.
For Hamid, the field goes back to 3 orthodox slips and 3 saving one on the onside. In fact, they're just going to change it immediately here because mid-wicket is being reintroduced. So it's back to point, extra cover, then mid-on, short mid-wicket is back in, square leg and long leg. So Coles into Hamid on the right hand. Now it's down the leg side, poor ball, and helped on its way to fine leg for 4 runs. Easy touch away for Hasib Hamid, and he gets an easy boundary down towards the turnstiles on the far side of the ground. And goes to 5, 80 for 1.
The turnstiles?
Yeah, just to the left of the bank of white seats down there. You can just see the turnstiles there.
Oh yes, a little
only 2 of them, I think. Yeah.
Like it.
The Dennis Brooks gates down there, Northants' record run scorer. Down towards Abington Avenue across from us. 80 for 1 as Coles sets off again. Goes past the umpire and brings Hamid forward, straight line, pushing back up towards the bowler's right hand for no, and just lingers mid-pitch here, Matt Coles, looking towards the slip score. And I think he was looking to have a little chirp in the ear of Hamid, but Hamid paid no attention at all and walked away to square leg.
Well, most batsmen operate in their own little bubble, don't they, sometimes, and maybe Hamid is a good example of that. He will detach himself from everything else that's around him and just have his own little routine.
Coles, short sleeve shirt, goes in wide on the bowling crease here, angles one end full length, but Hamid down to it to play out towards Bavuma, going to his left hand side from extra cover, and there is no run. Well, it's a lovely afternoon, plenty of sunshine, plenty of blue sky, but plenty of cloud as well, so the sunshine comes and goes. Breezier today as well. It's a southwesterly, so a fairly warm breeze coming across the ground from left to right as we look out here from the Ken Turner stand. Now, perfect position, looking right over the umpire's hat here as Coles goes in again, bowls down the leg side. Good take from Rossington, tumbling away to his left, prevented 4 byes. Coles going for that spearing Yorker that he had Jennings with in his first spell, with his first ball in the morning session, but gets that one wrong. But Rossington ensures it's a dot to end the second over after lunch. 80 for 1, Hamid 5, and Al Davies Going very nicely indeed at the other end on 53.
Yes, I'll do well to get a better viewing point all season. I think I might have peaked here, Alex Winter. You've spoilt me. I'm not so sure I'll be able to get a better vantage point to commentate on for the rest of the campaign.
I'll do my best.
Well, you can sit there looking quite smug. I don't blame you. Here's Hutton into to Davies. Now a big appeal there. Huge appeal and he's gone. Davies has been trapped LBW. And he looks skywards, the Lancashire batsman. Hutton with a big beaming smile on his face. Correction, Sanderson, apologies. With a big beaming smile on his face. As the breakthrough straight after the lunch interval. Perfect start that for Northamptonshire. Huge appeal, sustained appeal by Sanderson, backed up by the keeper and the slips. And Lancashire have lost their second wicket. Alex Davies, who made 147 in the first innings, has made a very bright, breezy 53. Excellent knock from Davies, but he's gone. 80 for 2, Lancashire, just the start that Northamptonshire would have wanted after lunch.
Massive breakthrough, big wicket for Northants to take, and Davies walking off very slowly to our left-hand side.
Incoming batsman Rob Jones.
Really good once again in the morning session. And by far, I suppose Croft played very well, didn't he, first time around, made 78, but Davies certainly the most assured Lancashire batsman in the first innings, and Northants knew really that they're going to have to get him out cheaply this afternoon to try and push for victory, and that's exactly what they've done. A wicket in the third over of the session. And I think just by Rossington coming up to the stumps, just cramped him for room a little bit. And he just looked to turn one leg side there. Maybe just straightened, maybe just got outside the line a bit. And umpire Chris Watts at the far end sent him on his way. So a big early blow for Northamptonshire. 8 more to take in theory if Mahmood is okay to bat. And we have 68 overs left. So home side's hopes just raised a little bit.
So Jones waits, Sanderson bowls, he's forward and defending and there's no run. I don't know, there must have been some kind of, I've not seen a tweet that Kevin Peterson sent, but he's sent a tweet with regards to something being scared. I'm not sure what the tweet was, but Owen Morgan's been asked about it. I'll try and find the original tweet, but I'm reading here from Stefan Schemmelt, who works for the BBC Sport website. He's tweeted, this is Owen Morgan on the KP scared tweet. Sanderson to Jones is forward in defence and there's no run. He says, this is Owen Morgan, when Kevin Peterson comes out with a comment, it's very similar to comments I address from Geoffrey Boycott. They are not ones that are considered good for team environment and don't take the best interest of the team or the player at heart. I wonder what he's put. Kevin Peterson.
Well, it was after the Australia match, wasn't it, I think?
Was it?
Where Peterson suggested that Owen Morgan was scared of the short ball.
Ah. There's Jones playing from the crease again with the keeper standing right up behind and just steers this ball out to Bavuma at point and there's no run. He's battered that one away, hasn't he, Owen Morgan?
We played the LBW decision of Davies. There is certainly some doubt. It nipped in. He is across in front of all three. Just nips in a little bit, beats the inside edge, strikes him top part of the knee roll. Small man.
Sanderson in to Jones, who's forward and defending. No run. End of a wicket taking over for Ben Sanderson. Picked up 4 in the first innings. 4 for 62. Strikes with the first over after lunch, his first over after lunch. And has claimed his first victim, Alex Davies, for 53. 80 for 2. Oh no, correction, but 1 ball left. I thought I saw Rossington jogging up to the other end, but there's a ball to go. I was deceived by Adam Rossington sprinting up to the other end. So here we go, this will be the final ball of the over. And to Jones, who's again forward and defending. No run. And that is a wicket taken over for Ben Sanderson. I'll just repeat what I said a few seconds ago. India are 130 for 6. Jadeja is 23. Dhoni on 24. I guess while those two are still there, there's a chance. There is a chance for India It's been an excellent day for New Zealand. They require, the equation is 110 from 74 balls, with Jadeja and Dhoni batting. Be a good finish at Old Trafford in Manchester.
Yeah, that LBW with Davies, it probably struck him middle and leg.
As Matt Cole sets in and bowls to Hamid. That's just glanced off the pads down towards the boundary at fine leg. He wants 2, and he sprints back for a couple. So he moves to 7, and the score to 82 for 2.
As I say, top part of the knee roll. So, yeah, both leg side and height are considerations. Umpire Watts has determined there that that was going to take a bit of the leg stump, which I think is probably fair enough. I think either way, you'd have said fair enough. But he turned it down, you'd say, well, nipping down a little bit, maybe a little bit high. But having given it out, it's very easy to make a case from that evidence that he was going to take a bit of the leg stump.
Calls to Hamid, right forward, pushing into the offside, no run. Bavuma fields.
Like we said, I think earlier in the game, not a stinker.
Doesn't look that way. No, not on that replay. That's still. Just seeing the replay of the wicket. Umpire's call. Umpire's call.
Al Davis may have been.
I think he may have given it.
May have been going upstairs,
yeah,
but saying that, I don't think it would have been overturned.
Mike calls to Hasib Hamid, who's forward and defending again, jabbing the ball down into the onside. Gathered at mid-wicket by Keogh, and there is no run.
Such a wonderful forward defence that Hasib Hamid possesses, isn't it? Such a determined bend to the front. He brings the bat forward.
Yes, he does it with a great deal of purpose, doesn't he?
In contrast to Davis, who can just sort of watch, stand there and block. It's right into the ball, which can sometimes be his downfall.
Calls to Hamid, short this time. Bends his knees, swerves back, allows it to be taken by Rossington, no run. And still, Cole stands there at the top of his follow-through, staring, glaring down at Hasib Hamid, who pays little or, in truth, absolutely no attention to it, because he's turned his back on the big fast bowler, and he's had a little twirl out towards square leg, and he's off again. Hamid just resting his bat on his right shoulder, and he's now just seeing what Coles has done because of the change of angle here from Coles. Instead of bowling over the wicket to Hamid, it will be around the wicket. So there's a leg gully, short mid-wicket. Coles in and bowls to Hamid. Turned off the pads. Skittles through for 1. Turns and gently jogs back for a second. Moves up to 9, 84 for 2. You know, at Wantage Road. Breakthrough straight after the lunch interval. Sanderson with the wicket. Davis the man out for 52 LBW. Jennings fell in the same manner before lunch, but it was to this man's bowling. It was Matt Coles, the first ball that he served up on day 4. Full hit the boot of Jennings. Short from Coles again. Perhaps not too surprising with a leg gully and a short mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg, and Meady's crouching down in the crease there, allowing that one to fizz through. End of the over. Matt Coles looks a bit grumpy. He keeps glaring at Hasib Hamid. So he's in the game. I'm sure he's enjoying it, and his captain gives him a little tap on the backside. He's done a good job for Adam Rossington as Matt Coles. He's made that breakthrough coming in to replace Buck after a couple of expensive overs. Now he's looking to try and ruffle up a few of the batsmen. 84 for 2, 23 overs gone, 66 remaining in the day's allocation. Sanderson from the Wilson end to continue. Jones with the keeper right up behind him. And up onto his toes, Jones goes. And guides the ball to Bavuma at point. And there is no run. Sounds of a siren twirling away in the distance. Not too far away from the town centre of Northampton, where I relocated last night. Change of hotel into the town centre, into the beating heart of Northampton. Sanderson to Jones, who's playing forward. Ball was pushed out into the offside, no run. Weave my way through the traffic this morning through the town centre. It took me longer to get to the ground this morning when I was closer to it than it has done for the previous 3 days. I glided in.
Coming on the dual carriageway, yeah.
Cruised it in the previous 3 days. This morning I'm battling with the buses and the transit vans and the cars and going around one-way systems. Jones forward again, defending up to extra cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, catch it at the wrong time, and Northampton traffic can be quite sticky.
I got myself on a one-way system, and it was going the wrong way, unfortunately, so I kind of had to make a little mini detour. I went past BBC Radio Northampton's building on my left, and I thought, actually, I need to be going right at this point.
You do.
Yeah. Jones steering the ball, which just keeps a little low, out towards Bavuma at point. No run. 84 for 2 it remains. Oh, we're almost at 2 o'clock. I shall leave you to it.
Thank you, Scott Reed, alongside myself, Alex Winter here at Wantage Road. Lovely day. Sun reappears. Got a lot of high cloud. A little bit darker in the distance over Northamptonshire, but nice and bright here, directly above the ground for the moment. And set fair for the day, so no interruptions on this final day with 66 overs to come. Northampton with one breakthrough after lunch here. Sanderson pressing for another as he comes into Jones, and Jones gets beaten by one that just nips away a little bit. Rossington up to the stumps here, takes the ball, whips off the bails, just keeping Jones honest there. Still got 3 orthodox slips in place. Point, extra covering quite tight, short mid wicket, mid on, square leg, long leg. Northants know that if they can get through the top order here, what damage they can do against the lower order. 5 for 25 of the second new ball Lancashire lost in the first innings as Sanderson comes in again and again goes past the outside edge, and Rossington whips off the bails, and there's a polite inquiry of David Milnes at square leg, but Jones had his foot safely back in his ground, and the over comes to an end. A probing one again from Sanderson, striving away here for his side. 84 for 2 Lancashire, 391 their target, but you can't forget about it just yet. But becoming a nominal figure, really, that 391 with the loss of Davies. Needed him to go on and get a massive score, really, to give his side a chance to get up here in a run chase. But a case of survival now, one would think, as Coles continues and bowls to Hamid, who's forward and angling the bat, steering it away down towards third man. Newton's chasing after it, loses his sun hat as they come trotting back for 2. 86 for 2, and Hamid is up in double figures now, goes to 11 in the 25th over of the Lancashire second innings here. Coles operating round the wicket, 3 slips in the leg gully, catching square leg in place now as well, as this is back of a length and played nicely, just nudged out down towards Procter there, just coming to his left from that short catching mid-wicket position. And there is no run. As the flags either side of the Wilson stand just pick up a little bit, fluttering away from their flagpoles on the far side of the ground. Ice cream van is back in place today towards the bank of yellow seats across from us. No one queuing presently as Coles goes in outside the off stump, and nicely cut away here by Hasib Hamid. It was a short delivery, and up on his toes went Hamid to push that away very nicely towards a covered stand to our left hand side. So 90 for 2, and Hamid goes to 15. A nice afternoon it is to try and regain some form here, with pressure not quite off, but a few hours of batting to be done to get through for a draw. Relatively benign conditions as in goes Coles again, and this time it's worked out a third man again by Hamid, just opening the blade on one outside the off stump and steering it down past Newton for just a single this time, and Hamid goes to 16, 91 for 2. Coles marching back to his mark down beneath this. He's going to stay round the wicket here to Jones. Yet to score, 44 in the first innings. Never quite settled, I didn't think. 3 slips and a leg gully stay in as Coles goes in outside the off stump and cut away for 4. So Jones is away. FM update now for BBC Radio Northampton listeners, so bear with. A breakthrough here for Northamptonshire after lunch. They're trying to bowl Lancashire out on this final afternoon for what will be a very fine victory. Been a great week for Northampton so far, looking to finish it off today. And the wicket of Alex Davies has been taken by Ben Sanderson. A big breakthrough because Davies made 147 in the first innings and had gone swiftly to 53 in the second innings. But he fell in the 3rd over of the afternoon session. That was after Keaton Jennings was pinned LBW by Matt Coles in the morning. But a lot of work for Northants to do to try and press victory from here. Lancashire 95 for 2, and we have 64 overs remaining in the day. Back with you online on 855 medium wave, with Coles going outside, or past the outside edge rather, of Jones pushing forward. One goes through to Rossington. Nicely bowled by Coles to end what was an expensive over there. So 95 for 2. Hamid 16, Jones 4 here. Getting off the mark shortly before that, or during that FM update, with a clip down towards the backward point fence. Welcome back, Scott Reed.
Thank you, Alex. Peter Hudson-Jones has sent a tweet. He must have looked back at that Davies dismissal. His view is tough call on Davies, very close. I say this because of the ones they didn't give for onions on the first day. And then says, don't tell Graham, he'll be risking his match fee.
Indeed, there were some tight ones that first morning. We didn't get replays of those, unfortunately. Sanderson comes in from the Wilson end, and Hamid forward. One just bounces, and Rossington up to the stumps here has just created a few problems for all the right-handers so far.
Yeah, it's a good move, isn't it?
Yeah, just cramping them up and keeping them honest again there with the Hamid's back foot safely in his ground. Sharp hands to his right-hand side to take that from Rossington. Three slips and a short mid-wicket in place. Sanderson right arm over, and Hamid beaten again. The bail's whipped off, and again there's an inquiry of David Milnes to our left-hand side at square leg, but he remains motionless. And Rossington replaces the off bail that he'd whipped off.
Jadeja's just smacked Santner for 6 out through deep mid-wicket. 81 needed, 55 balls, 4 wickets in hand.
Getting very nervous all of a sudden. As Sanderson is in again, and Hamid again is pressing forward at one that just goes through to Rossington, and again he's got his hands back to the stumps just in case there's a little wobble of the back foot. 95 for 2. So some work to do for New Zealand just to close that out. 2 highly experienced campaigners there for India. Their top order was destroyed earlier on, but it ain't over. Sanderson once more wider on the bowling crease here, and Hamid able to shoulder arms here. Quick glove work from Rossington again, just to his right hand side to take that. 95 for 2. 391 the nominal target now. I think we can safely say. I was pondering when you just popped away, Scott, that with the removal of Davies, any lofty ambitions to chase down the score have probably gone. Sanderson moves in again, and Hamid gets a straighter ball here that he nudges up to the left hand of Coles at short mid-wicket. There's no run again.
Yeah, it becomes increasingly less likely, doesn't it, when you remove a man that got a turn in the first innings and was batting beautifully second time round and scoring so freely as Alex Davies was. I think it's always been the case, I'm sure, when Lancashire came out to bat and started their second innings. It's just about trying to make it safe, and by doing so and batting long, if they take it deep into the final session, that might get them somewhere near.
Sanderson again, back over length this time outside the off stump, and Hamid drops his hands, and Rossington takes it just outside his right shoulder. So a maiden there for Sanderson, and he's made the breakthrough here after lunch, getting Davies LBW for 53. 95 for 2 with 63 overs remaining on this final day at Wantage Road.
But I think that was almost the case from the first day when Northamptonshire get themselves up to 442 in the first innings. That is a lot of runs on the board, and the team coming out to bat second time round are under pressure and are behind the game. So I think when one team gets 442 in the first innings, the opposition would more often than not take a draw from you at that point if you were offered to them. So
I think so, definitely, yeah. Wickets at all the other games still going on after lunch. Kent is 73 for 4, chasing 121 to win, but making a bit of a meal of that there. 52 to win, so shouldn't be a problem, you wouldn't think. But still, Surrey with some big guns to fire down at the Oval could yet create something at the back end of that chase. Leicestershire 183 for 4 at Grace Road, trying to hang on for a draw there. 393 is their target, so 210 to win, still just about possible. Another wicket for Derbyshire at Kidderminster. Worcestershire had shown very good resistance yesterday afternoon. They're now 255 for 7, chasing 373, so 119 to get. They were in a similar position, Derbyshire, against Glamorgan earlier in the season and lost. Can they close out the game this time? Hudson is replacing Coles at the Wantage Road end, and he goes into Jones. He's forward, playing out towards point. Newton is there in his sun hat, and there is no run. Third man has gone down here for the first time against anyone apart from Davies. There are still 2 slips. Fieldsman at mid-off, mid-on. Short mid-wicket, deep square, and long leg. Hutton down in front of us, short sleeve shirt. Goes in and bowls quite straight, and forward comes Jones with a slightly angled bat, steering that away to Keogh, short mid-wicket for no run. Haven't seen Rob Keogh's off-spin just yet. Thought in the morning he'd be given just a little go before lunch, but yet to be seen. Pondering whether there may be some turn for him this afternoon. But Adam Rossington going with his seamers so far. And now for Jones, the third man is actually brought up here. So Gully is back in. 2 slips and a Gully in place. Hutton goes in, just outside the off stump. Nice drive through mid-off by Jones, and he picks up a boundary. Away towards the players' dressing rooms to our left-hand side. Very nicely struck indeed. Full of length, and he made a good move forward. Time it nicely up past extra cover, and away to our left-hand side. For his first boundary, goes to 8, 99 for 2.
Good shot, wasn't it, by Jones? Nice and positive. Batted well, I thought, in the first thing. I thought he did a really good job supporting Alex Davies. And then Davies took the headlines at 147 and crossed top score of the season with a 78. But actually, at 44 is another example of kind of Jones getting his head down and battling through it and gritting an innings out. Did well.
Hutton goes in again. And Jones just rocking back here. There's nudge away towards backward point. Newton is tumbling away to his left-hand side again in there. And there is no run. On a warm day. Breeze just coming across the ground and just reminding you that without the breeze, nice and warm.
Oh, aye. Yeah.
It's a shades on day, definitely.
I know, I'm enjoying it. Put the old shades on myself.
Hutton is in again, and a 4th stump line. Jones is moving this from the crease, again out towards point, where Newton this time comes to his right-hand side to make the save in there. And there is no run.
It's a shades on, shirt off day for some people in the crowd.
Yes, quite. See a chap to our right-hand side, down towards the nets. One in the Wilson stand, I think, is also shirtless.
I think there's 2.
There is 2. There are 2 even. Just a moment's pause with some movement behind the arm down beneath us. As Hutton sets off again, goes in past the umpire and pushing away from quite a straight line here is Jones to short mid-wicket. Did not want to miss that, but he didn't. And he steered it to Keogh out to our right-hand side. So end of the over. 62 to come in the day. 99 for 2. Lancashire having lost Jennings for 20 and Davies for 53.
India needs 72 from 48 balls. Jadeja has just reached a half century, 52 from 40. Dhoni, 28 from 52.
Getting very, very nervy indeed, that run chase at Old Trafford. Hopes were raised that the upset was on the cards. When India were 3 down early on, ended up being 60 for 5. But Jadeja has whacked them back into the game. Situation manageable for the moment. As in comes Sanderson, far end, bowling to Hamid. Just has a little fiddle at one outside the off stump that again just goes away to the gloves of Rossington. Just forced to think twice here, Hamid, with Rossington stood up to the stumps, it appears.
Yeah, he's got guys all around him too, hasn't he? He's got KO at short extra cover. He's got Newton at short mid wicket. Keeper right up behind. He knows there's 3 slips behind that. There's a square leg as well. There's not a great deal of ways to get out of this at the minute. Just hanging on in there really is Hamid.
Sanderson is in again and Hamid is well forward, pushing just in front of short mid wicket. And there is no run. Looks like a substitute's on here for Northants.
Yeah, I said it was Newton, but apologies, it's not, is it? Newton's down at fine leg.
Might be Charlie Thurston. Doesn't look like Ben Curran. As in comes Sanderson again with his dark hair from the far end, moves in, and Hamid edges, but short of second slip, is it? Yes, I think it doesn't carried. Levy to his left-hand side, went away to try and claim the catch. Sanderson thought he had his man, but I don't think it's carried. It hasn't carried. And Levy straight away, he wasn't claiming that catch.
No.
He knew it had just bounced in front of him.
Yeah, credit to Levy because the bowler obviously was up appealing. Hamid kind of looked a little bit around in despair there. He thought he'd gone, and Levy straight away kind of signalling that no, that just bounced in front. Bavuma, who was at gully, had a good view of that as well. He didn't move. He knew that it had just landed a fraction in front of Levy. But again, that edge and that built up by the sense of being tied down.
Sanderson again, and Hamid beaten coming forward this time. And for the latest time, Rossington has whipped off the bails, but Hamid's back foot is safely entrenched behind the pop increase. 99 for 2.
I mean, it's really good cricket to watch. This little ploy that's in place now by Northamptonshire, and being backed up by really good disciplined lines from Sanderson, the bowler, testing, probing that kind of 4th, 5th stump line that he is doing.
Comes in again here and brings Hamid forward, playing again out towards that short mid-wicket fieldsman, just moves in a few yards to his left to collect in there. And there is no, and there's a bit of a squeeze here from Northants.
Yeah. And there's not much more Hamid can do. He's just got to try and sit through this, really. Just say, okay, well, at the minute, the bowler and the fielders have got me tied down. I'll just try and get through it. Get a little bit easier. Sanderson can't bowl this spell forever, this type of spell forever, so at some point it will be released.
Sanderson once more, and Hamid letting one go, just outside the off stump. It cannons off the pads of Rossington. And Ben Sanderson sends down another maiden, 99 for 2. Hamid there on 16, Jones has 8. Jennings out for 20, Davies for 53. The men out so far for Lancashire in this second innings. They'll be hoping to bat through to tea and then get through 50 minutes or so of the final session. We can shake hands on a draw. It'll be 10 to 5, it will have to be 5 o'clock today because Lancashire obviously can't declare in the 4th innings.
Yeah, could be going a little bit longer than that. That depends on obviously how many wickets are down, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get to around about that time and Lancashire are 5 or 6 down. A new ball not too far away. Northampton want to give it all they possibly can. Hutton bowls to Jones, who's defending, just pushing it back down the ground, gathered by Brett Hutton off his own bowling. No run, 7 overs for 21. Brett Hutton, Sanderson and Coles with the 2 wickets so far to have have been eked out of that Lancashire second innings. It's brought Jones and Hamid together. And a real intense spell from one end. What will Hutton serve up from this end? Or it's a short ball which he digs in, but down the leg side, and taken by Rossington. No run. There's a bit of pressure on Hutton too, when he's just seen an excellent spell from Sanderson, where Hamid just really can't get the ball away. It's just about survival. Doesn't want to give Lancashire an out at this in this over. Wants to keep that sense of pressure on. Give Jones any freebies. 2 slips, gully. We're in position. Hutton bowls. This is a bit of width, and Jones chops the ball down to the ground. It's a good stop at gully. And there is no run. India 173 for 6. 67 required. 40 balls left. Place in Sunday's final at Lord's against either Australia or England awaiting. Good fun. A game that didn't get concluded last night. It's into Jones, who's striding forward, turning it across his pads into the onside. And there is no run. How will New Zealand's nerve hold? They won a tight one at Old Trafford against the West Indies.
Oh, that was a cracking game, wasn't it? Saturday night.
Yeah.
I just finished playing cricket, and we were in the bar watching that, and we were sort of just like drifting away from watching it too closely, because the West Indies had collapsed badly.
Hutton to Jones, forward in defence. No run.
And by the time I'd got home, had a bite to eat, packed my stuff away, and turned the telly back on, Carlos Brathwaite was going absolutely wild, and suddenly with 3 overs to go, they had a sniff. And it was the most incredible ending, and Brathwaite almost got West Indies over the line.
Hutton balls. Jones again onto that front foot, jabbing the ball down into the offside. No run. It was a terrific catch at the end of the over as well. 99 for 2. It was a good day actually that Saturday, because earlier on India almost lost to Afghanistan.
Indeed, yeah.
They were a little bit edgy, India, trying to defend that total, and almost lost, and became the big story of the World Cup. And then they survived and got over the line, and then it bubbled up in Manchester, didn't it, with that game? It's a terrific Saturday for the World Cup. This contest will resume here, and this has been good to watch. It's a contest between Ben Sanderson and Hasib Hamid. And it's as you were, the field exactly as it was. So the short mid-wicket, square leg, short extra cover, mid-off, backward point, 3 slips. Keeper standing up. Sanderson looking to continue piling the pressure on, bowling again to Hamid, who shoulders arms, taken by Rossington, tosses the ball up to mid-wicket. Hamid walks out to square leg. 99 for 2. He's on 16, Hasib Hamid, but his patience is being tested. Probing that line just outside the off stump, giving him no room at all to try and free his arms. Squared up a little here, Hamid, and the ball squirts off a thickish edge out to point. Straighter ball onto Hamid's pads.
He's bowled unchanged here, Sanderson, for 40-odd minutes now since lunch. And why do Northants go after this? I think they've got to give Keogh an extended run. I mean, this little period here after lunch, getting Davies, and now real squeeze on has almost taken defeat out of the equation, really, hasn't it? And the target's so far away.
Over the wicket comes Sanderson bowls, and cries of catch as he goes to hook it, but he's cleared, fine leg, and that's 6 hurtling towards the stands at down the fine leg boundary. Yelp of catch as Hamid went to hook it, and that cleared Newton by probably 10 yards. It's gone 8 or 9 rows back into that little stand just adjacent to the players' pavilion. 6 for Hamid. He moves to 22. Lancashire to 105 for 2.
Northampton have enjoyed some fortune in this game, but Lancashire's turn there to get one in their favour. That was back into the draft as well, so that was a big edge to fly all the way there. As you say, way back over long leg. Newton never interested.
Sanderson to Hamid, who's leaving this ball, gathered by Rossington, no run.
Slippery short ball from Sanderson. Doesn't have the pace to really scare you with it, but uses it as a real surprise weapon. Because he's thereabouts all the time, bringing you forward, bringing you forward, bringing you forward. And when he does bang one in, it is a real surprise delivery. Hurried Hamid there. Skidded on, big top edge. Almost made the breakthrough.
Into Hamid, edged again, but bounced in front of Vasconcelos at first slip. Again, he's played that quite softly, and he's got the way he gets forward on top of the bounce with this angled bat. Inevitably, an edge from Hamid will go into the ground. As it did then, it flashed off the edge, bounced to the right of the keeper, and then stopped by Vasconcelos.
Yeah, fourth day pitch maybe just lost a bit of its carry. We saw good carry earlier in the game, didn't we? A couple of edges here, one to Levy, now one to Vasconcelos, falling short of the cordon.
Sanderson to Hamid, that's a good ball as he edged that one behind. Well, I think they're appealing for an edge behind, or they're appealing for a stumping. They've whipped the bails off. My initial thought was they're claiming he's edged that, but perhaps not. They've obviously gone up for a stumping here. They're convinced that he's got him. The umpires are having a conversation, and
I can't understand why the umpires would be having a conversation.
well, I'm presumably it must be for a stumping. If he's either edged it or he's not edged it, and obviously the standing umpire can give that. So there must be appeal that for the stumping.
Hamid's gone nowhere.
No, he's staying put, isn't he? And the outcome is, as the umpires split, presumably the outcome is not out. Rossington is having a question. The umpire now speaking to. Yeah, the outcome is not out.
That was bizarre, wasn't it? Because there was an immediate appeal it had to be for a catch behind, because Sanderson went up straight away. He wasn't looking to the square leg umpire, so he was appealing for a catch behind. And then I wonder whether there was a thought of had the ball nicked the stump. And that's why the umpires got together to see if he had actually been bowled. Because for a catch behind, there was no need for the umpires to confer.
No, it's either out or not out, isn't it? Yeah.
For a stumping, there's no need for the umpires to confer, because likewise in that situation, the square leg umpire can only give it out or not out. So I'm really unsure why the umpires got together to adjudicate there, but Hamid survives.
He wasn't going anywhere, was he, Hamid? And the Northamptonshire players have got themselves into a little huddle. But yeah, it would be fascinating to know what the kind of the original appeal was for. Hutton in to Jones, who nudges the ball down into the onside. And there's no run. But,
that was very unusual. Yeah, it was. Very unusual.
As you say, we could almost rule out the little snick behind, because, well, that's either out or not out from the standing umpire. The bail was on the ground. I thought that Rossington clipped the bails with his gloves as he took the catch, which made me think, well, maybe they've gone for the stumping. It's a short ball by Hutton, which Jones ducks underneath and taken by the keeper, no run. But as you say, then the square leg umpire then says, well, it's either out or not.
The only reason the umpires would confer was to decide whether a ball had carried or not, or very strange why they got together there. Unless it was always not out and they were actually going to confer about excessive appealing or anything like that. But very strange.
Here's Brett Hutton to Jones. That's clipped off the pads. It's a nice shot. Proctor's got a lot of ground to make up and has done so very well. Jones has come back for two. That's very good cricket all round. It's a lovely little glance off the pads for Jones, and a good piece of work by Proctor. 107 for two.
Because Sanderson was convinced, absolutely convinced, he I think he did just about turn round. That's the requirement really from the bowler. Has to turn round and officially ask the question of the umpire. Can't just tear off in celebration straight away. As Hutton goes in and brings Jones forward, pushing out towards extra cover where Bavuma fields, and there is no run. Elsewhere around the country, Kent have steadied the ship and they're now 27 from victory at the Oval. They're 94 for 4, chasing 121, having bowled Surrey out a second time around for 218 earlier today. So looking like a fine victory for Kent over the reigning county champions, whose crown is almost certainly slipped away now. As Hutton goes in again to the right-handed Jones, back of a length and pulled away, not timed at all. Rolls slowly into the deep, and Procter is out there to collect. And they get a run, so 108 for 2, and Jones goes to 11. At Grace Road, Leicestershire trying to battle away for a draw against Durham. They're 210 for 4, so some work to do there. Their nominal target is 293, so 186 away there. Looks very, very unlikely. And at Kidderminster, Worcestershire are continuing to battle away. 272 for 7. They need now 101 more to beat Derbyshire. 373 is their giant target, but they're giving it a great go. 5 down so early in that chase. As in comes Hutton, and one just nips away here and strikes the glove of Hamid down into third slip, and there is no run. So just a few moments here still to encourage Northamptonshire. We've had 50 minutes since lunch. They have struck with the wicket of Alex Davies, falling LBW to Sanderson for 53. Still a lot of work to do and time ticking away. We've still got 58 overs left, but we'll be deep into the final session before the second new ball is due, which is crucial here. Earlier on, Northants left themselves 89 overs to try and bowl Lancashire out again. 391 was the target the Northants left. They batted on for 5 overs more this morning to add 49 runs. So Sanderson continuing from the Wilson end with 3 slips and a short mid wicket. Comes in, and Jones in his crease works it away to Coles in there at short mid wicket for no run. Deep square has dropped back. There's been a long leg throughout as well. And a second helmet has now come out, and Hutton is going to put it on at third slip to go as close as he possibly can at third slip. He just moved himself up a couple of yards there, very close to the back, because he's seen a couple of edges so far not carrying. Sanderson in, Jones forward, working this away out towards short mid wicket. No run. And now for... well, they just adjust the slips cord here actually, because Vasconcelos, I was about to say they're going to dispense with the shorter third slip, but they've just changed Hutton for Vasconcelos. So Hutton's gone back to first slip. Vasconcelos now under the lid at third as Sanderson goes in, and Jones from the off stump defends away to extra cover, oohs and ahs from around the bat. Northants still believing they can force victory here this afternoon. They've still just about enough time for them to do so, given the way that the lower order for Lancashire collapsed horrendously in the first innings, and the fact that there is a question mark over whether Sabiq Mahmood can bat. Sanderson short ball outside the off stump, and just watching it carefully go by is Jones, dropping his hands, letting it pass through to Rossington, who's up to the stumps here, taking it up by his right shoulder. At Old Trafford, India need 42 runs to win off 24 balls. Ravi Jadeja is keeping them in the game. He's 74 not out from 54 balls. MS Dhoni 35 from 62 at the other end. More of a supporting role as Sanderson comes in, and Jones lets another one go just outside the off stump. A length ball, climbed a little bit, foot outside the off stump, let go through. So very much still game on at Old Trafford. India looked to be well out of it earlier on, but that pair, Jadeja and Dhoni, have added 100. for the 7th wicket. And New Zealand have still got a job to do to see the game out, to get through to their 2nd consecutive World Cup final, as Sanderson comes in again and Jones is in his crease, pushing out towards backward point. Bavuma is there and there is no run. So a real squeeze here by Northamptonshire since the dismissal of Al Davies. It was 80 for 2 in the 22nd over. It's now 108 for 2 in the 33rd. So the last 10 overs have only gone for 28 runs. Not too bad actually. It just feels like there's been a real squeeze on here for Northants in the last half an hour or so since the dismissal of Al Davies.
So that Hamid incident back on super slow-mo. And he's not edged it. He's clearly missed the bat. And as the ball goes through to Rossington, he clips the stumps off and then immediately turns to look at the square leg umpire. So from what I've seen back, it looks like he's gone up for the stumping.
2 slips and a short leg now as Hutton goes away from us to Hamid, and Hamid is in his crease, dabbing away out towards point, and there's no run. So Rossington was going up for a stumping.
It looked that way, yes. The ball didn't hit Hamid's bat. You can see that pretty clearly on the replay. Gone through to Rossington. The bails have been knocked off, and then he's as soon as he's done that with that kind of momentum, he's instantly turned to his left to look at the square leg umpire. So from what we've seen just back there, it looks like he's gone for the stumping, Rossington.
A 3rd slip inserted now. They've gotten rid of the short mid wicket as Hutton goes away again. And Hamid is forward, just outside the off stump, blocking back up towards the bowler for no run. And that 3rd slip is Rob Keogh, who is now limbering up for a first bowl in this 2nd innings. Haven't seen his off spin so far. Expect that he might play a significant role today, but Northants have gone with the seamers so far. Coles and Sanderson with the wickets as Hutton goes away from the wanted road again, just outside the off stump, lifted in the air by Hamid. Goodness, that's gone over extra cover and out towards the block of white seats for 3 runs. They're charging back here for the 3rd and they get home. Good piece of running, but that just appeared to either stick in the pitch or just Hamid getting there a bit too soon, and it was popped up over extra cover, well over the head of Bavuma in the end, and away for 3 runs. So Nelson is brought up 101 for 2 and Hamid has 25.
Well, I mean, he's battling here, Hamid. He's not got past 30 since that century at Middlesex on the opening day of the season, and he's just kind of battling his way back into the innings and trying to get into some form.
Hutton goes into Jones, strikes him on the pad. That looks out, that is Lancashire 3 down, and Hutton has struck with a full delivery that Jones has just misread a bit, I think. Trying to flick leg side, he's missed and was caught low down on the front pad and looked to be bang in front of all 3. A pretty easy decision that for David Milnes, I think. There was ended about any debate about the dismissal of Davies, certainly none about that. And Jones is on his way for 11, and it's 111 for 3. Nelson has struck.
Yeah, I don't think there's too much doubt about that one.
Hutton for 11.
He's just missed one, basically, hasn't he there, Jones? Trying to work one through the onside, whip it off his pads, missed it. You miss, I hit, out. And Rob Jones has to depart. 3rd wicket down then. Just keeping the things nice and interesting. And got a batsman who is clearly kind of battling to get through this and get himself back into some rhythm and start hitting the ball cleanly and find a bit of form. Now got BOHANNON, who has had a pretty slow start to the season with the bat as well. They've got a chance. Northants in the game here. A lot of overs left. Long way to go. 57 more overs for Lancashire to bat through. That's an awful lot of cricket to try and get through. And absolutely, the game is still very much alive for Northamptonshire.
Just goes to show the importance of the wicket of Davies. We mentioned it at the start of this Lancashire 2nd innings. He fell in the 3rd over after lunch. LBW for 53. And since then, Northants have been right on top. They've had a real squeeze on, created some pressure, and Jones has fallen to that pressure with a loose stroke. Couldn't get the bat down in time to a full straight delivery. And so out comes Bohannon at number 5, made just 2 in the first innings. And now with the breakthrough, I just wonder whether the introduction of Keogh might be delayed, perhaps.
Possibly, yeah.
So 3 slips and a short leg. Hutton goes into Bohannon, right-hander. And Bohannon outside the off stump lets one go through. I mentioned this, I think, when you had just popped off in the morning session about Keogh here today. Very few left-handers here for Lancashire. Is it just Jennings?
Yes.
So just one, which just limits the potential threat of Rob Keogh's off spin. 111 for 3 as Hutton goes away from us, past the umpire, and Bohannon in his crease gets the bat down to this in the nick of time to push down to Sanderson at mid-on, and the over comes to an end. Success for Brett Hutton and a breakthrough for Northamptonshire. Still believe they can force through here. 7 to take, 56 overs left in the day. If we get that far, they will get 10 overs with a second new ball deep into the evening session. The question still remains about whether Sabiq Mahmood is able to bat.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, we don't know about Mahmood, whether he can come out and bat. Didn't see him at all in the field. Sure, the extent of the injury. And that could mean that Lancashire effectively 4 down.
Sanderson continuing at the far end, bowls to Hamid just outside the off stump, lets it go through to Rossington. Pressure on, oohs and ahs from around the bat. A job to do here for Lancashire to resist the most pressure they've been put under in the county championship match this season so far. Been relatively smooth sailing for them until this point. As Sanderson comes in again, and Hamid down to a full delivery, quite straight, works it back up towards the bowler's right hand, and there is no run.
It is. It's a new test for them, for Lancashire this season. Batting out the final day to try and save a match, a match in which they've been behind pretty much all the way through. It's a different challenge for Lancashire. Northamptonshire have a golden chance to make it a really memorable couple of weeks.
Sanderson moves in again from the far end, and Hamid draws the bat to a very, very tight line. Again, Rossington whipping off the bails, but again Hamid safely entrenched behind the popping crease. And there is no run. 111 for 3. Nelson having struck with the wicket of Jones. He just appeared to be beaten for a bit of pace with that full straight delivery from Hutton as he looked to whip it leg side. Dead in front as Sanderson comes in again, and Hamid again able to let one go just outside the off stump. And Hamid battling away on 25 not out here, has eaten up a lot of deliveries, but it's still there.
India need 32 off 14 deliveries in the game at Old Trafford.
Sanderson comes in again, past the umpire, wide on the bowling crease, brings Hamid forward to play this time, pushing out to Keogh with extra cover.
But Jadeja has just gone for 77, so there's 7 down now, just 3 wickets remain. Terrific innings from Jadeja, 77 off 59. He's now 32 off 13 balls.
Brave catch by Kane Williamson on the edge of the circle. He's caught a couple of steeplers today. Yep, Sanderson comes in again, and Hamid in his crease, very late down to it, but keeps it out towards mid-wicket. And the over comes to an end. So another maiden for Sanderson. He's got through a lot of work since lunch from that far end. He's bowled unchanged for an hour. He's got the wicket of Davies. And Hutton striking to get Jones for 11. Hamid still there, 25. Bohannon a failure in the first innings. yet to score. Still, the very experienced Croft and the kingpin Villas to come, but then potentially vulnerable lower order. And we still have 55 overs to go, so it could yet be a very, very tense final afternoon here at Wantage Road.
Here comes Brett Hutton. Bohannon waiting. 1-1-1 for 3. And he bowls a straight ball to Bohannon, who defends to mid-on, no run. Yeah, that spell here, it's an hour, as you mentioned, Alex, from Sanderson has done a couple of things, really, hasn't it? One, it has got, crucially, the dismissal of Alex Davies out, LBW, but two, it is almost taken the possibility of Northamptonshire losing out of the equation, because that spell where Lancashire just got tied down because of his disciplines, because of the way that he was constantly asking the question of the batsman with the keeper stood up, just slowed the whole thing down from Lancashire's point of view, as Hutton balls to Bohannon, worked out to deep backward square leg for a single, off the mark with that, 112 for 3. So it's kind of moved that view of Lancashire chasing these runs out of the equation. So that's been an outstanding hour from Sanderson from that far end for his captain. Really good intensive cricket. I wonder if he'll continue. They look to change it. I suppose if he's feeling okay, feeling in a bit of rhythm, keep on going. But I'd be tempted to have a little go at Keogh, you know, see how Lancashire go about playing Keogh. So how they try to attack him in the first innings. Hutton in, balls to Hamid, stretching forward, but just getting the bat out of the way in the nick of time. He loops it up and over his shoulder, the bat there. We're not too far away from just flicking off the face of the bat down towards the keeper.
I suppose Northampton can give Sanderson a big run here, because when his spell does end, it's going to be a long time, I think, before we see him again, because we've got so much time until the second new ball becomes available. We're only in the 35th over, so it's going to be a big period before Northampton can take that second new ball, and maybe Sanderson won't return until then.
Hutton to Hamid, who's hopping back into his crease, drives into the offside. Bavuma juggling the ball, an extra cover, there's no run.
T taking it precisely 3:40 on the final day, so we've got just under an hour now until the second break of the day. Just wonder, maybe that will be the end of Sanderson now, maybe one burst just after tea and then save him back for the second new ball, who knows.
Forward short leg, under the helmet, 3 slips point, deepish point actually. Bavuma at short mid-off, and short mid on as well. Yelp from Hutton as he sends down a short ball, which Hamid bends underneath that and gathered by Rossington, no run. Dhoni's just hit a 6 to move to 49. Ooh. 25 off 11. Brilliant drama. Yeah, oh, it's a ridiculous shot too by Dhoni.
Goodness, cut it over, cover for 6.
Oh dear. Hutton running away from us. Hamid waiting still at the crease and leaving a ball. Goodness me, that comes back in a fraction at end of the over and through to the keeper, and there is no run. 112 for 3. Bohannon 1, Hamid on 25, 54 overs remaining in the day's play. Is it time for a change? Will Sanderson continue? The answer is no. Looks like it will be Rob Keogh coming into the attack, but super stuff from Sanderson. Really good hour, that. Excellent stuff from the Northamptonshire fast bowler.
That's a great spell, giving his side a chance there. That's where Kent 16 to win now at the Oval, 5 wickets in hand, so job almost done. Leicestershire have lost another one at home against Durham, 5 more in hand there, as they try and see out the day. And what a game that is at Kidderminster, where Worcestershire are 279 for 7, still going, 94 more to beat Derbyshire. That is an incredible match.
Ooh. Further drama at Old Trafford as Keogh comes in and balls to Bohannon. Oh, he's turned that straight to short leg, and that has bounced into, is that Vasconcelos?
It is.
And that turned it straight to Vasconcelos, and he couldn't keep a hold of it, and he leans back and looks towards the sky. There is a potential run out here at Old Trafford as Keogh is in and bowling, and Bohannon is forward and defending into the offside. And Donny has been run out. Looking back at the replay, he's on his way back. That might well be a place in the final for New Zealand now. There's Keogh into Bohannon, forward and pushing into the onside, and there is no run. 112 for 3 here at Wanties Road. Bohannon waiting for Keogh, who's in and bowling. That's turned out into the onside. It'll clip out towards mid-wicket. Fielded, and there is no run. Martin Guptill has run MS Dhoni out for 50. Tossed up and slashed through the offside by Bohannon. 4 runs through extra cover. Moves him to 5. And score on to 116 for 3.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot. That's what Keogh did a bit too much in the first innings. Chucked up a few too many outside the off stump to get driven merrily away. That was the case there. That was really nicely timed. It's a mighty old chase for Nathan Buck. He's having to go off the ground, out into the gravel, down by the nets in the gym down there to retrieve this ball.
He might be in a slightly battered state too, as he's bobbled across the concrete and rattled into the metal frames of the nets. Bohannon to 5. 116 for 3. 1 ball left of Keogh's first over. He's got a slip and a forward short leg, short mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, short extra cover, point, mid-off, and fielder at backward square leg. And Keogh's tossing the ball from one hand to the other, and in and balls to Bohannon, who's going back and guiding the ball back to Keogh. End of his first over. 116 for 3. Bohannon 5. Hamid on 25. It's an outstanding pick up and throw by Martin Guptill to run MS Dhoni out in that game at Old Trafford. And the Indian supporters are in disbelief. 24 runs from 8 balls is the equation.
2 years ago, Dhoni would have made that run.
Cheeky from you.
What a piece of work. So looking like New Zealand, for the second tournament in a row, into a World Cup final. Final 4 years ago, ended disastrously for them at the MCG. Brendan McCullum bowled, was it 3rd ball of the game? Having a swing at Mitchell Stark. But they're going to get another go now on Sunday at Lord's. They're dancing in the aisles at Old Trafford.
Singing in the streets of Wellington. Here's Hutton to Hamid, forward and turning into the onside. And there is no run out towards mid-wicket. I think it is all but over there because they're now 9 down. So 217 for 9. So yeah, New Zealand on the way to a Lord's final. 240 was the target for India. Looked like an absolute walk in the park.
Oh, we gave New Zealand no chance this morning, didn't we?
Hutton to Hamid, in behind, defending, straight back, push back towards the bowler, gathered by Hutton, no run. 116 for 3.
Criticising Kane Williamson for batting first yesterday, knowing the weather was coming in and knowing that there could have been a delay, and it's always better to bat when DL comes into the equation, and having gone to a full reserve day in a 50 over match once again, it was obviously in the favour of the side batting second, but that is a monumental performance by New Zealand.
Hutton to Hamid, short, and he pulls that one.
Shot.
Yeah, he gets 4 for it. Short leg taking evasive action there, crouching down as Hamid just rocked back and pulls the ball towards backward square leg. That'll give Hamid a little shot in the arm of confidence. That connected with it sweetly, on top of it, controlled it. Gets 4 for it. Moves to 29. 120 for 3. Brett Hutton bowling from the Wanties Road end. We're peering right down the pitch here. We'll see Hutton turn, big broad-chested man. Comes bounding his way back in again. Squad number 16. Balls to Hamid, who plays a lovely little punch through the offside as well, out towards extra cover. Jogs back for a second. Bavuma will get to it. Score advances on to 122 for 3. Hamid moves to 31 not out. Quite a brisk breeze across the ground now. See the flags on either side of the indoor centre blowing pretty firmly, left to right as we look. So just pushing into the left side of Hutton's shoulder. As he starts in again with 3 slips or waiting. Still that forward short leg. Maybe another one short, we'll see. Clip down to fine leg, not a great ball by Hutton, just helped on its way by Hamid. Glanced off his pace down towards the boundary for 4 more. It's been a good over this in terms of runs for Lancashire. In terms of, I guess, just trying to get back on top of the bowlers, which has not been the case since lunch. Ball has dominated back since the interval. But Lancashire will feel as though this over has just pushed them back on top. India have been bowled out for 221. It is a place in the final for New Zealand. Who would have thought that?
Absolutely incredible.
Fantastic result for New Zealand against all the odds. Hutton bowling to Hamid, who's working it into the onside. Cries of no is gathered by Sanderson. And there is no run. End of the over. 126 for 3. Hamid 35. Bohannon on 5. We have 52 overs remaining in the day's allocation. We're approaching 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Middle part of the afternoon session on a bright breezy day in Northamptonshire. Lancashire looking to bat through this day to save the match, to maintain their unbeaten record this season. Northamptonshire are looking to make it two really good wins in a row. Victory against Sussex last week at Hove. Can they defeat Lancashire this week? Keogh into Bohannon, who's playing forward. And there is no run. Fireworks are going off at Old Trafford as the confirmation comes through that New Zealand have won by 18 runs, defending that target. Outrageous. Bohannon with a little push, work the ball into the offside. Deflects down to Levy, who's prowling around at slip with his cap tucked into the back of his trousers.
Being fired off the media centre there at Old Trafford, those fireworks.
Indeed, yeah. Bohannon defending again, no run.
I think you could do with them for championship matches as well.
To greet the arrival of the players.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a great idea. And there they go again. Firing away off the roof of the media centre at Old Trafford. Bohannon going back and turning it into the onside. No run. I can imagine last night they would look quite spectacular in the dark.
Indeed.
Quite the same
middle of the afternoon.
But you know what? They've paid for them, they might as well use them.
Absolutely.
126 for 3.
I bet the fire officer was a bit nervous overnight.
Keogh into Bohannon, who's forward and defending. And there is no run. Starts again, Keogh, top of his mark, clutching the ball. A little bit flatter, Bohannon forward, pushing into the onside. Bavuma comes round from mid-wicket to field. And that is the end of the over. 126 for 3 it remains. Bohannon on 5. And Hamid on 35.
Elsewhere, Kent have wrapped up victory at the Oval. It's a really good win there for Kent. They've chased down 121, not without alarm. They have got their 5 down, but it doesn't matter how many wickets you are down, it matters if you get over the line, and Kent have done just that. So congratulations to them, and they continue to make good progress in life back in Division 1. So that's the only remaining Division 1 game finished. So we can look at the table now with every team having played 9 matches. Somerset top 164, Essex second 149.
And Nathan Buck.
Yorkshire third, 109 points, level with Hampshire. Then Kent up to 104 points in 5th place in the table. That's really, really good stuff from Kent. Surrey are in 6th place, the defending champions, on 85 points, but I think any chance of defending the title is now extinguished. Warwickshire, 7th place, 83 points, and there's a big gap back to Nottinghamshire, bottom of the table on just 45 points. So an awful lot of work for Notts to try and do in the remaining 5 matches to get out of trouble. It was Nathan Buck from the Wantage Roding. Goes into Hasib Hamid, who's pushing away to extra cover for no run. It has not been Nathan Buck's match here so far. He's been very poor with the ball. It was expensive in the first innings, 11 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 53. And in the second innings, the overs he's bowled so far, just a couple of them, went for 18 runs. So very, very poor from Buck, who's been reasonable this season so far. Can he come up with another breakthrough? 126 for 3 here at Lancashire. Buck is in, and Hamid lets one go outside the off stump. That just gently drifts back in towards the right-hander, through to Rossington. Durham are chipping away nicely at Grace Road. They now have Leicestershire 2-3-5 for 7, and Leicestershire are still 158 runs away from their target of 393. So it looks as if Durham are pressing towards another victory, and to complete what will be quite the turnaround there, having been bowled out for just 117 in the first innings. As Buck, with 2 slips and a short mid wicket, goes into Hamid, and Hamid outside the off stump guides it away for 4. Nicely played, bit of width on offer, and that was a good steer by Hamid, away towards the third man fence, the bank of yellow seats on the far side of the ground. And the other game going on is at Kidderminster, and it remains an absolute thriller because Worcestershire was set 373 to win by Derbyshire, and they slumped at the start of that chase to 48 for 5 before battling back to 212 for 6, 249 for 7, and they're now 281 for 7. So still a lot of work to do to get up, because they're 92 runs away from victory. But what a game that is on the final afternoon at Kidderminster. The game moved from New Road because of flooding. As Buck runs in, just outside the off stump again, and Hamid lets this ball of fuller length go through to Rossington behind the stumps, and there is no run. 2 slips in place. Point extra cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, and then 2 out on the leg side, deep square and long leg. As Buck turns and goes in past umpire Milnes again, and it's pushed away off the back foot by Hamid, away towards point for no run. Still trying to take in that news from Old Trafford that New Zealand have beaten India by 18 runs, chasing just 240 to win, bowled out for 221 in the final over. Utterly remarkable. And New Zealand in back-to-back World Cup finals. As Buck goes in, and this is full at the stumps, bringing Hamid forward. He pushes away towards Keogh, out at mid-wicket, and there is no run to end the over. So Northampton's continuing to press here. They've still got just about enough time. 50 overs exactly remain in the day. 130 for 3. Just under 40 minutes to go until luncheon. Tea, I beg your pardon. Taking at exactly 3:40 on the final day. And Sanderson getting a breather here after his marathon spell just after lunch. Got the key wicket of Davies, it's just given Northampton a chance here. Sanderson just pops off the ground for a break. And Northampton here are going to insert another catcher for Keogh. So a slip, short leg, and now silly point in place. FM right now for BBC Radio Northampton listeners. Northampton's pressing for victory here on the final afternoon. They need to bowl Lancashire out here to secure what will be a fine victory after dominating the first 3 days of this match. They've taken 3 wickets so far. Lancashire 1, 3, 2 for 3. This morning they were set a nominal 391 to win in 89 overs. They got a really good start, the home side, before Keaton Jennings fell to the first ball that Matt Cole sent down in this second innings. He went for 20. Then since lunch, Alex Davies has fallen LBW to Sanderson for 53, a big wicket after Al Davies made 147 in the first innings. Then Rob Jones also falling LBW to Brett Hutton for 11. So Northants have 50 overs remaining in the day. They need 7 wickets to win here, and they're probing away at the minute with the spin of Rob Keogh. We've got 36 minutes to go until tea here on the final day, and Lancashire trying to bat out the day to survive. They're 1, 3, 2 for 3. Back with you online and on 855 medium wave up in the northwest of England on BBC Radio Lancashire. Good afternoon all, wherever you are. I'm sure a few of you may be retuning to our coverage here, having witnessed the end or listened to the end of that incredible World Cup semi-final at Old Trafford where New Zealand have beaten India. Got a brief delay here actually, because I think Northants want another catcher around the bat. That previous delivery was just worked down the leg side by BOHANNON for a couple of runs. And yes, it does look as if Matt Cole's here is going to come into leg slip. So all of a sudden we've got 4 men around the bat for Keogh from the Wilson end. He picked up BOHANNON in the first innings, caught it slip for just 2. And yeah, 4 men around the bat. So Levy is at orthodox slip. And then Newton at leg slip, Vasconcelos at short leg, and Coles at silly point are all now behelmeted. As Keogh from the far end bowls and BOHANNON goes back to cut and misses. It wasn't all that short. He's going back, his weight going away from the ball out towards square leg to try and cut it away, and missed. Northants with a real squeeze on, some real pressure here on the visitors as Keogh steps in right arm over, BOHANNON back and pushing away to Bavuma at short mid wicket for no run. There's also an orthodox mid wicket to our left. Then mid on and mid off, both saving the single nice and tight, and then orthodox extra cover. 4 men around the bat here. Spinner operating on the final day. It's outside the off stump, very full length. And BOHANNON previously would have been looking to drive that through the covers, but just with the presence of short silly point now, content to let that one go through. 1, 3, 2 for 3. Keogh steps in again, gives us plenty of air, but BOHANNON well forward here to smother it away. Out in front of silly point, and there's no run. Keogh now comes round the wicket for the first time and bowls quite straight, and BOHANNON brought forward again, just dabbing it down out towards mid wicket, and there is no run to end the over. So Northants probing away. 49 overs remain in the day. 1, 3, 2 for 3. And a job to do for Lancashire to survive here, Scott Reed.
Indeed, yeah, it's good. This is good, intense cricket, isn't it? Into the final day of a county championship match with men around the bat, spin from one end. Keogh, ideally from Northamptonshire's point of view, would be able just to really bolt one end down, get men around the bat, try and put some pressure on, ask some questions. It allows Rossington to then say, right, little burst from his fast bowlers. He's, I'm sure, desperate for Buck here, just to click into a bit of rhythm and find a bit of form. But yeah, terrific stuff to watch.
Buck into Hamid, showing good resistance on 39 here, and he lets one go outside the off stump that just comes back, maybe on the breeze a little bit. Just coming from our left hand side, there is just still enough there. The ball is just doing enough off the straight just to keep Northants interested here. Time is against them, but still a lot of overs to go.
There is, yeah. I think we're going to be here deep into the day. We watched Lancashire lose 5 for 25 at the back end of their first innings. Northamptonshire, I'm sure, will give this every possibility, every chance.
Bucking again, just outside the off stump. It comes back a little bit, and Hamid is back and across to dab it down. No further than off the cut strip, and Keogh comes in from short mid wicket to collect, and there is no run.
Hamid won't be too concerned about all that. about balls faced and runs scored, that is largely relevant for Hamid. I'm sure he'd be relishing the prospect here of just trying to bat, defend, bat, stay there, occupy the crease.
But goes in again, bowls my bumper, it goes through very slowly outside the off stump here. And Hamid gets well out of the way, dropping his hands, swaying the head inside the line. And it goes through behind the stumps to Rossington. Noise from the Northamptonshire fieldsmen. They continue to believe here, continue to believe that they can cause what would be a bit of an upset if they can tip up Lancashire here. And give their promotion hopes a real big boost if they can get up here.
I mean, they're right in it already, aren't they, Northants?
Oh, very much so, yeah. Yeah, even with the draw. As Buck goes in again, outside the off stump and pushed away by Hamid from the crease, driving square out towards Newton at point. And there is no run. Derbyshire have got another wicket at Kidderminster. They made the breakthrough there. So now the visitors' favourites against Worcestershire, 286 for 8. 87 more to win for Worcestershire. That's been a really good game of cricket as well. After 108 plays 113 in the first innings, you thought, oh dear, but it's developed into a great contest. Bucking again, just outside the off stump, and Hamid watches, withdraws the hands and allows it to go through behind the stumps. Leicestershire clinging on at Grace Road, 242 for 7, 150 more to win. So still all results possible there, just about as well.
Been some good games going into the fourth day.
Yeah, been a really good round of matches. Wherever you've been, it's been very, very competitive. No side has dominated. As Buck goes in to complete his fourth over, second of this new spell, and Hamid gets one that just goes away a fraction, and he gets it off the shoulder of the bat down towards backward point for no run to end the over. So better here from Buck, but still yet to, certainly with the ball, make an impact on this game. 1-3-2 for 3, 48 overs left in the day, and half an hour to go until tea.
Yeah, tea at 3:40 on the final day, on the dot. So we'll know when that will be. And Lancashire probably got one eye on that. These two will be thinking, right, half an hour. Can we get through this half an hour? Get to tea. Lancashire with wickets in hand heading into the final session. This is good to watch, isn't it? 4 around the bat.
Go to BOHANNON again, and he's pushing out up towards short mid wicket, just coming to his left hand side. And there is no run. Steps in again, Keogh from the far end. Right arm over, floats one up, BOHANNON well forward. Just dabbing it down in front of silly point there, leaning out his coals to collect with the right hand. And there is no run. Keogh again, BOHANNON back this time, running it up towards the bowler for no run. And the other thing to consider here is that these overs remaining in the day are a minimum.
Indeed, yep.
So if Keogh can slip through the overs pretty quickly, they could get a few bonus ones in. Steps in once more. This is driven away through cover point. They're going to get a single here. And BOHANNON gets himself down the other end and goes to 633 for 3. Another wicket for Derbyshire. Almost there now. Worcestershire 286 for 9 at Kidderminster. And that is going to be a victory to propel Derbyshire back at the table as well. It's really, really tight.
It is, yeah. So I really fancy Worcestershire to well, and they could still challenge, but to be right up there.
Keogh to Hamid for the first time in a while, and he pushes a very full ball quite firmly out to mid-wicket. And there is no run.
They're a team, aren't they, Worcestershire, that have been up and down quite a few years, used to challenging and winning promotions, a good young side as well.
Keogh quite flat here down the leg side and moved away past leg slip, and they're going to get a couple of runs out towards the players' dressing rooms to our left-hand side. They do indeed come scampering back for the second run, very comfortably in the end naturally. And Hamid's resistance continues. He's got 41. And Lancashire are 135 for 3. 47 overs left in the day. You know, a win there for Derbyshire is going to propel them back into the top 3. They've lost a couple of really tight games already this season. Lost a game to Glamorgan at Derby They should have won, really. Had 2 wickets to take and 100 runs in the bank, and Glamorgan got up. And then from absolutely nowhere, they managed to lose a game at Durham where they wanted, I think it was something like 40 runs to win with as many as 5 wickets in hand, and totally collapsed in the final session to lose. That gave Durham a first win of the season, but Durham could yet be picking up their 3rd win of the season now. Making complete victory against Leicestershire.
Here comes Buck, moving in and bowling. A ball that's left alone by Bohannon and gathered by Rossington, and there is no run. Max Winter has removed his sunglasses. There is a cloud just hovering above us. Fear not, nothing sinister. It's not going to rain. The great Thomas Schaffernacker said it would not rain, and that's good enough for me. So that cloud is non-threatening, but it means the sun has disappeared for a little while. Still blue sky out in the distance, and that breeze I'm sure you can hear on the mic as well. Buck bowls full of ball on off stump, driven nicely by Bohannon. Procter from mid-on goes down towards the long off boundary to field, and Bohannon jogs back for 2, and he moves up to 8, and the score to 137 for 3. As Buck searching for his first wicket of the game. When he bowled 11 overs in the first innings, he was quickly taken out of the attack. He's into his 5th here, so in comparison to his colleagues, as he bowls to Bohannon, who's back and across and defending, and there's no run. He's had a pretty light game with the ball. Compare that to Sanderson's 26 and Hutton's 23 in the first innings, and 15 as well from Luke Procter. Buck should be quite nice and fresh. He's not been bowled too much, and just searching to try and find his best form. Wicket might just get him going. Just all the bowler needs is a wicket, and he'll click back into rhythm. 3 slips awaiting, Buck bowls. It's angled onto the pads of Bohannon, tries to whip it through the onside. Ball just deviates out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Brett Hutton and Richard Levy in conversation at 3rd and 2nd slip. Vasconcelos remains silent with his arms folded at first slip. It's capped into his left-hand side. Twirl of the bat from Bohannon. Buck, little shimmy at the top of his mark and moves in and bowls, and that's down towards the fine leg boundary. That will be 4 runs. It'll clip off the bat down towards the boundary for 4, and Bohannon moves up to 12. The score to 141 for 3.
Derbyshire have done it.
Oh,
Bowled Worcestershire out for 290 at Kidderminster. So a cracking game of cricket in the end has been wrapped up quite comprehensively, and Derbyshire have won by 82 runs. So it was their 3rd win of the season, and they go back into the top 3.
outstanding victory. Division 2 will be just as indeed the race to win Division 1. Buck in, that's a beautiful ball to Bohannon. He's beaten pretty comprehensively there, playing, missing, through to the keeper, completely squared up, gathered by Rossington. End of the over, 1-4-1 for 3.
The difference in the security of batting between Alex Davies and almost everybody else in the game, I think we could say, is extraordinary. Everybody else has probably had at least 5 balls, upwards of 5 balls that have gone past their outside edge. I can't think that Davies has been beaten 5 times.
Probably not, no.
Just that ball there. How many times did Northampton send down that type of ball to Davies? And he just watch and watch and watch and let it go. But Bohannon awkwardly across and trying to get a bat in the way, gets himself beaten. This goes to show what Nick Al Davies has been in this game. Not there now.
No, out for 52. SME goes back and defends a Keogh delivery, no run. An LBW victim of Sanderson. It was an element of doubt in the dismissal. I think it was a shocker from the umpire, far from it. Keogh to Hamid, who's Back and driving into the ground, no run, but not an absolute certainty that that ball would have gone on to hit the stumps. But, Davies has worked with the bat in this game, has been done. He's put on 200 runs for his team. There's Hamid, a little crab-like with his back leg jerking out. And he guides the ball up to Bavuma at short, straight mid-wicket. Still these 4 fielders all crouching in underneath their helmets around the batsman as Keogh bowls, driven a little into-out from Hamid. With that back leg flailing behind him, driving up to mid-off. No run. Keogh over the wicket to Hamid, forward in defence. Manages to find a little gap between forward short leg and leg slip. It's like a little, probably 3 or 4 metre gap, and he's just walked out to square leg to continue his little routine in between those 2 fielders. Now settles back into the crease. He's off the back foot again, driving into the ground. It one bounce and it thuds into the chest of Matt Coles, who he's clearly made of iron, as he doesn't flinch at all. As the ball was driven into the ground, deflected onto his chest. And like Iron Man, he just turns around and says, I'm absolutely fine. 141 for 3. Hamid on 41 is second. I will just clarify, but I think that's his second highest score of the season. He got that century at Lords against Middlesex, 117. I don't think he's got past a 50 since then. It's a 29. He's certainly had a 30. But, I don't think he's yes, he had a 30 against Leicestershire at Egbert, and then not a lot since then. So this is second best return of the campaign for Hamid. However, I'm sure he'll feel the work is only just begun. Nathan Buck comes in and bowls to Bohannon, who's driving, but almost directly at Bavuma. Maybe a half a yard either side could have caused the fielder a problem to try and stop it, but it was arrow straight to the fielder, right in behind it. Gives the ball a bit of a polish. Buck slowly meanders back to his mark. And 2 of the Northampton boys, hands on hips, Keogh at mid-wicket, Sanderson at mid-on. The old double teapot. Watching Buck now. He balls to Bohannon, who drives very nicely, and it's well cut off. Sanderson did well coming round from mid-on, trying to run Bohannon out. Straight drive from Bohannon, firmly hit. Sanderson scooping round from mid-on to cut the ball off, and then attempts while sat on his backside to throw the ball at the stumps. He's missed, and he's still sat down there, Sanderson, and begrudgingly picks himself up, dusts himself down. Bohannon moves up to 13, 142 for 3. Change to the field. Third slip is no longer. So Hutton has gone from third slip to mid-off, with Bavuma at extra cover and the fielder at point as well. And he guides the ball square of the wicket to Rob Newton at point. Gets himself across for 1. Takes his total to 42. And Lancashire to 143 for 3. And Hutton, who was at mid-off, now is going to go and relocate himself at third slip with Bohannon back on strike. So didn't have that third slip in for Hamid, but do for Bohannon. Buck balls to Bohannon. Oohs and ahs as he gets into it and trying to punch it through the offside. It comes off the inner edge of the bat. Up to Keogh at mid-wicket. And there is no run. 20 minutes, maybe a bit less than that, 18 minutes away from the tea interval. Clock just ticking down on the far side. Short mid-wicket is Keogh, just settles into position, hands rested on his knees. Buck moves in, It's a wide ball that's come off the bottom edge down towards the fielder at long leg, looking to cut the ball there. Bohannon, bottom edge past the off stump. Little streaky single for Josh Bohannon, takes him to 14 not out. 144 for 3.
Close.
It was.
Just shake back a little bit, didn't it? And again, enough movement, just about still there to keep Northants interested. They'll have one more here before tea. 6 in the final session with a new ball with this lower order, not impossible.
Might only be as Buck bowls, and that's pushed into the offside by Hamid. But for no run, that concludes the over. 144 for 3. Might only be 5 required, but it's not entirely certain whether Mahmood is fit enough to come out and bat. It remains to be seen whether we see Mahmood. I have seen him this morning. He was kind of he wasn't involved in the warm-ups this morning. He was out there with his teammates, but not really taking much of a part in the warm-ups. So he's got an issue of some description. We shall see. 12th man, Chris Sanders, comes on with a towel and a couple of drinks for 2 Lancashire batsmen. Bohannon does a bit of gardening. He's got plenty of company while he has a little pod in the broke. Matt Coles is so he's done a little bit of tapping down as there Bohannon, and Matt Coles peers over the top and examines the bit where Bohannon has been tapping. He's back right under the face of the batsman there is Coles as Keogh bowls, and that deflects off the thigh pad. It's gone down towards the boundary, and then what's that gone for? Is that hit anything? No, it's not. It's gone for byes, 4 of them. That's gone past the whole lot. So it's managed to get past the keeper and the leg slip and went down towards the boundary for 4 byes. 148 for 3. Bohannon remains on 14. The presence of Matt Coles at City Point must be daunting. Bohannon's only a little lad. He's only a little man.
He is. Coles towers over him, doesn't he?
He's got this muscle man towering over him. No, the umpires are just on the walkie-talkie there, and clarifying perhaps what that last runs will go down as. It was signalled as byes, but they're just looking up towards the scorers. They're actually taking the runs off, so I wonder if they were saying that there was no shot being played and that was perhaps a dead ball, because the runs have been taken off at them 4 byes. There's Bohannon going back.
I think the scorers gave runs initially and then will have corrected it to byes. To me, it just turned straight down the leg side.
There's Keogh in to Bohannon. He's left it through to the keeper. No run. Well, they put the 4 runs on the board and they've taken them off. So, we'll see. And in the big scheme of things, it doesn't really make any difference at all. But what does make a difference, I'm sure, to Josh Bohannon and all these fielders around the bat. Keogh tosses one up, he plays forward and squeezes it into the onside. Gathered by Bavuma. No run. 144 for 3. In comes Keogh again, his right elbow sticking out as he bowls, and Bohannon tries, but that man mountain, who's about 3 inches away from his nostril, he's there again, which is Matt Coles, and the ball does not find a way past the big man. End of another over from Keogh. 144 for 3. Bohannon 14, Hamid on 42.
Thank you very much, Scott Reed, alongside myself, Alex Winter, here on the final day in Northampton, where Northants are probing away. They've still got a lot of work to do and try to impress for victory. 43 overs remain, 7 wickets to take, assuming that Mahmood is okay to bat, and still 2 big players to come, Croft and Villas. But if Northants can get through, they've got this lower order to come, and they completely dismantled with the second new ball in the first innings. 5 for 25 they took, as they took a big first innings lead. They built that up to a lead of 391 this morning with 49 runs in 5 overs. Themselves 89 overs to try and bowl Lancashire out again. 3 wickets so far in 46 overs. Procter is on here from the wanted road end, goes in but bowls down the leg side, and Hamid looks to flick it away and misses, and it's taken by Rossington. 42 from 92 balls here, Hasib Hamid. 5 fours and that top edged 6 over long leg off Sanderson. A few times Northants have thought they've had Hamid, but he's still there, grinding it out for his side. 2 slips short mid-wicket, short extra cover as Hamid flicks this past the mid-wicket. That's a fine shot. That's going to run away for 4 past mid-on. It's a beautiful piece of timing. Full of length angled in. And beautiful wrists from Hamid, whipping it away, all the way along the ground, between the short mid-wicket and mid-on. And he finds the boundary down by the members, away to our right-hand side. Goes to 46. 148 for 3. Any question of a dash towards this massive target went just after the lunch break with the wicket of Davies in the 3rd over of the session. And a real squeeze from Northants during that period, and runs have been hard earned since then. But Lancashire so far doing just about enough to see out the trip. 11 minutes to go until tea. Can Northants strike? As up goes Procter, right arm over the wicket and goes through past the outside edge. Hamid propping forward, it just straightened enough. Rossington taking it down low, coming forward, and again just enough encouragement for Northamptonshire here. But Hamid, by hook or by crook, has stuck it out so far. Procter goes in again, angles one end, whipped away again by Hamid. Well saved by Keogh, diving to his left-hand side from short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Keogh has got through 6 overs of his off-spin so far from the top end. It's only gone for 7 runs. So far, not too many moments of concern against Keogh. Haven't seen too much spin. As Procter goes in again, very full, and driven back by Hamid with no timing at all, down towards Hutton, out at mid-on, just down to our left-hand side, and there's no run. 148 for 3. 42 overs to go in the day after this, so it's going to be an extended final session. Northants will get 10 overs with a second new ball if they think they can still win in the final hour. As Procter goes up again, down the leg side though, and whipped away to long leg by Hamid. That'll be a single. Out towards Buck in the deep, in front of the bank of white seats on the far side of the ground. And the over comes to an end. So 149 for 3. Bohannon 14, Hamid 47 here. Battling away for his county. Shorter runs this season, so far here showing great resistance. As the battle between Keogh and Hamid about to resume here, Scott Reed.
Indeed. For those that do like these things, that 4 by was indeed signalled as a dead ball, so it's gone as a dot in the end.
Okay.
So those runs were taken off. But there might be people listening, scoring along, you never know.
Keogh, far end, bowls to Hamid, who's back and pushing back up the wicket for no run. 4th day pitch, and the zipper's gone out of it a little bit, so what turn there is fairly slow here for Keogh, who steps in again past the umpire, floats one up, forward comes Hamid, it popped up to the left hand of Silly Point. Cole's in there very, very tight, leaning away, couldn't grasp what may have been a very sharp chance.
Iron Man.
4 men around the bat and a short mid-wicket as Keogh floats another one up. This is worked leg side on the bounce to Silly Point. Vasconcelos there in the shin guards.
He must spend half an hour, Hamid, stretching out his hamstrings before he comes out to bat. He's a torn hamstring candidate with the way he stretches forward.
Big old stride, yeah, which he doesn't get out here as he drives away into the body of Coles again at Silly Point, and he doesn't flinch.
No, well, it's because he's made of iron.
It is.
He's not. I don't think he's human.
He is so close there, Coles. His right boot is almost on the cut strip. As Keogh floats one up, and this is whipped away through square leg by Hamid. That'll be 4. It's nicely played, and that takes Hasib Hamid to a hard-earned half-century here. It's not been a good summer for him, but he's battled away here and got himself past 50 for just the second time this season. 117 in the first game of the year at Lord's. But it's proved a false dawn since then. He scored very few runs in the championship, but has battled away here to make a vital half-century just when his side needed it. 153 for 3. He props forward again and just nudges it out a yard or so away from his bootlaces, and coming across almost on his knees there is Coles to collect, and the over comes to an end. 153 for 3, and we've got 6 minutes here to go until tea time.
Yeah, well done, Hasib Hamid. That century against Middlesex in the opening game of the season feels like a long time ago, and he's had a couple of 20s and a 30 since then, but this is a really gutsy, battling knock from Hamid. Under pressure, men around the bat. Sure, plenty of chirp as well. And he's managed to block all that out so far. How deep can he take it, Hamid? But excellent half-century for him.
Procter is in to Bohannon, who's driving down towards Hutton at mid-off. And there is no run. 41 overs remain in the match. Just get a sense that Lancashire are beginning to see this out. The third wicket went down in the 31st and the 33rd over, I beg your pardon. So this pair have got through a good hour or so here. 16 overs this partnership is into now. It's been good resistance. Runs irrelevant as Procter goes in again. Full of length again at the stumps, bringing Bohannon forward. Pushes down towards mid-on. Across goes Sanderson to his left-hand side in the sun out to collect. And there is no run. Maybe one more burst of Sanderson after tea. And wait for the new ball.
Worked, didn't it, in the first innings, the new ball? I mean, they got Davies out just before the new ball was taken, which is a big bonus for them. And then 5 wickets fell quickly after.
Procter once more, and Bohannon with a slightly angled bat here. Steers it away out towards Newton, coming to his right-hand side from point. And there's no run.
But they won't have long with it. 9 overs. I mean, perhaps they could squeeze a few extra in because Keogh's bowling pretty quickly, but they'll need Lancashire probably 7 down.
Yeah.
And that new ball's available. Something like that, maybe.
Procter goes up again, and again Bohannon forward. In stout defence here, keeping them out. Plays to Bavuma at extra cover, and there is no run. Become a nervy afternoon for Lancashire, but at the moment fairly secure with 7 wickets in hand and 2 big players to come in Croft, who played very well in the first innings for his 78, and then Villas, who was not out 27, ran out of partners in the end. Procter is up once more. This is nicely driven back down the ground, but Procter sticks out a right boot and touches it away out towards mid-wicket. I think he's an Oldham Athletic fan, Procter.
He is from Oldham, yeah. So he could well be a fan of the Latics.
I was there during the very, very brief Paul Scholes reign.
Oh, excellent.
Last year. As Procter shuffles in again, just outside the off stump and nudged away by Bohannon. He was trying to steer it down. It was a thick outside edge, but away from Levy and out to third man for 4. So almost to tea now here. Lancashire 157 for 3. 40 overs scheduled in the day.
Yeah, he didn't bother for too long, did he, Scholes?
No, lasted a month most.
Month? Well, it's enough, isn't it? Have a little do. Call it quits.
Was there for his first game, Oldham against Yeovil Town on a Tuesday night.
Crikey, but that was cold.
In mid-Feb.
Yes, so
Yeah.
it'd be about -12 then.
Yeah. It wasn't the most pleasant of evenings in Greater Manchester weather-wise.
It's always freezing at Boundary Park, no matter what the weather's like.
So, final over of the session here coming up, we think, as Hamid comes forward to Keogh and blocks him out in front of City Point. And there's no run, 157 for 3. Rossington now just wants his mid-wicket in a bit tighter. There are 4 men remaining around the bat here. Slip leg, slip, City Point, short leg. And there's now a catching square leg in position as well, and a short mid-wicket. Keogh bowls quite straight. This is down the leg side. There was a cry of catch, but it's away from leg slip and down to the fine leg fence beneath us for Mr. Watts, 4 leg buys. So a flick of the pad past leg slip, so it wasn't a chance. And even though Keogh's probed away with good purpose, hasn't really created too many moments so far, has he?
It's just more the sense of pressure, isn't it? Because of the men around the bat. There's 2 guys closing on the onside, 2 kind of short mid wickets, as well as the 4 fielders and the keeper. So there's just a sense of trying to create pressure, but actually, probably in reality, it's not doing a great deal for him.
Keogh once again, far end. Hamid back here to punch. Good save at mid wicket by Bavuma. I was running away with good purpose across the square, and the little South African has got down to his right to save what may have been 4 runs there actually, because that was quite nicely struck by Hamid, who waits with rigid arms, bat raised, and goes back and cuts here into point. Just a gentle stroke, nudging away to the right-hand edge of the square this time, and they get a single. So Hamid 52, 162 for 3.
Be hoping his work's done for the session now.
Yeah, 2 balls to go. Keogh now coming round the wicket to Bohannon. And Bohannon is lifting this leg side, but over mid-wicket and running away towards the bank of yellow seats. Hutton is giving chase and just brings it back into play. And they're going to come back for a 3rd run. But Bohannon, I think deliberately.
Yeah, I think he did.
Trying to chip it leg side, got it over short mid-wicket and away for 3 runs in the end actually. Sorry, goes to 21, 165 for 3.
I mean, it feels like a shot kind of fraught with danger, that, but he played it well, got it way above Bavuma at mid-wicket. Just chipped it through the onside. Couple of slips now. Silly point, short leg slip.
Last ball of the session. Keogh round the wicket and Hamid props forward, keeps it out to short mid-wicket, and that is some very good resistance from Lancashire. They go to tea at 165 for 3. So Northampton now need 7 wickets in only 39 overs remaining in the day. 10 of those could be with the 2nd new ball, but by then it could be too late. Could be just an hour more to come in this match, and we could be seeing a handshake at 5 o'clock. But Hamid, fantastic resistance, 52 to him. Bohannon on 21. The wickets to go in the afternoon. Al Davies for 53 and Jones for 11.
Tea interval of 20 minutes.
And for listeners on 855 medium wave on BBC Radio Lancashire,
Hasib Hamid's
we will
50
rejoin
coming off 103
FM
balls
programming.
with 1/6
See you
and 6
soon.
balls.
Welcome back to Wantage Road with myself, Alex Winter, for the final session of what's been an absorbing game of county championship cricket. Northants resuming in the field here, needing 7 wickets to force victory here against Lancashire. They've got 39 more overs to try and do so. 2nd new ball is still 30 overs away, so it'll just be 9 overs possible with that 2nd new ball. And if Lancashire can get through the next hour of play, losing no more than probably 2 wickets, then we may get a handshake at 5 o'clock. So the job almost done here for Lancashire. They've got Josh Bohannon coming back here on 21, and Matt Cole is bowling the first ball of the evening session outside the off stump, and Bohannon lets it go through. So Lancashire have done just about enough so far throughout the afternoon. They've lost Keaton Jennings for 20 before lunch, and then after the break Al Davies for 53 and Rob Jones for 11. But since then, Hasib Hamid has made just his 2nd 50 of the summer. He's 52 not out and has occupied the crease for a long time at one end, and Bohannon's been good enough so far from the other. Coles into Bohannon, outside the off stump, and cut away for 4. It's a loose delivery, a poor delivery, a tired delivery from Coles, and easily steered away that out towards the covered stand to our left-hand side for 4 runs. 169 for 3. Runs irrelevant now, they have been for a long time really. 391 was the Lancashire target. In 89 overs set this morning. Since the dismissal of Al Davis, really, any notion of Lancashire getting up to chase down this score has been fanciful, as Coles goes wide on the crease, angles one in, and loads of time there really for Bohannon to knock it out towards extra cover for no run. 2 slips and a short leg here, straight away after tee. Long leg and deep square are both back, mid-wicket, mid-on. A mid-off come extra cover, and then point. And Northants have got to make something happen pretty quickly here, as Coles goes in again past the umpire, and just outside the off stump, little dab and go here from Bohannon into cover, as Newton comes across from point to collect, and there is no run. This partnership has been really good between Bohannon and Hamid. Has occupied 18 overs at 111 for 3. Northants sensed a real opportunity to force victory here this afternoon, but Hamid and Bohannon have snuffed it out. FM right now for BBC Radio Northampton listeners. Into the final session of this game now, and Northants' chance to force victory slipping away. They've got 7 wickets to take in the Lancashire second innings and 39 more overs in theory in which to take them. But for the moment, Lancashire very, very solid, with Hasib Hamid, who played Test cricket for England all the way back in 2016, having made it a second half century of the summer. If he and Josh Bohannon can get through here with the 4th wicket intact to 5 o'clock, we'll get an early handshake for a draw here at 1-2 But for the moment, Northants still holding out hope of trying to force victory, but a lot of work still to do, with Lancashire 170 for 3. And Hamid pressing here in front of point, and runs here more out towards the covered stand to our left, and they're going to come back for a second run. So Hamid goes to 54, 172 for 3. And as I was saying there, Lancashire will be hoping this partnership can see them through to 5 o'clock, at which point a draw could be shaken on before the final hour begins. And Northants will just be hoping for a little moment, a little breakthrough, to try and make something happen here.
Rob Keogh continuing at the Lynn Wilson end.
So as you heard there over the PA, it'll be Keogh from the Lynn Wilson end of the ground, with 4 men still around the bat, and Bohannon trying to resist. Keogh steps in right arm over, floats one up, and Bohannon well forward, playing down towards short mid wicket for no run. Just 2 in the first innings for Bohannon. Got himself to 26 here and 54 deliveries. 4 boundaries to his name. There's a slip, leg slip, silly point and short leg, and a short mid wicket as Keogh steps in again past umpire Watts, and back goes Bohannon, pushing to the bowler's left hand for no run. And Keogh with the back of his mark steps in again. Little shimmy into the wicket brings Bohannon forward, but solid defence here, blocking out. Back up the wicket for no run, as we welcome listeners again on 855 medium wave on BBC Radio Lancashire, back in the northwest of England. Good afternoon to you all, as Keogh bowls on the off stump, and Bohannon is forward again, pressing away back up towards the bowler's left hand for no run. Keogh, a long sleeve shirt with the sleeves pulled up, floats one up a long way here, and there's a brief cry for LBW and a brief cry for maybe a bat pad catch, but that type of delivery I don't think Keogh was sent down enough today, with a bit of air on a good length, drawing the batsman forward. Just hasn't quite got that length and flight right enough, I don't think, today. Hasn't quite had the threat the Northants were hoping for, as he steps in again just outside the off stump and cut away for 4 by Bohannon. A little bit of width on offer. That's nicely struck out towards the groundsman shed away to our right hand side for a boundary. So 172 for 3, 176 for 3. Bohannon on to 30 The second over after the tee complete. And for the moment, Scott Reed looks as if Lancashire are seeing out the trip.
Yeah, they're so far today they've done just what was required of them, really. A little bit of a kind of a post-lunch wobble, having losing Alex Davies for 52, then Rob Jones followed relatively quickly afterwards. A little bit of an opening there for Northamptonshire, but yeah, I think they've shown a great deal of calmness. BOHANNON and Hamid, different players have popped up when required to try and grit the game out and see the game out for Lancashire. So yeah, so far they'll be pretty pleased with their work.
Away goes Coles, 2 slips in place and a catching cover point now as Hamid defends from the off stump. Stabs it down on the offside for no run. Time ticking away from Northamptonshire here. They gave themselves 89 overs this morning to try and take 10 more wickets in the game. What was likely to be a difficult task unless they made progress with the first new ball, and it didn't happen for them. Opening stand of 60 and 14 overs repelled the opening burst. Got Lancashire off to a really good start as Coles goes in, bowls down the leg side, flicking away as Hamid can't take it behind the stumps. Rossington a little fumble there, but no touch from the batsman. Hamid 54 not out, and hopefully the type of innings to give him a bit of confidence going forward for the rest of the summer, and could yet make his way back into international consideration. We do hope. 2016. His England Test debut out in India, and they looked the business straight away. Incredible his slide since then as Coles goes in, bowls very full but too straight and turned around through square leg for a single. Out to Procter in the deep, away to our right hand side. And Hamid now has 55 to his name, 177 for 3.
I mean, but crucially in the short term, and you know, the talk about England and such like is, I guess, quite a distance down the line, but just in the short term, this is his best score since that first game of the season against Middlesex, and he's occupied a lot of time. I suspect he's probably batted for a longer period in this innings than he has for the last 2 or 3 put together.
There's now a short catching extra cover. This is pushed away backward of point by Hamid. There was a cry of catch, but it was backward of point and races away down towards the third man fence for a boundary. First of the evening session. Hamid goes to BOHANNON, I beg your pardon, he goes to 34, 181 for 3. Talking about Hamid and how he needs to play himself into a new contract for next year. I suppose at the forefront of his mind, convincing the Lancashire management that he is worth persisting with. All that talent, all those runs as a, say, youngster. He's still very young, but still his formative years. There's a bumper here. It's well directed by Coles, but well ducked beneath by Hamid. And Rossington takes it behind the stumps.
Yeah, it's a point that sometimes is overlooked. I think he's only 22. So, you know, he's still absolutely at the very start of his professional kind of first-class career. So sometimes that's easily overlooked.
Matt Coles runs away from us again. And a short ball is hammered away by BOHANNON to the cover fence away to our left-hand side. As the pace and zip has gone out of this pitch, and that's sat up and was whacked away to the covered stand to our left-hand side. Nicely struck. BOHANNON with a couple of boundaries goes to 38. 185 for 3, but the runs irrelevant. Just a case of keeping that wickets column skinny enough to repel Northants for the final 50 minutes or so here for the end of the game.
Yeah, you would think if these two are still batting around about 5 o'clock, and there's a chance that the players might, well, the Northants captain might decide that enough's enough. Maybe not. As mentioned before, Lancashire lost 5 for 25 in the first innings and about 10 overs thereabouts. And they will have the availability of a new ball, but they won't have long with it. Perhaps something around about 9 overs, unless they can squeeze an extra few out with Keogh bowling.
It's Keogh to continue here from the far end, but with so many overs to bowl in this evening session, still got 36 to go. I doubt we'll get any bonus ones in. Keogh to Hamid, strikes the pad as he looks to flick away leg side. There was some commotion around the bat as the ball dropped in front of short leg and there was no run. Still giving it a go here, North Ends. Keogh floats one up outside the off stump and he's bowled him! Hamid's shouldering arms, one has spun back and taken out the off stump. And there's a little moment for Northamptonshire. Hamid's resistance comes to an end. He's gone for 55 and Keogh roars his delight. He's got the breakthrough. And the game just about still afoot here. 185 for 4.
Absolutely. Well, it is still afoot, definitely, yeah. And that's a lot of overs still for Lancashire to go through. It just gives them a little opening, that, doesn't it? Straight after tea. Get rid of Hamid, he was so watchful but well battered. Asif Hamid for his 55. But, we've got Croft and Villas. I presume it will be Croft out next. And then Villas to come. They're the two genuine batsmen. After that, oh actually no, they've gone for Villas first. The captain's going to bat just ahead of Stephen Croft, so they've just mixed it up again from that first innings. And then they're into the bowlers if they can get through a couple of quick ones. As we mentioned, if the possibility of taking a new ball with around about 9 overs of it a little bit later on, well, for that to really have an impact, I guess you've got to be kind of 6 or 7 down at that point. But either way, that was a good delivery from Keogh, and he's been rewarded for some persistence and some very tight bowling just before tea. Done a good job for his team.
Northants need one more here, I fancy, before 5 o'clock to convince Adam Rossington to keep going.
Well, I think we could be here after 5 o'clock now. I think
there was a bit of turn there for,
exactly.
for Keogh. Yeah. Just out of the footholds, outside the off stump of the right-hander. He was shouldering arms, Hamid.
There was a game at Liverpool a few weeks ago in Leicestershire. We're playing Lancashire, and it was into the final session on the final day. I'll bring up the scorecard. So
Villas, the new man, out at number 6. 4 men stay around the bat. Short mid wicket also in place. It's Keogh from the Wilson end, floats one up, and it turns back a little bit, and Villas was back, pushing away to the bowler's left hand for no run.
Lancashire trying to force a win, trying to bowl Leicestershire out. They had them 5 down, and we went on until 6 o'clock. There was no shaking hands, no pulling out early. They carried on right until the very end.
Keogh floated up, and Villas a little bit stuck in his crease, just nudges in front of Silly Point, and there's no run. Belief again here for Northamptonshire. They can force victory. 6 wickets to take. Keogh off stump, Villas well forward, pushing out to short mid wicket this time for no run. You would think that if it did come to it, they would wrap Mahmood up and bring him out. If you saw him walking this morning, would seem to mean that he would be able to stand there and hold a bat as Keogh floats one up and playing a little away from his body here, but that's trying to smother it out to the left hand of Silly Point. And the over comes to an end, so it's an over and a wicket, and they've just kept Northamptonshire interested here. Lancashire would have been hoping for a very quiet 50 minutes, an hour after tea to get to 5 o'clock and hopefully a handshake, but now 4 down. And with this lower order that was blown away so spectacularly in the first innings, 5 for 25. Lancashire lost to the second new ball. Hope remains for Northants. 185 for 4 here at Wantage Road. And speaking of Leicestershire, they've lost.
Ooh.
Durham have got through with a second new ball, so Durham have won there by 119 runs. What a turnaround. Durham bowled out for 117 on the first day. Leicestershire replied with 2-1-2, so a good lead, but then Durham battled back with 4-8-7 for 7. Declared, left Lancashire 393 to win and bowled them out for 273.
Here is Buck with BOHANNON on strike. Oh, that one just jags back in, and BOHANNON keeps the ball out, tucks it into the onside, out to mid-wicket, no run.
So for the time being, Northants are back to 9th in the table. It changes around so quickly, and Durham are back up to 5th all of a sudden on 95 points, and just 11 points behind Derbyshire, whose win at Worcester earlier today, what Kidderminster against Worcestershire, has put them back in 3rd. This, well, Surrey Division 2 is a fantastic division this season.
2 short mid-wickets and 2 slips in place, and Bucky's bowling to BOHANNON. It's a wide delivery, so he's happy to completely ignore that. Yeah, so wins for Leicestershire, a win for Durham, a win for Middlesex and Derbyshire this week. So significant victories in Division 2 of the County Championship. And good wins too. Durham beating Lancashire by 119 runs. Middlesex beating Gloucestershire by 78 runs. Important win for them. Again, it gets them going a little bit after a pretty poor start. And Derbyshire's win over Worcestershire by 82 runs. Three significant victories there. It's short and wide and clobbered. 4 runs by BOHANNON. Cut through the offside emphatically for 4. And he moves up to 42. 189 for 4. So yeah, it just keeps that Division 2 table chopping and changing, doesn't it? All these results and teams taking points off each other. I mean, a win for well, obviously rule Lancashire out here, but a win for Northamptonshire here would be absolutely terrific, bearing in mind what has happened in the games elsewhere. Buck bowls, BOHANNON defends, no run, which equally means if Lancashire can get this through, it would be a significant result for them too, to maintain their unbeaten record, to fight and to hold on for a draw on the final day. Teams hot on the heels of the top 3. Makes for good viewing. County Championship Division 2 this season. There's not too many games ongoing. In fact, this might well be the only one.
It is, yeah.
Comes Gleeson, ball short, ignored by BOHANNON, through to Rossington, no run. And so everywhere else is completed. So Durham have won, beaten Leicestershire by 119 runs. Middlesex beating Gloucestershire by 78. And Derbyshire beating Worcestershire by 82. So the only other game in the County Championship is here at Montagues Road. Division 1 have all concluded. Warwickshire holding out for an excellent draw against Hampshire. 8 down late on yesterday. Got through for a good draw there. It's a great effort at the Aegeus Bowl. There's Buck balls, one that comes back in. And again, BOHANNON shapes to play it in the onside, but deflects out into the off end of the over. 189 for 4. BOHANNON on 42. And Villas on 0. So draw between Hampshire and Middlesex, and Warwickshire, sorry. And then 2 significant results at the top end of Division 1. First up, Essex beating Yorkshire. That result came first. Essex winning by 8 wickets. Chasing just a target of 92 to beat a Yorkshire side. Somerset's response, beat Nottinghamshire by 132 runs. So really intriguing contest between those 2 sides at the top end. Villas turns the ball down into the ground as Keogh bowls. Stopped by forward short leg and there's no run. So Essex and Somerset battling it out at the minute for the top 2 positions in Division 1. And Kent with a good win at the Oval against Surrey, winning by 5 wickets. Keogh tosses one up and Villas flicks it through the onside. Up to deep mid-wicket. Ben Sanderson fields, wearing his white floppy sun hat. Still 4 around the bat. Short leg, silly point, slip, leg slip. Keogh in to Villas, covering up watchfully, carefully back to the bowler. Gathered by Keogh off his own bowling. Villas comes down the pitch. Coles at silly point, watching carefully as Villas little prod and a poke. Tapping down the ground. Striding in forward again is Villas to turn it out into the onside. Bavuma at mid-wicket. Waits for the ball to roll slowly into his right hand. Scoops it up. Tosses it back to Keogh. Tall man, the off-spinner's bowling to Villas, who's squirting it into the onside again off the inside edge of the bat. And then to force it through extra cover. Ball deviates out to mid-wicket. No run. Keogh from the Wilson end, ball's tossed up, bit of flight this time. It's a ball up and above the eye line of Villas. Dabs it down into the onside. No run, still on naught Villas. And another pretty tidy over from Rob Keogh. He's bowled 11 overs now. And he's picked up 1 wicket, 1 for 19. And Lancashire 189 for 4. If you have just joined us, and there's been plenty of cricket for you to be listening to across the BBC Sport website and app, that thrilling World Cup semi-final in Manchester, where New Zealand clinched an outstanding victory over India by 18 runs. Or if you've been listening to the other Division 1 or Division 2 games and you're new to this fixture here at Wanties Road, and watching Lancashire, who are second in Division 2, trying to bat through the final session to earn a draw. Next, Buck balls to BOHANNON. It's guided into the onside. Keogh fields, and there's no run. Earlier in the game, Northamptonshire invited to bat first by Lancashire. No toss. Made 442 with the bat. Temba Bafuma, the South African, 103. Adam Rossington, the captain, made 76. Ricardo Vasconcelos with a 77. Graham Onions, 5 wickets for him. His 31st 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket. 5 for 77. 442 all out Northants. Buck ball, short ball, cut. And partially stopped by Newton at backward point. Does he take enough pace off the ball there for it to not reach the rope? He does. And Villas agrees that there's a third to be run. So BOHANNON moves up to 45 and the score to 192 for 4. That's a lot of runs for Northamptonshire in their first innings, 442 of them. And then they had Lancashire at 2 for 2. In reply to all that, Keaton Jennings out for naught, Asib Hamid out for naught. But, Alex Davies with an excellent century, a career best score in first-class cricket for him. He made 147. Stephen Croft made 78. Lancashire got up to 315. But Northamptonshire with a very good lead, 127 on first innings. His Buck balls, but down the leg side and just glanced off the pad of Dame Villas. And PARRY's hopping onto one leg and singling 4 leg byes. So Villas remains on naught. Score creeps up to 196 for 4. And then Northamptonshire came out to bat second time round. They were put under some pressure as well. They were 14 for 3. But settled things down. Had Rob Keogh 74 and a 48 from Rob Newton. Eventually a declaration came half an hour into the 4th day this morning. 263 for 9 declared. It set Lancashire 391 to win from 89 overs. Which looked like a rather stern test. One that Lancashire probably was never really eyeing up as a possibility. This is turned out through the onside by Villas, but for no run. And a very good 52 from Davies. Bowled nice there, batted nicely. But as soon as he was dismissed, Lancashire just kind of settled things down, and thoughts turned very much to trying to bat through the afternoon. They've been under some good pressure. Sanderson's bowled well. Brett Hutton's bowled well. Keogh's offered a threat with plenty of men around the bat. Northamptonshire doing all they can to try and prize out some more wickets and keep Lancashire under pressure. His Buck over the wicket to Villas, who gets forward and defends a ball that just moves back in a fraction. He pushes that into the offside. Buck fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. And we now have 33 overs remaining in the day's allocation. There will be a chance of a second new ball, but they won't have long with it, and they might decide there's not much point in getting to that stage. Probably about 9 overs of a new ball. But Lancashire still with 6 wickets in hand. Villas, their leading run scorer this season, and their captain's on strike. Short leg in place, 2 slips as well. Buck over the wicket, balls to Villas. Forward solidly in defence. Play back down the ground, gathered by Buck off his own bowling. And there's no run, 196 for 4. Scott Reed and Alex Winter on the gantry above the sight screen. A very pleasant and warm and sunny Wanties Road.
Been a good week, isn't it?
It's been excellent. Yeah, it's been a really good 4 days.
Yeah, a high quality county championship match this. We witnessed from the perfect spot, looking right over the umpire's hat here at the Wantage Road end. We've had a cooling breeze.
It's been a welcome breeze, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. It's been a little muggy throughout the week. It's been really nice cricketing conditions, I think, this week, particularly Sunday. There was a good crowd in Sunday as well.
It's Keogh to BOHANNON. Goes back and slaps it back down the ground. Gathered by Keogh off his own bowling. And there's no run. Yes, was good numbers in the ground on Sunday. To watch the first day. Keogh to BOHANNON, squeezing the ball into the offside off a good stride down the pitch. He's got this colossal figure of Matt Coles at Silly Point, looming large over BOHANNON. There's a leg slip and a forward short leg. They're all in position now because Keogh's in to BOHANNON, who's jabbing the ball back down the pitch, gathered by Keogh off his own bowling. Twirls his bat, BOHANNON. Keogh quickly through his overs. Halfway into his 12th now. Over the wicket and balls to BOHANNON. Defends again. And there is no run.
Scott will be back with us shortly. As Keogh is now going to come round the wicket from the Wilson end. Bowls to BOHANNON, the right-hander, outside the leg stump, and a bit of a free sweep there because there's no one back on the leg side. It was a bit of a top edge, but it matters not because it runs away down towards the bank of white seats to our left-hand side for a boundary. So BOHANNON picking up the resistance here where Hamid left off, and the 200 comes up for Lancashire. 200 for 4 here on the final afternoon. 391 was their victory target set this morning in 89 overs. Target that never looked likely, just a case of survival. There is now a deeper backward square leg in place as Keogh stays round the wicket and bowls a ball that's just felt for. There's an appeal for a catch behind all of a sudden. Umpire says not out, and BOHANNON survives. There was a dual appeal there for both a catch behind, for a leg side strangle, and for a stumping as Rossington whipped off the bails. But BOHANNON survives. He's on 49. Villas is yet to score. And we have half an hour until the final hour of this match begins, at which point they could shake hands on a draw. Northants don't think that they can force the win. I think they need one more wicket to take us a bit further in, because they will feel that 4 wickets with the second new ball, even in 9 overs, is possible with the way that the Lancashire lower order was blown away first time around. Here comes Buck, Wantage Road end, running away from us into Villas, who's pushing firmly down towards Sanderson at mid-on for no run. There are still 2 slips in place. There's a backward point, extra cover, short leg, short mid-wicket, mid-on, and then 2 back on the leg side at deep square, and long leg down towards the Dennis Brooks gates. Northants still trying to force their way through here. Buck turns down beneath us. Hasn't been his game so far with the ball, but does he have a breakthrough in him? Goes in past the umpire and drifts one in, full length to Villas, who's forward, playing away to Bavuma at extra cover. And there is no run. Bavuma's first innings century helped set Northants' position up in the match. Played a really poor shot in the second innings, caught at point as Northants plunged to 14 for 3, trying to build on that lead of 127. They managed to do so pretty well in the end, but their progress was very much stalled. As Buck with an angled run into the wicket, but us forward, playing away towards extra cover again. Out comes Bavuma to his left-hand side to collect there, and there's no run. And the minutes and the overs ticking by here for Lancashire. Still 6 wickets in hand. But with the wicket of Hamid. Just a bit more of a battle on their hands to get through now, to try and preserve that unbeaten record in this season's county championship. They and Glamorgan, the only two unbeaten sides in Division 2, maybe in the country actually, as Buck goes in, bowls a back of length ball outside the off stump. And it's let go through to Rossington. Yes, everybody in Division 1 has lost at least one match. So Glamorgan and Lancashire, first and second in Division 2 currently. Only unbeaten sides in the county championship. A draw here would see Lancashire back to the top of the table. Even defeat and the bonus points they've got. Only 5 of them, 3 batting, 2 bowling, would nudge them back ahead of Glamorgan. As Buck is into Villas, and Villas is forward, bat and pad together. A very confident forward defence, classic forward defence from the Lancashire captain. Nudging back up towards the bowler. And there is no run. .200 for 4. Buck in his short sleeve shirt. Goes up from us again, past the umpire, wide on the bowling crease here, induces a bit of an edge, but steered away by Villas, down towards third man, and he gets himself off the mark here with a couple of runs, down towards the back of white seats on the far side of the ground. And the over comes to an end, so another one ticks by. 30 more scheduled in the day for Lancashire to try and get through here. Still got 21 more overs until the second new ball is due, so a lot of work for Northamptonshire to try and do with the older ball here. 202 for 4, Scott Reed.
Yes, that second new ball in the back of Rossington's mind. He won't have a chance too long to use it for, but you think he needs to prize at least one more, probably ideally 2 more. Lancashire need to be about 6 down, you would think, if that's going to come into play. Lancashire did lose 5 for 25 in the first innings when Northampton took a second new ball option.
So Keogh round the wicket from the Wilson end. Bohannon forward, pushes back up towards the bowler's left hand, no run. So slip, leg slip, silly point, short leg, a backward square leg halfway to the fence, short mid wicket, mid off, mid on, an orthodox cover. Keogh in and Bohannon back and across, nudging back up towards the bowler's right hand this time for no run.
It's a good effort, isn't it, by Bohannon? 55 deliveries for his 20 for his run so far. 49.
Keogh floats one up, and this is whipped away by Bohannon. Nicely played here, working with what turn there is to play through a forward square leg position, and a couple of runs raises a half century for Josh Bohannon here. It's been a quiet effort. All eyes this afternoon have generally been on Hasib Hamid, but Bohannon has played a very useful hand himself and goes through to 51 and gets warm applause from the Lancashire balcony and those Lancashire supporters that remain here at Wantage Road. 204 for 4.
Yeah, Scott, I just read, was certainly not up to date. His 50, I reckon, has come off 79 deliveries with 10 fours, but we'll confirm that in a moment.
Keogh back over the wicket here, just outside the off stump and chopped away by Bohannon to cover. Procter comes across to collect, there's no run.
It's been that type of game though, hasn't it? That type of day for Lancashire. Hamid's 55 came off 116 balls.
Keogh steps in again, quite straight, and worked away on the bounce to short leg, and Vasconcelos had the presence of mind to backhand the throw at the stumps, but safely back in his ground was Bohannon. Keogh in again, quite flat, and Bohannon forward to block it back to the bowler. And no run to end the over. Another one ticks by, 204 for 4.
Josh Bohannon's 50 came off 79 balls with 9 fours.
79 balls, 9 fours for Bohannon. 50, that's his first of the season for Bohannon. When he made his debut actually towards the end of last season. played in a day-night game at the Oval. He played Surrey in a day-night match. Came on for his debut, facing Morney Morkel with a pink ball under the lights.
I remember the
Final
game.
session. He got through it, survived, went on to actually get a 50. It's a rather torrid introduction to first-class cricket. Faced the pink ball for the first time. Oh, by the way, you've got Morney Morkel bowling at you at 8:30 in the evening.
Away goes Nathan Buck to Dane Villas, right-hander, and he's back and working it away wide of Vasconcelos at short leg. Into the deep. Procter over there comes in to collect. And there's no run.
He's done a good job for his side. I mentioned it being a day for Northamptonshire for being patient, and they've done that. Fielding's been pretty good. Not too many chances have been put down. They've been won, hasn't there? That little tickle to Bavuma. No, it was to Vasconcelos rather at short leg off Keogh's bowling just before tea, which didn't stick. Bohannon just turning it off his pads, but not been too many. It's not been. They've been put down. The ground film's been pretty good. Done all they can.
Buck in again. Just from the crease here, Bohannon drops it away out towards point, and there's no run.
And they worked hard, kept going, still got to believe that if they can get one more out, get Croft in. After that, it is just the bowlers, Parry, Mahmood, Onions, Gleeson. But Lancashire have negotiated this little period since the dismissal of Hamid, and it just takes a little bit of that belief away from Northamptonshire. Going to need back-to-back wickets, don't they? A couple on the spin for them to still think that it's possible.
The change in the field here, just down to one slip now. There's a short leg and now two catching mid-wickets. Hutton a bit wider and Keogh a bit straighter, but two men up there on the leg side. So Buck is going to bowl quite straight here, I fancy. He does so, and it's whipped down the leg side, down towards long leg. Fieldsman comes across in the distance. Matt Cole's down there now. Leg bye given by umpire David Mills down beneath us. At the tap of the left knee to the scorers above our left shoulders. 206 for 4. Here the Northants fieldsman trying to rally, trying to keep going. Trying to keep that belief around the ground, trying to keep the pressure on. They'll know it only takes one ball here, particularly if they can prize out Villas. Buck sprints in, quite wide on the bowling crease, bowls a bumper, slightly tired wicket now, doesn't really get up, but gets up enough to go over the head of the ducking Villas and through to the keeper.
Yeah, it is a slightly tired wicket that has offered quite a lot. The movement through the game, through the air in particular, first 3 days, quite noticeable. I said 1 or 2 starting to turn a little bit yesterday for Stephen Parry. He dismissed Rossington with a lovely delivery that brought the batsman forward. It pitched, turned away, clipped the top of off stump, but not been quite as much zipping it today on the 4th day.
Buck goes in once more, past the wicket, back of a length, and across the stumps is Villas to just bounce this out in front of mid-on, and there is no run.
He was out at lunch, was Villas. He was yeah, it was lunch. Yeah, he was out for most of the lunch interval, out in the middle. The groundsmen were doing the bit on the wicket and marking the popping crease, and he was stood there, he was eyeing up both ends of the pitch. Spent probably about 15 minutes looking at the pitch during the lunch interval, and then he went to go and rehearse a couple of shots, visualising his innings. Well, now he's out there for real.
Bucking again, Fuller, and Villas forward with a slightly jerky, angled bat there, steers it away towards point. Newton is there in the sun hat, and the over comes to an end. 206 for 4. We are 19 minutes away from the top of the hour, at which point a draw could be shaken on. Can Northants force another breakthrough to take us a bit deeper into this evening session? 28 overs are scheduled.
Think it needs that? You think without that wicket, Adam Rossington will say, well battered, let's call it quits? So you think he might just press on a little bit longer?
Yeah, we're going to get, with Keogh bowling, 6 overs in before the top of the hour. 20 overs to go, 6 wickets. Because there's only 9 with the second new ball. It's a big factor, isn't it? Because in the first innings, even though Northampton wrapped it up very quickly. 5 for 25 were taken at the back end of that Lancashire second innings in very quick order.
He's about 11 or 12 overs, something like that.
Yeah. It did take four overs or so for that collapse to get going.
You've written that many notes, you can't find it. You're on about page 42 of your match notes.
It's here somewhere. I swear it was. I can't find it.
Oh dear. Turn back about 4 pages, it could be there. I'm impressed with your detailed note taking.
Anyway, here's Keogh from the far end, bowling to Bohannon, who's letting one go outside the off stumper, struck on the pad. A huge cry for LBW. And not out, says the umpire. It was very similar to the dismissal of Hamid, where he let a ball go outside the off stump. It turned back sharply. This time Bohannon covering up, struck on the pad. Keogh can't believe it, he's down on his knees.
In the main, umpire Chris Watts, he's not out, isn't he? He's a not outer. He must have turned down a dozen appeals in this game.
I found it 10.4 overs.
Well done, you.
So
Well
5 for
done.
25. I knew I had it somewhere.
No doubt.
206 for 4. Keogh floats one up, and Bohannon well forward, running one back up towards the bowler for no run. It's that type of area, just outside the off stump, on that length, where you can think about not playing, that Keogh just hasn't located enough for me. He floats one up towards there now, but slightly too full. And Bohannon able to come forward and smother it back at the wicket for no run. Sanderson is limbering up now at mid-wicket, so maybe it's going to be one final go for Sanderson in a moment, as Keogh bowls quite flat outside the off stump, and Bohannon is back to cut. Finds Procter in the covers, no run.
He bowled a fantastic spell after lunch. Bowled for an hour from the far end, the end that Keogh's currently bowling at, the indoor school end. Got the breakthrough of Davies. And then his examination of Hasib Hamid I thought was outstanding. The keeper standing up, short mid-wicket, 3 slips in place. Just constantly targeting the kind of 4th stump line.
Keogh round the wicket now, and Bohannon gets a very full delivery that he works back up towards the bowler's right hand, and the over comes to an end. So 206 for 4, 27 overs to come in the day, and Sanderson wandering in, removes his hat. So Sanderson getting one more burst here. Can Northants find a breakthrough? Just take us deeper into this final session, Scott Reed.
Yeah, and it was that hour after lunch was excellent. It was terrific from Sanderson. It put the real squeeze on Lancashire. I mentioned before the prospects of Lancashire probably chasing these down were pretty slim. You've got to get off to an absolute flyer to try and get thick end of 400 runs batting on the final day. But it just completely took that possibility out of the equation with the way that he bowled in that hour after lunch. He managed to dismiss Alex Davies, LBW for 52, and then I mentioned that wonderful little intense spell. Sanderson from the far end. Hamid couldn't find a run, but he got through it. Hamid went on to get a 50, but it was a terrific, intense spell of cricket. Discipline, line and length from Sanderson, men around the back, keeper standing up, made it difficult. It was a really good start to the afternoon session for Northamptonshire. So here he comes back into the attack. He bowls to Lancashire captain, who's Dane Villas, who again is striding right forward, bat in front of his pad. Turns the ball into the onside, no run. So will this be a little final dart for Northants, turning to their main man? He's picked up 1 wicket in the second innings, 4 in the first, 4 for 62. Ben Sanderson stretching his hamstrings out, getting himself loose, having had a couple of hours or so grazing out in the deep. Back into the attack, and again the keeper and Captain Rossington stands up. So captain to captain, just a yard or 2 away, both wearing helmets, one with the gloves, one with the bat. 2 slips, 2 short mid-wickets. And Sanderson to Villas off the back foot drives to Bavuma at extra cover, and there is no run. But been a well-fought game. It's going right the way through to the latter end of the final session on the 4th day. Northamptonshire fresh from an excellent win at Sussex, going down to Hove last week and wrapping up a pretty emphatic victory. And at the very least will take a pretty high scoring draw against a team second in the table. So a good couple of weeks for them. Villas again defending. And into the covers, Bavuma Fields. And there's no run. And for the first time this season, Lancashire behind in the game and having to show different types of attributes. They've largely blown teams away with their attack of Onions and Anderson this season, but now having to show a bit of grit and fight with the bat. Sanderson over the wicket. That's punching nicely. Good shot. Out through the offside. Probably get 4 for it, he does. Lancashire captain guiding the ball off the front foot out through the point boundary for 4 more runs. Score ticks along, 210 for 4. But it's the overs remaining, really. Wickets in hand, overs remaining are the 2 numbers on the board we have to keep a close eye on. It says 210 for 4 in green numbers, 4 being the crucial one, and overs remaining 27 in the day's allocation. The ball gets looped back round to Sanderson, eventually via Temba Bavuma. He's had a good game. Didn't manage to get runs in the second innings, but his century in the first was excellent. Sanderson ball shortish to Villas, just back of a length. Leans back. Keeper takes it about shoulder height. Thuds into the keeper's gloves. Adam Rossington applauding his team, urging them on, keeping the encouragement and the belief going. 1 wicket away, he says. 1 wicket will bring Croft in, probably not probably the last recognised batsman for Lancashire. That's pushing off the front foot to extra cover Bafuma Fields. And there is no run. 210 for 4 here at Wanties Road on the BBC Sport website and app. It's been a busy day for cricket supporters. That balmy game up in Manchester, and a quite sensational win for New Zealand to clinch a place in the World Cup final on Sunday at Lord's. Defending 239, 240 to win from 50 overs for India. Sounded like an absolute cruise, didn't it? 240 off 50, yes please. Well, 5 for 3 in reply. Brilliant effort from New Zealand. Keogh bowls, BOHANNON defends, no run, and all the other county championship games have reached a conclusion. Whether it's the battle at the top of Division 1 between, at the minute, Essex and Somerset, or this battle for places in Division 2. Teams going up and down the division as results come in from elsewhere. Keogh bowls, BOHANNON plays forward, no run. That rather daunting figure of Matt Coles, who was at Silly Point, he's no longer under the nostrils of BOHANNON. He's now chirping into his left ear. He's on the leg side, so 2 kind of short legs in place. BOHANNON just manages to work the ball in between the gap. The 2 short legs, but for no run. So we've got Vasconcelos, the dinkier of the 2, quite considerably, and that Man Mountain, Matt Coles, who were both close in on the leg side, under the helmets. Leg slip and the slip. Keogh bowls, BOHANNON going back, dabbing down the ground. Gathered by Coles, who hands it up to Keogh. Back towards his mark. 2 balls left of his 15th. Clutching the ball over the wicket and bowls, and the one which he's tossed up, pushed safely, square of the wicket by BOHANNON. And there's no run. Rossington comes from behind the stumps to pick up the ball, hands it back to Keogh. Creeping in once more. Balls, wide ball this time. And that's sliced away, square of the wicket. One for Procter to scamper after towards the point boundary. BOHANNON gets a run, keeps the strike as well. So he moves up to 52. And the score for Lancashire 211 for 4. 20 5 overs remaining in the day's allocation. The captain in a conversation with his bowler here, Ben Sanders. Searching desperately for another breakthrough, just give them a little bit of hope. Can they prize one more wicket out?
Yeah, looking unlikely now, you'd have to say, for Northants. 25 overs scheduled, so could get the lower order in.
Oh, that's a tantalising thing, isn't it? That's a lot, 25 overs. And they're probably 2 wickets away from getting it wrapped up, with no due respect. Sanderson bowling to Bohannon. Well, that jags back in and hits him on the fleshy part of the inside thigh. That may sting a little bit. Yeah, in the first innings, Parry 0, Mahmood 1, Onions 4 and Gleeson 8. So the kind of tantalising thing for Rossington is that he's only a couple away from getting right in amongst those bowlers, but Bohannon, in a minute, has proven to be a great defence for Lancashire as he does defend from the crease. Another one that comes off an inside edge and back onto the inner part of his thigh. He's going to have a big bruise there in the morning. Twice he's been hit. And this one just above kind of the knee. He's out flexing his left leg. The keeper still standing up, which is just completely clamping Bohannon for any kind of freedom, any room. Mid-on has now come up, so they've kind of 3 in a little loop on the onside. Kind of 3 short mid-wickets, all crouching down. Sanderson bowls, Bohannon right in behind. Solid straight bat, pushed back where it came. Bounces in between Villas and the non-striker's end and the umpire. And the dot ball, 211 for 4. 1 for 40, Sanderson. This looks like it could be his final burst of the day. Captain has called for a helmet. So it looks like Vasconcelos is going to shuffle in a little closer on the leg side. Yeah, he pops the helmet on and takes 2 big strides nearer to the batsman. Sanderson to Bohannon, forward, defending again. And there's no run. Blocks that delivery out of his mind, walks out towards square leg. Slowly drifts back into his crease. It's an extremely still day today. There's barely any breeze, really. It's just, we had quite a nice breeze around kind of late morning, early afternoon, but it seems to have just dropped away a little. Short ball, banged in by Sanderson. It balloons through the webbing of the gloves of Rossington. It may have stung his fingers there. I think it did. So it burst through Rossington's gloves, and it was gathered by Brett Hutton at first slip. I think he may have just wanted to give his skipper a bit of a heads up there. By the way, I'm going to bang one in, and it seemed to take Rossington by surprise as much as the batsman. Here comes Sanderson again to Bohannon, plays forward, jabbing it down the ground. Another one chalked off. Another overdone for the day. 65 gone in this Lancashire second innings. So 24 remain. We're 5 minutes away from 5 o'clock. Villas on 7, Bohannon on 52. And 2 batsmen have a conversation. And Keogh's pretty lengthy stint comes to an end. 15 overs, 1 for 26, because Luke Proctor is being reintroduced. And he bowled a very tidy spell in the first innings, 15 overs for 36. So Proctor comes in from the Wilson end of the ground.
Then Wilson and Luke Proctor, sponsored by Rex Club.
Indoor school there on the far side with its white roof. White seats in front, and there's probably a 30 or 4 spectators and those occupying those white seats. I suspect that's quite a good little sun trap. Not too many seats, and you've got the big indoor school behind you to keep you nice and sheltered. Would be a nice, pleasant little sun trap there when it's a hot day. Here comes Procter running in from that end. Balls to Villas. That's glanced down towards the boundary. That will be 4 runs for Villas. Just strayed onto his leg stump there to Luke Procter. And Villas will clip it down towards fine leg. Moves into double figures, moves to 11. 215 for 4. And spectators out towards the stand to the left of the indoor school in the slightly faded orange seats, maybe more yellow, actually probably more mustard. As Procter's into Villas. That's dabbed away through the onside this time. One for Vasconcelos to chase after. Vasconcelos gets to it, and Villas comes back for 2. Moves to 13. 217 for 4. And the more pristine, newer stand to the right of the indoor centre. Bright white seats. Again, with a sprinkling of spectators in there. A green tractor in front of that stand. Ready to drag the covers across to protect the pitch at the close of play. It's Procter into Villas. And he gets forward, jabs it through the offside. And jogs through for a single. Takes him up to 14. 218 for 4. With 3 balls left of this over. Time ticking up towards 5 o'clock. What's Adam Rossington thinking? A good conversation with Hutton and with Levy. One more would keep him out there. He might want to stay out there anyway. Still a decent number of overs left, 23. Procter in to BOHANNON. Oh, that's a short ball with a bit of lift there, and BOHANNON gets on top of the bounce. Plays that very neatly down towards the third man boundary. Comes back for 2. He's moved to 54, not out. The score moves on to 220 for 4. And then just saying to his captain, yeah, I did just lift a little bit. Did well, got right up onto his toes and able to guide it down to the third man boundary for a couple. Procter back in, BOHANNON half forward, it'll press into the offside. Matt Coles stomps up from extra cover to field, no run. In Hutton and Rossington in conversation. Hutton with his left hand is making a very firm point, using his hand to explain exactly what he thinks perhaps could be done. Procter in, one that tempts BOHANNON. That moves quite a distance away from Procter, and Rossington has to be alert to that. Takes it in front of first slip. That's the end of the over. 220 for 4. Villas 14, BOHANNON on 54.
Thank you very much, Scott Reed. So we've reached 5 o'clock, and have Lancashire done enough here? At the start of the final hour, the players could shake hands on a draw. No immediate sign of Northampton's pulling out just yet. And it looks as if Keogh might be getting a change of ends here, just to see if he can extract a bit more from this wanted road end perhaps. We've still got 23 overs left in the day, so still a possibility for Northants to try and force victory. But time certainly ticking away from Northamptonshire here. But still, a little bit of work for Lancashire to do to secure the draw. Here's Keir then, changing ends, right arm over from the wanted road, goes into Villas, who's backing across and pushing back up towards the bowler for no run. I'm glad Keogh's changed ends because we get a bit of a better view here about exactly what's happening. From the far end of, he was just a little blocked about what the ball is actually doing. You can see here there's any real turn as Keogh goes in. It's very gently into the right-hander, who's punching back up towards the bowler for no run. Still believing here, Northants. Keogh, right arm over, floats one up, and Villas forward to smother this. Lands on his toes, and Coles from Silly Point comes in to collect, and there's no run. Here comes Keogh again, floating it up outside the off stump, just pushed away in front of point, and there's no run. Four men around the bat. As Keogh bowls again, quite flat outside the off stump, a little bit of drift into the right-hander, but it's just a bit too slow to really create too many problems here. Immediately. Northamptonshire made steady progress yesterday. Wasn't entirely serene progress. There were a couple of wobbles, but they come back this morning, able to dictate terms in the match as BOHANNON goes into Proctor. And Proctor late cuts here, down to third man, and gets the first runs off the bat on day 4. And Proctor, who came back on 25 not out, having played his customary calm, composed innings last night. He flicks over to 26, and Northampton's 216 for 6. So a full 96 overs on the final day, and Northampton will like to leave themselves enough time to try and bowl Lancashire out for a second time. Needed 94 overs to get 10 wickets in the first innings. If they leave it too late here, they will deny them time with the second new ball if they get that far later on today. It's Brett Hutton on 23, now facing BOHANNON, and he gets a good Yorker first up, but BOHANNON is overstepped. So a poor start of the day here for BOHANNON and Lancashire, with a wide and then a no ball in the first 3 balls of the day. So an additional couple will be flicked to the score, away to our right hand side, the board back up and running here this morning. And Northampton's got a 218 for 6. As BOHANNON comes in again, and Hutton from a length is just pushing one out through the covers, and they jog through for a single. Rob Keogh mentioned last night Northampton might have 4 overs this morning just to push up the lead a little bit, leave themselves 90 overs in the field if that were the case. But a fabulous opportunity here for Northampton to press for what would be a most impressive victory if they can convert their position later on. They have dominated the game really so far, apart from maybe just after lunch yesterday when they slumped to 14 for 3, trying to build on their first innings lead of 127. But it's been a great 3 days for Northamptonshire. Will it be a good day for them as well? BOHANNON is into Proctor, and Proctor is turning this ball leg side but straight to mid-wicket, and there is no run. 4 bounded riders out, third man long leg, deep square, deep cover, and then 5 men saving the single, a backward point extra cover, mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket. Gleeson in there doing the fielding, away to our left hand side. As BOHANNON has the ball back in his hand, back of his run. Goes in wide on the crease, and Proctor is just chopping one down into the covers. And they go through for an easy single. So the lead goes to 348. Scoreboard to our right hand side made an error, so it's currently counting backwards. An FM update now for BBC Radio Northampton listeners, so bear with. Northampton's batting on this final day. They resume here today on 214 for 6 in their second innings. A big lead of 341. They were frustrated last night with 3 overs lost to bad light. So they will need a little bit more time here today just to try and increase the lead, as Brett Hutton is caught on the mid-wicket fence away to our right-hand side, trying to increase that lead quickly. But the lead currently standing at 348, and just a question of how much time Northampton want to leave themselves to try and bowl Lancashire out for a second time. But they're now 7 down, and Matt Coles, the big hitting Matt Coles to come, and the lead 348. Back with you online, and a wicket there for BOHANNON. Banging one in, Hutton having a big leg side swing, and it was a good catch by Keaton Jennings out on the mid-wicket fence away to our right-hand side. Solid catch, just moving around to his left-hand side a few yards. It was a high hanging chance. Decent strike actually by Hutton.
Caught Jennings bowled BOHANNON for 24.
But long boundaries this week, both sides really. It was out towards the scoreboard to our right-hand side, and Hutton perishes in the deep, and he's gone for 24. So Northampton's 220 for 7. I was actually a run ahead of my calculations in that update for FM listeners. So 220 for 7, and the lead 347. And out comes Matt Coles at number 9 for Northamptonshire, who can strike a long ball certainly, but won't have too much time to try and have a swing here this morning. 220 for 7 Northampton, the lead 347. And a very good morning to listeners on 855 medium wave on BBC Radio Lancashire up in the northwest. And a very good morning, Scott Reed.
Good morning, everybody. Everybody, a very good morning. Hope we're all well. Breezy up here, isn't it?
It is actually, yeah.
A little breezy on the gantry.
Just picked up from the previous couple of days in this match. But it's quite warm again.
Yeah, it's a lovely day.
Sunshine just poking through some hazy high cloud for the moment, as BOHANNON prepares to complete the first over of the day. An extended first over of the day goes into Procter, and Procter dabs leg side. They go through for a single, and that's a healthy enough start for Northamptonshire, helped by those extras that BOHANNON sent down, the wide and then the no ball. So it's 2-2-1 for 7, and the Northamptonshire lead is 348. And if they were to declare in the next over, they would be able to have 93 overs at Lancashire. Suggested last night they may have 4 this morning.
Oh, a little dart for 4.
A little dart for 4, and then that would leave them 90 overs to have a bowl. So 90 overs to chase 360, 4 and over target, and that's a target you'd be reasonably confident of being able to defend. And then you would get the chance of 10 overs with a second new ball later on today as well. The work here this morning, you do just feel the Northampton would have really loved to have done it last night, in those 3 overs that were lost for bad light. So Stephen Parry is going to open up from the Wilson end.
Stephen Parry,
who produced a really nice delivery to bowl Adam Rossington yesterday afternoon. One that gripped and turned past the outside edge. That'll be of interest to Northamptonshire today. Interest to Rob Keogh in particular.
Yeah, definitely. And it was a lovely delivery, wasn't it? But yeah, Keogh could be a big part to play today. I mean, the ball turned pretty sharply actually when Parry dismissed Rossington. So yeah, Keogh could be a big factor in the day.
So Parry has got deep point out, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, deep square, and deep backward square as he bowls left arm over from the Wilson end, and Procter looks to tuck it around the corner but only finds mid-wicket. Jones in there coming to his left-hand side, and there is no run. So just 3 saving 1 here at backward point, extra cover and mid-wicket, as Lancashire try to ensure that Northampton use as much time as possible this morning. Parry is in outside the off stump. Procter is advancing down the pitch, just adjusts himself and pushes down towards long on for a single. 2-2-2 for 7. The lead is 349.
Wicket at Old Trafford, India 4 for 1. Rohit Sharma's gone. Caught behind off the bowling of Matt Henry, so 4 for 1 in the second. Target of 240 for India to win.
The 2-day one-day international.
I feel a bit sorry for New Zealand, but I mean, they did win the toss.
They did, yeah.
And they knew it was
going to rain. Definitely. They knew the situation that could prevail and has prevailed. So Matt Coles, who only made 5 in the first innings, takes his first ball here. Slipper's gone in, As Parry bowls over the wicket. Full toss though, down the leg side and swept away. This will be at least a couple of runs to fine leg. Fieldsman tearing around BOHANNON from deep backward square. Comes around to cut it off, and they get back for the second run. So the lead is now over 350. 351. 224 for 7. The fielder stayed right back on the leg side fence here for Coles, who has a little look around to see where he can provide a big hit perhaps. But he paddle sweeps again here and again gets it quite fine. This would just be a single though, because BOHANNON is onto it a bit quicker to his left hand side. And they get just the 1 run, so 3-5-2 the lead.
Still no Saqib Mahmood out there for Lancashire, so again Northamptonshire may only need to take 9 wickets. I've no idea if he's fit enough to come out and have a bat, but that's something that we can keep an eye on. But, yeah, still no Mahmood.
Parry once more from the far end, past the umpire, and Proctor's turned the turnet around the corner, and he's missed and he's been bowled. Leg stump knocked back. Just looking to flick it around the corner there, Proctor, and a little bit of turn, I think, out of the footholds. And Proctor has gone for 29, so Northampton are 8 down now at 225 for 8, and the lead standing at 352.
He's played that shot, or at least tried to play that shot a lot during this, not just this little knock of 29, but also in the first inning as well, going across his stumps and working it leg side. He quite likes that shot, doesn't he, Proctor? But maybe just done for a little bit of grip, a bit of turn for Parry.
Proctor bowled Stephen Parry for 29.
Personally, I don't think this is a bad thing. I mean, if Northampton should get skittled out pretty quickly, get Lancashire out there batting, make Lancashire bat, try and save the day. I mean, I think like Northampton's batting on would have been the ideal thing for Lancashire. I don't think Lancashire would have fancied coming out to try and bat this morning. So I think from a Northamptonshire point of view, the quicker this is wrapped up and done with, the better.
Indeed. Well, they mentioned that it may only be 4 overs. May not quite get that far if they bowl out here, but like you say, it may be for the best. And those 3 overs last night, we did lose to bad light. Just stalled Northampton a little bit, because that was a period where they could have scored at least 20 runs. Maybe if they had a swing, they might have got 30 runs. The lead could have been 370 last night, and then full 96 overs, they'd have been a bit more comfortable declaring with that type of score. But I think to set 340 and 96, the way that the wicket tends to do, conditions here are 1-2, they do get a bit flat, sort of 30 overs onwards, 40 overs onwards. They just had that in the back of their minds, and how Lancashire built 2 big partnerships throughout their first innings as well. Because having played pretty well for 3 days, the last thing Northampton want to do, I think, this morning would be to just put themselves in a position where they could undo all that good work. And I think at the start of the week, if you'd have given them 13 points, 12 points they'd get from a draw here, they'd have probably taken it.
On the back of the win at Sussex
definitely,
as well.
Yeah. The way that Lancashire are placed in the table, and the way that Northampton were dismantled by Lancashire up at Old Trafford, I think a high scoring points draw would have been on the agenda, I think.
I agree, but I just wonder whether those things change as the game develops, and when you're in such a big, strong position to try and actually force a win. But either way, I mean, if Northampton come away with a draw and a high-scoring draw, it's been a fantastic 2 weeks. That's a really good points return from a trip down to Sussex and a home game against Lancashire.
So Nathan Buck, the right-hander, is on strike here at number 10. And Parry bowls round the wicket from the far end, and Buck is back to his first ball, just poking it to extra cover for no run. Deep cover is out, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket and deep square, but that's the end of the over. So 2 overs gone this morning, and Northampton lost a couple of wickets, with Hutton gone for 24, Proctor gone for 29, and that little partnership last night just moved Northampton back into the ascendancy once more, because they were 168 for 6 when Rossington was gone, 33 yesterday afternoon, and ambitions to rush towards the close in a bit of a flourish. They were very much checked with those 2 wickets. Keogh played very nicely for his 74, and then Rossington was very keen to hurry things along yesterday afternoon, but when he fell, it needed a period, a little bit of rebuilding there. So having taken wickets in that period and at the start of the innings when Northampton were 14-3, Lancashire have just ensured that Northampton haven't been able to totally run away with things as they would have liked. They would have liked to go along at 4 and over for a lot of yesterday afternoon, get themselves up to 240 by the close. And they would have been holding all the aces, but just a few more questions asked this morning. And Lancashire, I think, will be fairly pleased with a couple of overs here so far, eating up a bit of time, a couple of wickets. So Bohannon to Coles here. And Coles striking one down the ground. Oh, it's a beauty down beneath us. All the way for 6. Well, long on was out to our left-hand side. And at first glance, I thought Graham Onions there was going to come around to his right-hand side and take an easy catch. But goodness, that was well struck. Over the boundary's edge, directly beneath us. All the way for 6. So Coles goes to 9. 2, 3, 1 for 8. What a strike!
The boy can hit it, can't he? I mean, I've seen him play a couple of times in the flesh and watched him quite a bit on the TV as well. Mike Coles can hit a ball, and that was an example of it right there. That's absolutely clubbed away, wasn't it? Goodness me! And there's a bit of developments to it at Old Trafford where Cole's been given out.
Coles defends this time, but it's a no ball from Bohannon, the second of the morning. So a couple of bonus runs for Northants.
So Cole's been given out. They're 5 for 2, but he's reviewed it for an LBW. So it's just gone back up to the TV umpire. He's not hit it, so it's down to ball tracker. But this could be a significant moment. Virat Kohli would be given out. LBW. Oh, he's a goner.
Height. Umpire's call.
Kohli's gone. India 5 for 2 in that game in Manchester.
Wow. That's a brave decision by the umpire, isn't it? The ball just flicking the bails. Richard Illingworth with the decision. Well, he's just made himself the most unpopular man in India. Bohannon into Coles outside the off stump and driven away. Got it past extra cover here. And this will be a couple of runs. Jennings running around to deep extra cover to collect. And they come back for 2 more. So with the no ball and a couple of runs there, the Northants lead is now 3-6-2. 235 for 8.
Kohli shaking his head. Can't believe it. Umpire's call. Just clipping the top of the bails.
Extraordinary stuff.
5 for 2. What a good start for New Zealand.
240 the target. Only a modest number to get to, but well, 2 Premier batsmen. Oh goodness me, there was some dissent from our right-hand side.
I'm happy with that, aren't
Goodness me.
What's going on?
I've never heard anything like that before.
What's going on?
Bohannon in, and this is swung leg side by Coles. Another mighty strike, 1 bounce 4 this time. It's another no ball as well. This is really poor stuff from Josh Bohannon, coming in at brisk, medium pace really, maybe a bit quicker, but no excuse for 3 no balls now this morning, and that's 6 more onto the total, 241 for 8.
Well, yeah, that's not helping out matters, is it, for Lancashire? He started with a no ball, started with a wide, then a no ball, and he's been clubbed away for a couple of 6s.
Bohannon comes in again, and Coles flicks it leg side. It's just a single now, down to long on. Onions to our left-hand side. So twice here, Onions has seen balls sailing past him. The first time all the way for 6 down beneath us, and the second time to our left-hand side, to Onions' left, 1 bounce into the players' dressing rooms, or the lower tier of the players' room away to our left-hand side. So 242 for 8, and the lead extends to 369. They mentioned 4 overs, and I think 4 overs is going to be about right, I think, here.
Yeah, there's not much point in dragging it on, is there?
No, definitely not.
They've clubbed a couple of 6s. They've pushed the lead further up.
Bohannon to Buck. Buck, well, he tries the late cut here and he misses. Just trying to steer a length ball outside the off stump down to third man. Missed out and taken by Villas behind the stumps. Yeah, ideally Northants would have declared overnight, I think, but it's never a bad thing to get a side back in the field the following morning.
Yeah,
definitely, because sometimes you've got to do what the opposition don't want to do, and no one in that Lancashire dressing wanted to put the bowling boots on again, did they? As Bohannon goes in, and Buck this time does late cut and steers it down to third man for a single. 370 the advantage now. And if Northants were to declare, they'd have 91 overs. So the run rate required would be above 4.
I just don't think Lancashire would have entertained any prospect of trying to go for that. Not initially. I mean, the idea will be to try and bat and take it deep and try and get it into the final session, and then by doing that, therefore you're edging towards your target. But in terms of coming out with the intent of trying to win and chase those runs down, I just don't think that will be. Lancashire will just try and make the game safe, try and take it deep if they can. If there's a chance of winning it, happy days. If not, just bat.
Bohannon was about to set off to complete the over, but we just posted a man back. Gleeson here at Cow Corner to our left. Comes in now, and Coles gets a length ball outside the off stump. He's just content to open the blade on and steer it away down towards the Wilson stand at third man for a boundary. So 3 overs gone this morning. A couple of wickets have gone down. Procter for 29, Hutton for 24. But Coles, with some merry hitting, has got himself quickly to 17 and Buck on 1.